Welcome back to the lesson. The subject is boardroom dynamics. We've been studying culture in the boardroom. In our last session, we began the study of country culture, the 6 dimensions by Hofstede Gert. We covered the first element, which is power distance. There are still 5 elements that we need to look at. The first one being uncertainty avoidance, individualism versus collectivism. There is masculinity versus femininity. Then there is long-term versus short-term orientation. Today, we'll look at the second element, which is uncertainty avoidance. Number 2, uncertainty avoidance. Uncertainty avoidance. Now, uncertainty avoidance is not the same as risk avoidance. It deals with society's tolerance for ambiguity. And it indicates to what extent a culture program, or we can say that the uncertainty avoidance indicates to what extent a culture programs its members to feel either uncomfortable or comfortable in unstructured situations. And unstructured situations are situations that are not known, or situations that are unknown, situations that are surprising, or situations that are different from usual. So uncertainty avoiding cultures try to minimize the possibility of such situations by strict behavioral codes, by strict laws and rules, by disapproval of defiant opinions, and also belief in what we call absolute truth. In such a culture, there is what is known as one truth. There is only one truth in such culture. So, uncertainty avoidance, it indicates to what extent a culture programs its members to feel either uncomfortable or comfortable. So let's have the differences. Differences between weak uncertainty avoidance society and a strong uncertainty avoidance society. We are going to study the differences. Now, the first difference is that the uncertainty inherent, there is uncertainty that is inherent in life under the weak uncertainty society. The uncertainty inherent in life under the weak uncertainty society is accepted. All right? So the uncertainty here is accepted. And each day, such uncertainty is taken as it comes. So uncertainty under the weak uncertainty society is accepted, and each day it is taken as it comes. But on the other hand, strong uncertainty society, the uncertainty inherent in life is felt as a continuous threat that must be fought. Do you get the difference? Here, uncertainty is accepted. But under strong uncertainty society, uncertainty is felt as a continuous threat. Uncertainty is a continuous threat that must be fought. Continuous threat that must be fought. So we are studying the differences between two societies. One that is characterized by weak uncertainty, the other one by strong uncertainty. The second distinction is that under the weak uncertainty society, there is ease and lower stress. There is self-control and low anxiety. Ease, lower anxiety. There is stress. All right? There is ease. On the other hand, there is high stress. Higher stress. All right? Higher stress is characterized in strong, uncertain societies. The higher stress, high anxiety, and so on. The third difference between a weak uncertainty avoidance and a strong uncertainty avoidance society is that there are high scores on subjective health, high scores on subjective health in a weak uncertainty society. High scores on subjective health and well-being. High scores on subjective health and well-being. Whereas on the other hand, there are low scores on subjective health, lower scores on subjective health and well-being. Lower scores on subjective health and well-being. Here there is tolerance of defiant people, tolerance of defiant people. There are certain societies or cultures that tolerate defiant people or defiant behavior or defiant ideas. Okay? Defiant people or even ideas. But there are other societies that do not tolerate. There is intolerant to defiant people. Intolerance to defiant people, intolerance to ideas. This is what is different, is considered to be dangerous. All right? What is different in such a society is considered to be different. If you are living in a society and you are coming up with strange ideas, such ideas are considered to be dangerous. So you may not be accepted in such a society. 5, comfortable with ambiguity. There are societies that are comfortable with ambiguity, comfortable with chaos, and so on. But under strong uncertain society, there is need for clarity and structure. All right? Under the strong uncertainty, we have said here that there are societies that are comfortable with ambiguity, comfortable with chaos. But here there is need for order, need for clarity, need for structure. Need for clarity. In certain societies, chaos are not tolerated, ambiguity is not tolerated. People are not comfortable in their chaos. People are not comfortable with the ambiguity. But under strong and certain society, there is need for clarity. Here, people are comfortable with ambiguity. People are comfortable with chaos. Here, people need clarity and structure. Clarity and structure. The society, the culture is that one of order. The sixth, a teacher in this society may say, I don't know. A teacher may say, I don't know, in this culture. But in this other culture, teachers are expected of all answers. Teachers here are expected to have all answers, but in this other society, a teacher may say, I don't know. Then the seventh distinction is that changing jobs, there is no problem when changing jobs. Changing jobs poses no problem. Do you understand? Changing jobs is not a problem here. In this society, on this culture, changing jobs is not a problem. But when it comes to this other culture, staying in jobs is disliked. Right? Changing jobs is disliked. Here people are free to change jobs, but here people dislike changing jobs. And staying in jobs is even disliked. The eighth distinction, we are on decision number 8. Let's move on to politics. Politics in this society, citizens feel competent towards authorities. The citizens, the attitude of citizens towards the authorities or the politicians or the government, the citizens feel and are seen as competent towards the authorities. But in this other society, in politics, citizens feel and are seen as incompetent towards authorities. Citizens are competent towards authorities. But here, citizens are incompetent towards authorities. Citizens are incompetent towards authorities. How about religion in this society? In religion or philosophy or science, this society encourages what we call relativism. In religion or philosophy, this is number 9. Relativism is promoted. In religion or in philosophy or in science, relativism is promoted. But here, there is belief in ultimate theories. In religion, in philosophy, and in science, there is belief in ultimate truths. Belief in ultimate truth or absolute truth or grand theories. So by looking at this distinction, you can tell the kind of the culture you live in, wherever you are, the country culture, based on uncertainty avoidance. So these are 9 differences that we've studied in our today's lesson. We can now move on to study the third element, masculinity versus femininity. This is the third element according to Hofstede cultural dimensions. Now, masculinity is the opposite of femininity, and it is, or I can say that according to this dimension, cultural dimension, it was revealed that is after Hofstede carried out his studies, it was revealed that women's values differ less among societies than men's values. And men's values from one country to another contain a dimension from very assertive and competitive and maximally different from women's values on the one hand, to modest and caring and similar to women's values on the other hand. So the assertive pole has been called masculine, and the modest and caring pole has been termed as feminine. So the women in feminine countries have the same modest, same caring values as the men. Whereas in the masculine countries, they are somewhat assertive and competitive, but not as much as the men. So that these countries show a gap between men's values and women's values. And it should be noted that in masculine cultures, there is often a taboo around such dimensions. So we are going to look at the masculinity versus femininity dimension, and by looking at that dimension you can tell your country culture based on this dimension. So I'm going to have masculinity on the one hand and femininity on the other hand. So we are going to highlight the differences between the two societies. Differences between masculinity and femininity societies. Now, under number one, the first difference between masculinity and femininity societies is that under femininity society, there is a minimum emotional and social role differentiation between the genders. Minimum emotional and social role differentiation between the genders. Minimum emotional and social role between social role differentiation. Social role differentiation. Minimum emotional differentiation between the genders. Here we have maximum emotional and social role differentiation between the genders. There is maximum emotional and social role differentiation between the genders. That's the first distinction. The second distinction is that under femininity society, men and women should be modest. Men and women should be modest and caring. Men and women in femininity society should be modest and caring. Modest and caring. But under masculinity society, men should be assertive. All right? Men and women. Or let me say, men should be, men should be, the men should be, and women, the men should be, and women, men should be assertive, but women may also be assertive and ambitious. Men should be, and women may be assertive and ambitious. In a masculinity society, you will find some women being very assertive, some women being very ambitious. But in a femininity society, men and women should be modest and caring. There is no assertion of both gender in the femininity society. The third difference is that there is balance between family and work. In a femininity society, you will find spouses balancing between family and work, including men. You will find men sometimes even carrying babies along the road. You will find men doing jobs that are traditionally meant for women. You will find men cooking, men washing dishes, men washing clothes, men sweeping the house, the women as well. There is balance between family and work. Attention is paid to both family and work. But under masculinity, work prevails over family. Work prevails over family. Work does what? Prevails over family. There is no balance. There is attention to working. The fourth difference is that there is sympathy for the weak in femininity society. Sympathy for the weak. Sympathy for the weak. Under femininity society, there is sympathy for the weak. The weak could be the poor, the disadvantaged, those who are fewer resources, and so on. But for masculinity, there is admiration for the strong. When you are not strong here, then no one admires you. Okay? It is seen that you are lazy and so on. The strong are admired. Here the society sympathizes with the weak. The society sympathizes with the weak. Under femininity, both fathers and mothers deal with facts and feelings. Both fathers and mothers deal with facts and feelings. Both fathers and mothers deal with facts and feelings. But here, fathers deal with facts, mothers deal with feelings. Under masculinity culture, the fathers just deal with facts. They pay very little attention to feelings of the family members and so on. It's only mothers who may have some feelings when it comes to dealing with matters at the family level. Under femininity, both boys and girls may cry. Both girls and boys may cry. All right? Girls can cry, boys can cry, but neither of them should fight. But neither of them should fight, the boys. We've talked about work, we've talked about the weak, we've talked about the fathers and the mothers. We are now addressing the boys and the girls in femininity society. Both of them may cry. The boys may cry, there's no problem in this society. Girls can cry, there's no problems, but both of them are not expected to fight. Under masculinity, girls cry, boys don't cry. Boys should not cry at all. Boys are expected to fight back, but girls should not fight back. All right? But girls should not. So under masculinity culture, it's okay for girls to cry. It's not okay for boys to cry. When boys cry, then there is a problem. In fact, when the boys feel like crying, they avoid crying because of the embarrassment that they may receive from the members of the society. So they don't cry, but they're expected to fight. Under masculinity society, it rarely happens for the boys to go to the fathers and complain that they have been beaten by their peers. No, you are expected to fight back. You don't go crying that you've been beaten by your friends. But in this society, girls should not fight. When girls fight, then they seem to be a problem. So girls should not fight here. They are not expected to fight there. That is culture. 7, mothers decide on number of children. Number of children, it means the number of children that should be raised in a family, or number of children that ought to be born. Mothers decide on number of children under femininity. But under masculinity, fathers decide number of children. Number of children. Mothers decide here, fathers decide number of children. Under femininity, many women are elected. Many women are elected in political positions. One way to know if you live in a femininity society, you'll find many women getting elected in political positions. Here, few women are elected. Meaning, most men dominate the political arena. 9, let's talk about religion. Under femininity, religion focuses on fellow human beings. Religion focuses on fellow human beings, but under masculinity, the focus is on God or gods. Religions focus God or gods. Because remember, we talked about caring under femininity, but here there's little caring. It's assertion. Religions focus on God or gods. So these are differences between masculinity and femininity societies according to F. Hofstede cultural dimensions. So we've done 3 dimensions. In our subsequent sessions, we are going to cover the other 3 dimensions. Thank you. God bless you. Bye-bye. I greet you all and welcome you to the lesson. The subject is boardroom dynamics. Today we continue with the topic culture in the boardroom, the subtopic defining board culture. What is board culture? By the end of this lesson, you should be able to define board culture. Now, board culture is defined by the unwritten rules that influence directors' interactions. Refers to the unwritten rules that influence directors' interactions. That influence directors' interactions. That influence directors' interactions as well as the directors' decisions. Board culture refers to the unwritten rules that influence directors' interactions and decisions. Okay? Now, what are these unwritten rules? These unwritten rules include mindsets, includes norms, the mindset of the directors, the norms, and these norms could be group norms. As a board, they may have group norms, the norms of the board as a group. You may have beliefs, the beliefs, the assumptions, the values, the artifacts, mindsets, group norms, beliefs, values, artifacts. Artifacts are things like the board agenda that influence the style of director discussions. So these beliefs, values, artifacts, norms, group norms, they influence the style of director discussions and also the quality of engagement. They influence the style of leadership, the style of director discussion. They also influence the quality of engagement and also trust. So that if it's a rich culture, then it will lead to quality of engagement. If it's a good culture, then there'll be trust among the directors. If the culture is good, then the quality of the discussions will be high. So a board culture refers to the unwritten rules that influence directors' interactions and discussions, which include mindsets, group norms, values, artifacts, and so on. And you see, we can also say that board culture is influenced by the style of the board chair. Board culture is also influenced by the style of board chair and the style of the CEO. Different persons or people have different leadership styles. The style that a board chair adopts will influence the board culture. The style of leadership of the CEO will also influence the board culture. The style of the board chair and the style of the CEO. And boards can vary by region. You may have some national or regional cultures, for example, having a more direct style which is well accepted, but in others, a more diplomatic approach is expected in the boardroom. So it depends on regions, on countries, and so on. Board culture. And board culture tends to be more heavily weighted in 4 main culture styles. 4 main culture styles. Culture. There are 4 main board culture styles. The first one is inquisitive. Inquisitive style. Now, boards which exhibit the inquisitive style are boards that value the exchange of ideas. These boards value the exchange of ideas, the exchange of ideas, as well as the explorations, all right? The exploration of alternatives. An inquisitive board is one that values exchange of ideas and exploration of alternatives. This is a board that will look at various alternatives to solutions to problems that may be posed at the board. They inquire into matters. Then there is the decisive board. The decisive board. These are boards focused on measurable results. Boards focused on measurable These are boards that are focused on measurable results. These are boards that are focused on driving a focused agenda and driving a focused agenda and outcomes. Boards focus on measurable results and driving a focused agenda and outcomes, or what we call outcome-oriented decisions. Outcome-oriented decisions, which in most cases are measurable. Decisive. 3, collaborative. Collaborative style. Now, these boards value consensus. These boards value consensus. These boards value consensus, and they value having a greater purpose and a greater collaborative consensus. All right. Then lastly, we have the disciplined board. Disciplined. This is another style, disciplined. Now, here the boards emphasize consistency. Boards emphasize consistency. The boards do what? They emphasize consistency. They also emphasize managing risks. They emphasize consistency. They emphasize managing of risks, and they also prioritize planning. They prioritize planning and adherence to rules. Adherence to rules or protocols. So these are 4 styles. 4 styles. Boards, cultures. The board cultures, I've said, tend to be more heavily weighted in one or any of these styles. So candidates, that will mark the end of the lesson. In this lesson, we've defined board culture. We said that board culture refers to the unwritten rules that influence directors' interactions and decisions. The unwritten rules include mindsets of the directors, the group norms, the beliefs, the values, the artifacts, which influence the style of director discussions, quality of engagement, and also trust among directors. You said board culture is also influenced by the style of board chair and the CEO. You've gone ahead to discuss the board cultures, different types of board cultures. We've said boards may take the form of an inquisitive. Board may be inquisitive, decisive. You say that inquisitive boards value the exchange of ideas and exploration of alternatives. The decisive boards are focused on measurable results and driving a focused agenda and outcome-oriented decisions. You say that the collaborative board values consensus and a greater sense of purpose. The disciplined board emphasizes consistency, managing of risks. They prioritize planning and adherence to protocols. So that's the end of the lesson. I'll give you define board culture. Thank you. God bless you. In our next lesson, we are going to study board culture dynamics. Bye-bye. Hello there. I hope you are doing well. I'm glad to welcome you to our today's learning session. We're going to study emotional intelligence as a core competence of the board. We'll first define emotional intelligence. What is emotional intelligence? Now, emotional intelligence refers to the ability to identify one's own emotions and those of others. Then, after one identifies his or her own emotions, you then harness and apply them to tasks and to regulate and manage them. In other words, emotional intelligence is the ability to correctly identify and monitor the emotions of self and others, and to use the knowledge to guide one's own thinking and behavior. Emotional intelligence describes the ability, their capacity, the skill, and the self-perceived ability to identify, to assess, and manage the emotions of oneself and those of others, including those of a group. And people who possess emotional intelligence have a high degree of resilience. People who possess a high degree of emotional intelligence know themselves very well, and they are also able to sense the emotions of others. These are individuals who are affable, they are resilient, these are individuals who are optimistic. So having board directors who possess emotional intelligence is a core competence of the board. And the most elements of every emotional intelligence can fit in a model, which we are going to discuss here on the board. Most elements of every emotional intelligence model fit within 4 general domains. They fit where? In 4 general domains. What we are going to call the competency framework. Emotional intelligence competency framework. Emotional intelligence competency framework. I said the elements fit into 3 generic domains. So I'm going to have a matrix on the board to demonstrate the 4 generic domains. So the first matrix, we have what we call self-awareness. 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 Then we have what we call social awareness. Social awareness. Awareness. This is self-awareness. Social awareness. Self-awareness, social awareness. You say that emotional intelligence describes the ability, the capacity, the skill, or the self-perceived ability to identify one's own emotions, self-awareness, and emotions of others. All right? So the first matrix, you have self-awareness, then you have social awareness. Number 3, self-management. Self-management. Then relational management or relationship management. Relationship management. Let me push this up here. Self-management. relationship management. Now, under self-management, we have what we call emotional awareness. Emotional awareness. We are going to discuss this in detail. Here we have empathy. To understand the emotions of others, you need empathy. You need organizational awareness. Then under self-management, you need what we call emotional self-control. One, emotional self-control. Emotional self-control. Number two, adaptability. Adaptability, achievement. So we have under self-management, emotional self-control, adaptability, achievement. Then 4, positive outlook. Positive outlook. We are going to look at the 4 areas in detail. Relational management, we have inspirational leadership. Inspirational leadership. Inspirational leadership or inspiring leadership. We have conflict. This is number 1. Number 2, conflict management. We can also mention influence. Influence. 3, conflict management. So we have inspiring leadership, influence, conflict management. Then lastly, teamwork or collaboration. Teamwork and collaboration. So the first 2 matrices, this one here, this matrix deals with self-awareness. This one deals with self-management. This one has to do with others. All right, social awareness. This has to do with others, relationship management. So these are the generic domains, 4 generic domains. Remember, we've defined emotional intelligence as the ability to correctly identify one's own emotions, the ability to correctly identify other emotions of others, and then to correctly monitor, to correctly use that knowledge to guide one's own thinking and behavior. So because we are social beings, we live in society, including the board. The board comprises of people. These are individuals who have emotions. As a board member, you require emotional intelligence to correctly interact with the other board members. As a board director, you need to have emotional intelligence to be able to understand the people that you'll be serving, like the management. There is an interaction between the board members and the management. The board members also interact with stakeholders like shareholders, consultants, the employees, the government officials, and so on. So emotional intelligence is a core competence of the board. It describes the ability, the capacity, and the skill to identify and assess and also manage one's own emotions and the emotions of others, emotions of yourself, emotions of others, emotions of a group. And I said earlier that people who possess high degree of emotional intelligence know themselves very well, and they are able to sense the emotions of others. These are people who can empathize. These are people who can easily avoid conflicts. These are people who can work in a team. These are people who can provide inspirational leadership and so on. So these are the 4 generic domains. 4 generic domains. These are generic domains. So candidates, let's discuss these domains. The first one is self-awareness. Now, self-awareness is the first component of emotional intelligence, and it means having a deep understanding of one's emotions, having a deep understanding of one's strengths, weaknesses, needs, drives, and so on. Do you understand? And people with strong self-awareness are neither overly critical nor unrealistically hopeful. Rather, they are honest with themselves. They are also honest with others. So people who have a high degree of self-awareness recognize how their feelings affect them, how their feelings affect other people, and their job performance. And self-awareness extends to person's understanding of his or her values and goals. In other words, someone who is highly self-aware knows where he is headed and why. So it's important to have a board comprising of directors who have a high sense of self-awareness. And self-awareness does not only look at the positive side, no. Being self-aware means you know that human nature or human beings are not perfect, including yourself. You have weakness, just as other people have weaknesses. You have strength, just as other people have strength. When you are self-awareness, you are not overly critical because you understand that people they are at different stages of development. If you have a high sense of self-awareness, you understand that human beings undergo various changes before they reach maturity. So as a person with a high sense of self-awareness, you don't criticize people when they make mistakes, because you understand that people take time to mature. People take time to understand. So that's why it's important for the members who sit on a board to cultivate self-awareness. So individuals with this competence, self-awareness, know which emotions they are feeling and why. They know which emotions they are feeling and why. There are people who may be exhibiting a certain feeling, but when you ask them why, they may not tell you. But a person who possesses this competence will know which emotions they are feeling at any given time and why they are feeling so. These individuals who have also this competence realize the link between their feelings and what they think. People who possess this competence of self-awareness realize the link between their feelings and what they think. Because we are always thinking. We are always thinking. We always think. So people with self-awareness will know why they are thinking the way they are, what they are thinking, and the emotions or the feelings behind their thinking. Or you can toss it the other way. People with this self-awareness competence understand the relationship between thought and feelings, then behavior. Okay, because behavior is preceded by feelings and thought. We think before we behave. Do you understand? They also realize or know, people with this competence know or recognize, they recognize the relationship between their thoughts or feelings and performance. They recognize how their feelings recognize how their feelings affect performance. They know how feelings affect performance. Self-awareness competence. Do you understand, candidates? We are discussing the generic domains of the emotional intelligence competency framework. People with this competence also have a guiding awareness of their values, have a guiding awareness of values or their values. They have a guiding awareness of values, of their values and goals. Values and goals. So these are very important competence that is required by every board member. Then there is self-management. Self-management. This is A, B, Self-management. Self-management. Now, self-management, also known as self-regulation, is like having an ongoing inner conversation, and it's a component of emotional intelligence that frees a person from being a prisoner of his or her feelings, or what we call biological impulses. It's an important, self-management is important to leaders due to various reasons. For example, one, people who are in control of their feelings and impulses are people who are reasonable. They're able to create an environment of trust and fairness, because politics and infighting sharply reduce productivity. And talented people flock to the organization and are not tempted to leave. Another reason is that self-regulation is important for competitive reasons. And that can be due to ambiguity and change, because we have seen companies merging, companies breaking apart regularly. So people who have mastered their emotions are able to roll with the change. So individuals with the self-management competence manage the impulse feelings and distressing emotions well. All right? They manage their feelings, their distressing emotions well. 2, they stay composed and positive in trying moments. They stay composed and positive in trying moments. Why? Because they're able to manage their emotions well. They stay composed and positive in trying moments. There are people who break down in trying moments. But people who possess this competence of self-regulation, they stay unflappable even in trying moments. 3, they think clearly, and they even stay focused under pressure. Clearly and focused under pressure. They think clearly and stay focused under pressure. Then we have individuals with adaptability competence. Adaptability competence. Adaptability competence. This is the self-regulation or emotional self-control. Emotional self-control. Adaptability competence. Now, people with adaptability competence, they smoothly handle multiple demands. Smoothly handle multiple demands. They smoothly handle multiple demands, shifting priorities, rapid change, and so on. Shifting priorities, rapid change, etc. Adaptability, they are able to adapt. Someone with adaptability competence is one who can handle multiple demands, can shift priorities, can rapidly change. They can handle rapid change. They are also flexible. Adaptability competence calls for flexibility. They are flexible in how they see events. Flexible in how they see. They are flexible in how they see events. They also adapt their responses. They adapt their responses and tactics. All right? They adapt their responses and tactics. They are flexible in their responses. They are flexible in their tactics. And that is to fit fluid circumstances. To fit fluid. To fit fluid circumstances. That is adaptability competence. Adaptability competence. Then there is achievement. Individuals with achievement competence. Achievement competence. Individuals with achievement competence. Who are these individuals? Now, these are individuals who are result-oriented. Result-oriented. Individuals who are result-oriented. They don't just work. They work so that they can meet certain goal. They are result-oriented with a high drive to meet their objectives. With high drive to meet objectives. It's not just drive, but high drive to meet their objectives, high drive to meet standards. They set challenging They set high goals, they set challenging goals, and take calculated risks. They set challenging goals, they also take calculated risks. They take calculated risk. Number 3, they pursue information to reduce uncertainty. These are individuals who pursue information in order to reduce uncertainty, and they also find ways to do better. Lastly, they learn how to improve performance. They learn how to improve their performance. These are individuals with achievement competence. Then you have individuals with positive outlook. Individuals with positive outlook. Individuals with positive outlook. Let me have it here. Positive outlook. Individuals with positive outlook. Now, individuals with positive outlook may also be referred to as optimism competence. Optimism competence. These are individuals who persist in seeking goals despite obstacles. They seek goals in spite of obstacles. They seek goals in spite of obstacles. They are not hindered in pursuing their goals, whether there are obstacles or not. They persist in seeking goals despite obstacles, despite setbacks. Individuals with positive outlook also operate from hope of success. They operate from hope of success. They operate from hope of success. They operate from hope of success rather than fear of failure. They operate from hope of success rather than a fear of failure. Then these individuals also see setbacks as when they are faced with setbacks, when they are faced with obstacles, they see the setbacks as due to manageable circumstances. Do you understand? When they are faced with obstacles, they look at the obstacles as circumstances that can be managed, manageable circumstances, rather than personal flaw. Do you understand? They see obstacles as manageable circumstances rather than personal flaw. I hope you relate with what I'm talking about. There are people, when they are faced with the circumstances, they easily give up. They may give excuses like that I have no required training, or I was not born to do this task, or people give excuses that is not the will of God. They may say that I'm not up to the task. They may say people are not perfect. So when they are faced with setbacks, with obstacles, they easily give up on such flimsy excuses. But individuals with positive outlook see setbacks as due to circumstances that can be managed rather than personal flaw. These are people who believe that all things are possible. They interpret the obstacle as one that can be overcome or managed. So these are individuals with positive outlook. Individuals with positive outlook. We have described the competencies, emotional self-control competencies, adaptability competencies, achievement competencies. Then there is positive outlook. Positive outlook. We are moving to social awareness. Social awareness. Social awareness. And here we have empathy. Empathy. Empathy means a leader thoughtfully considering employees' feelings along with other factors in the process of making intelligent decisions. And empathy, candidates, today is particularly important as a component of leadership for various reasons. One being the increase or increasing use of teams. A leader needs to have this competency called empathy, because in our today's society, there is increase of use of teams. And a team leader must be able to sense and understand the viewpoints of the team members. A team leader must be able to sense and understand the viewpoints of everyone around the table. That's the first reason why a leader today must have empathy competence. Another reason is the rapid pace of globalization. We have cross-cultural dialogue that can easily lead to misunderstandings. So empathy can be an antidote to such misunderstandings, because people who have it may not understand body language and so on. They may understand. People who have empathy, leaders who have empathy, will be able to have understanding. Because I've said, due to globalization, we have cross-cultural dialogue that can easily lead to miscues or can lead to misunderstanding. So a leader who has empathy can easily understand other people, because they can hear messages. When you have empathy, you can hear messages beneath the spoken word. And beyond that, such leaders have a deep understanding of both the existence and the importance of cultural and ethnic differences. Another reason why a leader ought to have this competency is in order to retain talent, the growing need to retain talent. So that is empathy competence. So in our today's culture, learners, empathy is critical in order to retain talent. Leaders today need empathy in order to not only develop but also keep good people, talented people. But we know stakes are higher nowadays, because when good people leave the organization, when a good director leaves an organization, they take the company knowledge with them. And retraining others to fill in their shoes can be very costly. So leaders with empathy do more than just sympathize with people around them. They use their knowledge to improve their companies in many ways. So we want to highlight the qualities or competencies of people with empathy. Individuals with empathy competence. Empathy competence. Hello candidates, and welcome to the study of the subject communication skills. In our today's session, I will take you through a new topic which is known as oral communication. Under this topic, we will cover the following areas. Number 1, meaning of oral communication. Number 2, importance of oral communication. Number 3, types of oral communication. Number 4, effective listening. Number 5, we will cover interviews. And lastly, persuasive communication. These are areas that we intend to cover as we go through the topic oral communication. So firstly, candidates, will define oral communication. Oral communication, what do we mean by oral communication? Oral communication, candidates, is simply communicating with spoken words. Oral communication means communicating using spoken words. Oral communication means communicating using spoken words. It's a verbal form of communicating where we communicate our thoughts, we communicate our ideas, we share information using spoken words. The same thing I'm just doing right now. I'm talking to you. I'm using words to communicate. And candidates, in oral communication, the two or more parties communicate with each other with use of words. Okay? And oral communication may take various forms. For example, it can take place through interviews, meetings, face-to-face, public address, oral presentations, telephone calls, and so on. So that's the meaning of oral communication. Now we'll move to discuss the importance or advantages of oral communication. Importance of oral communication. Why would one prefer oral communication to other forms of communication, like maybe written communication and so on? The first reason is related or in relation to speed. Speed. Now, candidates, once you make contact with the evidence, when the communicator makes contact with the audience, there is no time lag between the transmission and the reception of the message, as opposed to other forms of communication where there could be a time lag. In oral communication, there is no time lag between the transmission and the reception of information. The second reason is that the speaker is able to get personal attention of the listener. Personal attention. The communicator can easily do what? Get what we call personal attention of the listener. And candidates, we know that you may spend hours, for example, drafting memorandum. You may spend hours drafting letters, you may spend hours drafting reports, only to have the recipient to scan it at a later date. But with oral communication, the communicator, the one who communicates, is in a position to get personal attention of the listener. The next reason is in relation to time. Time. Oral communication saves time, and where action is required to be taken immediately, then oral communication is preferred. It's advisable to communicate orally. There is saving in terms of time. Then there is also savings in money. Money saving, the cost of oral communication may be cheaper than these other forms of communication. At one time, you may communicate with more than one person. Okay? If you are communicating orally, it is possible to communicate to many people at the same time. And that saves money. That saves money. So that is money saving, or savings in terms of resources. Then number 5, allows instantaneous feedback. For example, when you speak directly to one or more listeners, you can respond to questions as soon as they arise. You can revise quickly if you have used the wrong words, and you can apologize if you have offended anyone, and give clarification where what you are saying is not well understood. All right? Oral communication allows instantaneous feedback. Instantaneous feedback. So these are some of the reasons why oral communication may be referred to other forms of communication. These are not the only reasons. There are various reasons apart from the ones that I've given. You can read more of these reasons from our textbooks. Okay? And that will mark the end of our today's lesson, where I've just introduced the topic oral communication. I've defined oral communication as communicating using spoken words. It is as simple as that. I've outlined 5 reasons why oral communication is important. As we close the lesson, I'll give you one assignment. Question number 1, define oral communication. Question number 2, explain the importance of oral communication. Thank you for attending our today's session. In our next class, we're going to study types of oral communication. Thank you. God bless you. Bye-bye. Greetings, candidates. Welcome to the study of the subject leadership and management. And in my hand, I have the Kasneb syllabus that was released in 2021. 2021 Kasneb revised syllabus for paper number 13, leadership and management. This paper was renamed from strategy, governance and ethics. And in our today's lesson, I'm going to do an adumbration of this subject. The unit description is as follows. The syllabus reads that this paper is intended to equip the candidate with knowledge, skills, and attitudes that will enable him or her to apply and demonstrate leadership and management skills to grow an enterprise under various circumstances and environments, including under uncertainties.
That is the main objective of studying leadership and management. It is to equip the candidate with knowledge, skills, and attitudes that will go a long way to enable the candidate apply and demonstrate leadership and management skills in order to grow an enterprise under various circumstances, various environments, including uncertain environments. The syllabus also lists 5 learning outcomes. A candidate who passes this paper should be able to, number 1, demonstrate an understanding of leadership techniques and management principles. Leadership techniques and management principles. Number 2, apply knowledge of leadership and management theories in organizations. Number 3, effectively undertake management functions. Number 4, make rational management decisions in an organizational context. Then lastly, embrace and manage strategic change. These are 5 learning outcomes. Now, candidates, the content is organized in 12 topics. 12 topics. The first one is Introduction to Management. Number 2, Evolution and Development of Management Thought. Number 3, Leading as a Function of Management. Number 4, Other Functions of Management. Number 5, Environmental Analysis. Number 6, Leadership Approaches and Strategy. Number 7, Decision Making. 8, Enterprise Management. 9, Project Management. 10, Marketing Management. 11, Leadership and Strategic Change. Then lastly, Case Studies in Leadership and Management. Case Studies in Leadership and Management. These are 12 topics. 12 topics. And candidates will be covering each topic at a time. Each topic at a time. For example, the first topic, Introduction to Management, we will study the nature of management, importance of management, levels of management, multidisciplinary nature of management, roles of management as advocated by Henry Mitzbach, the changing roles of managers and management, qualities of an effective manager, management and administration. These are the subtopics under the first topics. Then in topic 2, there are 3 categories of evolution and development of management thought. Is organized in 3 subsections. Number 1 is the classical approaches to management. Number 2, behavioral management approach. Then modern management theories. The third topic, leading as a function of management, will study differences between management and leadership. We'll study attributes and skills of a good leader. We look at the delegation, responsibility, and accountability. Then we will cover power, authority, and accountability. In topic number 4, which is known as other functions of management, we will discuss the planning function, the organizing function, the staffing function, and the controlling function. Topic number 5, which is environmental analysis, we are expected to cover microenvironment, macroenvironment, internal environment, external environment, and tools of environmental analysis. Then in topic number 6, leadership approaches and strategy, we look at the leadership traits, leadership styles, leadership skills, formulation of an organization's strategic direction, differences between transactional leadership and transformational leadership, conflict resolution mechanisms, then ethics in leadership. In topic number 7, we'll discuss the importance of decision-making models, types of decisions, decision-making process, problem-solving skills, decision-making under different conditions, challenges in decision-making, effective, and lastly, effective decision-making. In topic number 8, we are expected to study the meaning and concept of entrepreneurship, entrepreneur development, enhancing creativity and innovation in organizations, methods of generating ideas, introduction to business plan, protection of intellectual properties. That is the last subtopic in the study of enterprise management, protection of intellectual properties. In topic number 9, candidates are expected to cover number 1, project management concepts. Number 2, characteristics of a project. Number 3, importance of projects. Number 4, features of projects and baseline surveys. Number 5, illustration of the project life cycle. Number 6, project planning and organizing. Number 7, project resources and costing. Then lastly, number 8, project completion and evaluation. In topic number 10, known as marketing management, we will discuss the meaning and importance of marketing. We will look at the marketing management orientation and or philosophies. We study the marketing mix. We'll discuss the development of marketing information. Number 5 is the marketing strategies. Then we have marketing research and intelligence. And lastly, international marketing and e-commerce. Topic number 11, leadership and strategic change. We will consider the meaning of change, theories of change, types of organizational change, managing resistance to change, the organizing the change context, levers for strategic change, methods of introducing strategic change, problems of formal change programs, leading change is the last subtopic under leadership and strategic change. Then lastly, there is a case studies in leadership and management. Case studies, we will discuss or look at different case studies in leadership and management. So candidates, these are the areas that you are expected to study in your endeavor to gain knowledge, skills, and attitudes that will enable you to apply and demonstrate leadership and management skills to grow an enterprise. And that should be done under various circumstances. You're expected to manage an enterprise under various circumstances and environments, including uncertain environments. So I hope, candidates, you will be joining us in all the lessons. We are going to cover each and every aspect of this syllabus. It is expected that as we go through this syllabus, when you join these classes, make sure you take down notes. If you have questions, you are free to post your questions. Below this syllabus, there is a comment section where you can ask questions. Make sure you also practice active recall. Carry out continuous revision. Over and above the video lectures, we have also developed the study materials, study texts, and revision books based on the revised syllabus that was promulgated in the year 2021. The books are updated and they cover all these areas that we've mentioned. So make sure you study ahead. Study ahead. Always study ahead. Make sure you familiarize yourself with the various aspects of the syllabus And as we progress with this coverage of this syllabus, make sure you always go back, answer questions, past paper questions, because some of the topics in leadership and management were retained, because I remember I said that this subject, leadership and management, was just renamed. In the old syllabus, the paper was known as strategy, governance, and ethics. There are certain topics that were maintained, like the first one, introduction to management. There is a topic on evolution and development of management thought. Other functions of management were also retained, like the planning function. We covered it in the previous syllabus, organizing function, the staffing function, controlling function, and even leadership approaches and strategy. These are some of the topics that were retained in this current syllabus. All right. The only new topics that were introduced here I can see is enterprise management. Some subtopics are enterprise management. Project management is also a new topic, including marketing management. Though candidates in the old syllabus, when some of us were studying this course, we studied project management and marketing management. These topics have been reintroduced in the syllabus. So you can see, candidates, we have past paper questions from these areas that I've mentioned. So as we progress, make sure you revise, look at the past paper questions from our revision partners. Check our revision partner. We have past paper questions with solutions. So as we progress with the coverage of this syllabus, make sure you carry out continuous revision. Don't wait at the last minute in order to revise. No. Continue revising. When, for example, when you are done with topic number 1, go to the revision books, look at the questions that have been tested in the past under this topic, because in the revision books, we have organized the questions topically. So it's very easy for you to locate questions based on the topic that have been that we are covering in the subject leadership and management. So candidates, thank you for choosing to study with the Manifesto Publishers. We endeavor, we plan, we are ready to help you gain the required skills, the required attitudes and knowledge that will enable you meet the objectives that I read here. Remember, by the end of this training, number 1, the syllabus states that you should be able to demonstrate an understanding of leadership techniques and management principles. Number 2, you should be able to apply knowledge of leadership and management theories in organizations. Number 3, you are expected to effectively undertake management functions. Number 4, a student or candidate who passes this paper should be able to make rational management decisions in an organizational context. Then lastly, you are expected to embrace and manage strategic change. It's not just about knowing the principles or memorizing a few concepts. No, at the end of the training, it is envisaged that you should embrace and manage strategic change among the other objectives that I have read. So that is our intention. That is our purpose, to equip you with the knowledge, with skills and attitudes that will enable you to apply and demonstrate leadership and management skills that will enable you to grow an enterprise under various environments or circumstances, including environments and circumstances that are uncertain. So you can see, candidates, the training is not limited to you passing the exam. The skills that you gain here should enable you to demonstrate, to practice, to manage, to apply, to embrace, to make rational management decisions in an organizational context. So thank you one more time, and hope to see you as we continue studying leadership and management. Bye-bye. Greetings and welcome back to the lesson. We will proceed with the topic financing decision. In today's session, we're going to study the subtopic evaluation of financing options. At a later time, we will study the techniques that can be used in capital budgeting, but at the moment, we will do the study the factors that need to be considered when recommending a financing method. Evaluation of financing options. So candidates, the objective of today's lesson is that by the end of this lesson, you should be able to discuss the factors that should be considered when recommending a financing method. What are some of the factors that the finance manager should take into account when recommending a financing method? What are the factors? The first obvious factor is, let me put down the preamble, factors to be considered. Factors to be considered when recommending a financing method. The first factor is that one of cost. Cost. When recommending a financing method, the finance manager ought to consider the cost, because you know that different types of or sources of finance come with a cost. If a company is obtain debt, then there is a cost that will be incurred. If a company is to obtain, say, equity capital, then there is a cost attached to equity capital. So when recommending a financing method, it's important to consider the cost. And the cost that is favorable, the cost that is affordable, should be the one that the finance manager should consider. We all know generally that debt finance is cheaper than equity finance. And so if the company has the capacity to take more debt, then that could be a cost advantage. So if obtaining debt finance is cheaper than obtaining equity capital, then it's important, or the finance manager can go for debt equity. So cost is a factor that ought to be considered when recommending a financing option. The second factor is cash flows. Cash flows. Now, I just mentioned that generally debt finance could be cheaper than equity finance. And while debt finance is cheaper than equity finance, it places on the company the obligation to pay out cash flows in form of interest. If a company is to obtain debt, say a bank loan, then there will be an obligation for the company to service the loan through payment of interest on periodic basis. And failure to pay interest, failure to do what? To pay interest can result in an action
that can lead to the winding up of a company. And therefore, consideration should be given to the ability of the company to generate cash. And if the company is currently, say, generating cash, then it could be able to pay interest, and debt finance could be a good choice. But if the company is currently using cash for meeting maybe the short-term obligations, then it's not advisable to consider debt finance. All right? The company could be generating cash, yes, but that cash could be needed to pay for the day-to-day expenses. So the company should not go for the debt finance because of the unavailability of cash to pay interest on periodic basis. The third factor to consider is risk. Now, candidates, the directors of a company must control what we call the total risk of the company, and they should ensure that they keep it at a level where the shareholders and other stakeholders are comfortable or content. The total risk, we know, candidates, is made up of the financial risk and the business risk. Total risk is equal to finance risk plus business risk. And therefore, if it is clear, if it is clear that the business risk is going to rise, for example, because the company is diversifying into riskier areas, so because the operating gearing is increasing, then the company may seek to reduce its finance risk, its financial risk. If a company is considering investing in risky projects, that could increase what we call the business risk. All right. Now, if business risk is likely to increase, then the company should ensure that it lowers its financial risk. I've given an example of a scenario that can lead to increase in business risks. That is, if a company is investing in new areas that it has not operated before, then there is risk that the company may not succeed. There is that risk of failure. If a company is venturing in riskier projects, then that could increase the business risk. And if the business risk is increasing, then the company should seek to reduce financial risk. Financial risk may be caused by, say, obtaining debt finance, which we've just mentioned here, the cost. All right, financial risk, it will be the risk that can result as a consequence or an impact of increasing the gearing level. Increasing what? The gearing level. So when evaluating financing decisions, risk is a factor that ought to be considered. The fourth factor, number 4, security and covenants. Security and covenants. Security and covenants is another factor to consider. Now, for example, candidates, if debt is to be raised, security or collateral may be required. And from the data given, it should be possible to establish whether a suitable security may be available. So if a company is to seek debt, In most of the cases, the providers of debt may require the company to have to furnish it with the security or collateral, like the fixed assets, non-current assets, and such like. So a company that does not have access to assets, then that company may not qualify to obtain debt finance. So you can see how security is a factor that ought to be considered. We also have covenants or agreements. Covenants such as those that impose an obligation on the company to maintain a certain liquidity level may be required by debt providers, and directors must consider if they will be willing to live with the covenants or agreements prior to taking the debt. So the providers of debt may require a company to maintain a certain level of liquidity, and that may be contained in an agreement which a company may be required to sign. So the company ought to evaluate whether it will be able to maintain a certain level of liquidity. So when obtaining, when evaluating financing options, it's important to consider the possible covenants. Another obvious factor is availability of finance. Availability. Now, candidates, the likely availability of finance must also be considered when recommending a suitable financing option or a suitable financing source. For example, a small or a medium-sized company requires more equity. All right? It requires what? More equity. So it's important to suggest potential sources such as the venture capitalists or the business angels and so on. Company that is young, that is growing, may require equity. So if it requires equity, then is that equity available? And if it's available, where will it be obtained? What will be the source of equity? So availability of a source of capital is also a factor to consider when recommending a financing option. Availability of capital. Does the company have access to venture capitalists? Does it have access to business angels? And furthermore, if the recent or the forecast financial performance of a company is poor, then investors are likely to be worried about investing their finances in such a company. Availability of source of finance. Number 6, the sixth factor to be considered is the maturity. Maturity. What do I mean by maturity? Candidates, the basic rule is that the term of finance should match the term of the need, what we call the matching principle. The matching principle. Now, if, say, a loan is required to finance the activities of a company for, say, 3 years, all right, 3 years, then the maturity of this loan should be at least 3 years. This loan should mature in 3 years. That is the basic rule. And therefore, a short-term short-term project should be financed with the short-term source of finance. If it is a short-term project that the company is seeking to finance, then the maturity period of that source of finance should be at least 3 years, should match. All right, the period of the project should be matched with the maturity of the source of finance. If the project is short-term, but other short-term opportunities are expected to arise in future, then it's important to use the long-term source of finance. It could be 3 years, but there are other needs that ought to be met in 3 years. So that in such a case, then the period should not be matched. It's supposed to be at least more than 3 years, say 5 years, because of the competing need for capital. Number 7, control. Control is another important factor that financial managers consider when evaluating financing decisions. For example, if debt is raised, then there will be no change in control if debt is raised. But if equity is raised, control may change. By control here, I'm referring to ownership. Companies are controlled by what we call ownership. A shareholder that holds more equity, then we can say that shareholder has a larger control of the company. So where we have said 10 shareholders, and the company seeks to obtain equity finance, then that means that more shareholders will be brought on board. If 30 shareholders are brought on board, then you can see these 10 original shareholders will lose their control. All right, that means that the company will now be controlled by 40 shareholders. In such a case, we say that control has been diluted. So control or dilution of control is a factor to consider when evaluating financing decisions. Control. We can discuss many other factors. These are 7 factors. We have other factors like costs and ease of issue. Ease of issue. Ease of issue. Ease of issue. How easy is it to issue shares, for example? We know that generally debt finance is cheaper and easier to raise than equity. You are talking about of ease. How easy is it to raise equity? How easy is it to raise debt? And therefore, if a company is in urgent need of finances, then it may be easier to go for debt finance because it is easier to raise a capital through debt. So the company will often raise debt rather than equity because it is easier and it may be less costly. And raising equity, we know, is often difficult. It may be time consuming. It may also be costly. So candidates, these are 8 factors to consider when recommending a financing method. And that effectively brings the lesson to an end. I'll give you one question. Explain 7 factors to be considered when recommending a financing method. That will be your assignment. Thank you. I hope to meet you in our next session. God bless you. Goodbye. Welcome candidates to our today's financial management learning session. We are still on the topic valuation models. In our today's lesson, we are going to cover mutual funds. Mutual funds. So at the end of this lesson, you should be able to define what is a mutual fund. You should be able to mention the composition of a mutual fund. You should be able to also discuss the advantages of investing in a mutual fund, and you should also be able to value a mutual fund. So that is what we will cover in our today's lesson. The topic is valuation models, and our attention will be on mutual fund. Mutual fund. First, we will define what is a mutual fund. Now, by definition, a mutual fund is defined as a fund established in form of a unit trust to raise money through sale of units to the public, or shares to the public or a group of members of a public group of members of the public under one or more schemes, for investing in securities, or stocks, including the money market instruments. These are instruments that are traded in the secondary market. These are instruments that are traded in the money market. These are short-term marketable securities. Whose maturity period is less than 1 year. So including the money market instruments, we may also have real estate. That is real estate assets. So a mutual fund is a fund established in the form of a unit trust, and the purpose is to raise money from the members of the public or a group of members of the public through sale of what we are calling units, and under one, this may be under one or more schemes, and the purpose is to raise money for investment in securities, which may include the money market securities or money market instruments and real estate assets. Real estate assets. Real estate assets. Another point worth noting, candidates, is that a mutual fund, is a financial intermediary, that pools the savings of investors, for collective investment, in diversified portfolio, diversified portfolio of securities. A portfolio is a set of investments. So when we talk of portfolio of securities, here we are talking about a group of securities. So it is a financial intermediary, all right, that pools the savings of investors for collective investment in diversified portfolio. So when we say an intermediary, it means that a mutual fund comes in between investors. We have investors on one side, then in between investors and the securities exchange, we have the mutual fund. We have the mutual fund. So mutual fund pools savings of investors. These investors, they buy units from the fund. It's like shares. So investors' resources are pooled in a mutual fund, which then invests this money in a portfolio of securities. So the mutual fund is a financial intermediary, because the resources that are pooled here from the investors are then invested in the financial market, and is what we are calling collective investment. So this is collective investment. Many investors, all the resources are invested in either money market instruments or real estate assets. So that is what we mean by financial intermediary. I hope you are following the discussion. All right, following the discussion, we are defining a mutual fund. Mutual. See here, we are talking of collective. All right. This money that is collected is invested in portfolio of securities, which then is collectively shared, and we shall see how to value the mutual fund. We will see that the funds are distributed, the returns are distributed to these investors. We'll be looking at that in a short while. So, a fund. Now, another point, we've talked about investing. Then we need to talk something about the return, the returns. How are the returns distributed? Another point, learners, to note is that a fund is mutual. A fund is mutual as its returns minus its expenses. Its return minus its expenses is shared among the investors. It's shared among the investors. A fund is mutual, okay, is mutual as its returns minus its expenses is shared among the investors. So candidates, when I say a fund is mutual, I mean a fund is shared. It may also mean a fund is held in common. A fund is held in common. Investors pool their resources in one fund, okay. Investors pool their resources in one fund by buying the units. When the funds are held in this pool, then all the funds are shared, and the returns that are to be earned from investment of these funds in securities, the returns minus the expenses are shared among the investors, So that's the meaning of mutual. Now, the mutual fund, another last important point here, a mutual fund may consist of one, management of venture capital, two, management of money market instruments. Money market instruments may also consist of number 3, management of real asset services. Then number 4, a mutual fund may also consist of number 4, management of offshore funds. So a mutual fund may consist of these four. All right. Now, having understood what a mutual fund is, we have defined what a mutual fund is, we have seen the composition, what a mutual fund may consist. Let us now highlight the advantages that may accrue or benefits that may accrue to an investor by investing in a mutual fund. Benefits. What are the benefits of investing in mutual funds? Benefits of investing in a mutual fund. Benefit number one is in relation to convenience. Convenience. These are benefits that may accrue to an investor. Okay, we are discussing the benefits from the point of view of an investor. Convenience. Now, investing in mutual funds saves time and makes investment easy for the investor, because you see everything is done by the fund. The investor is only required to buy the units from the mutual fund. The other bit on identifying which is the best security to invest in, the most profitable security or real estate assets, that one is left to the mutual fund to do on behalf of the investor. So it's convenient, it saves time and makes investment easy. Number two is in relation to the transaction costs. There is reduction in transaction costs because of what we call economies of scale. The economies of scale that arise as a result of heavy investment by the fund, these economies, the benefits are passed on to the investor because the fund invests big time, all right? Does not buy one share. It invests big time, and you know the economies of large-scale dealings. So the benefits are passed on to the investor. So there is number two, reduction in transaction costs. Reduction in transaction costs. So how do you explain this? Relatively, there is it's less expensive as the benefits of economies of scale are passed on to the investor. The economies of scale is passed on to the investor because of reduction in transaction costs. Number three, the third advantage is liquidity. In relation to liquidity. Now, liquidity, investors can say investors of management funds, that is a mutual fund, investing in mutual funds, investors in mutual fund can easily or can encash can encash their investments, can encash their investments, can encash their investments by selling their units, to the fund, by selling the units to the fund if it is an open-ended fund. It can sell. If you have invested in a mutual fund, then you can easily sell your units to the fund, but there's a condition: if that fund is open-ended. But if it is closed-ended, then the investor will sell the units to the securities through the securities exchange. So we can write if it is open-ended, is an open-ended fund, or to the securities exchange if it is a close-ended fund. If it is a close-ended fund, then the investor can sell the unit to the securities exchange, through the securities exchange. That is advantage, the third advantage that can accrue to an investor for investing in a mutual fund. Let us add another advantage, number 4. Number 4 is in relation to portfolio diversification. Portfolio diversification. What does that mean? Portfolio diversification. Now, mutual funds invest in a number of companies across industries and sectors. All right, portfolio diversification. When investors invest their money in a mutual fund, this mutual fund does not invest in one company. This mutual fund invests in different companies, cutting across different industries and sectors. And because of that, there is a reduction in risk. All right, this leads to, you can say, which leads to reduction of riskness of the investments. So the mutual funds invest in different industries, different sectors, so that where one sector goes down, right, or there is kind of recession in one industry, then the investors will, the investments will not be at risk, because the fund has also invested in different companies in different industries where there is growth. All right, so these are 4 advantages, but let us make it 5. Let's have 5 benefits. This last one is in relation to transparency. Now, candidates, mutual funds transparently declare their portfolio every month. Mutual funds transparently declare their portfolio every month. So how is this an advantage or a benefit to an investor? Now, if the mutual fund declares the portfolio every month, then the investor knows where his or her money is deployed. And if the investor is not happy on the way his money or her money is deployed, then the investor can easily withdraw his investment or her investment on a short notice. That's an advantage. Can simply withdraw his investments on a short notice. And that is only possible because a mutual fund transparently declares its portfolio at the end of every month. So that is an advantage that can accrue to one who invests in a mutual fund. So these are how many benefits? Number 1, convenience. Number 2, reduced transaction costs. Number 3, liquidity. Number 4, portfolio diversification. Number 5, transparency. So those are benefits. Now, candidates will now move on to demonstrate how to value a mutual fund. Valuation of a mutual fund. I'm going to do it this side. Valuation of a mutual fund. Valuation of a mutual fund. There are many methods which can be used to value a mutual fund. One of the main methods which we are going to discuss here is the net asset valuation method. 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 NAV. Okay. Net asset. That name, even before I explain, I know you already have a clue of how to value a mutual fund using the NAV method. NAV method. NAV is the market value, of the assets, minus all liabilities, at the NAV date, up to the date you are carrying out the valuation. Okay, the NAV, the net asset value of a portfolio is equal to the market value of the assets minus liabilities. Assets minus liabilities gives you net assets. That's where we get the word net. This net is the difference between the assets and liabilities. Assets and liabilities. You can have this other point. It is the amount the shareholders, it's the amount the shareholders will get if the fund is liquidated or dissolved. It is that simple. If you are to carry out liquidation or dissolution, then all the liabilities will be paid out of the assets. So what remains is what will be shared among the shareholders. So it is what the shareholders will get after all liabilities have been paid. Now, NAV over unit. I said a unit is like a share. NAV of a unit, the NAV of a unit, candidates, will be equal to the NAV of the fund, the net asset value of the fund, divided by the number of units outstanding. Number of outstanding units. That's how to value a unit. You get the NAV of the whole fund divided by the number of units. NAV can also be equal to the market price of securities, plus other assets minus total liabilities divide. When we deduct total liabilities, we get net, right? Net asset value, net. We get the net. Then we divide by number of outstanding units. Number of outstanding units at NAV date. You can also value NAV as follows. NAV can also be equal to the net assets of the scheme, divided by number of outstanding units. NAV can also be equal to the net assets of the scheme divided by the number of outstanding units. You can also value NAV. As follows. NAV can also be equal to the market value of investments. Plus receivables plus accrued, not accrued but prepaid. You cannot accrued income. Accrued income is an asset, plus other assets minus total liabilities which can be accrued expenses minus payables minus payables minus payables minus other liabilities minus other liabilities divide by number of outstanding units at the NAV date. Just the same thing. Here we've expanded the assets and liabilities. Assets can be the market value of investments, the receivables, the accrued income, other assets minus accrued expenses, payables, and other liabilities. So this is simply the total assets minus total liabilities, which gives you the net assets. Then we divide by the number of outstanding units at the NAV date, the date you are carrying out the valuation. So candidates, we've come to the end of today's lesson, where our main focus was on mutual fund. We've defined a mutual fund. We have seen the composition of a mutual fund. We have discussed the benefits of a mutual fund, and have demonstrated how a mutual fund can be valued using the net asset valuation method. Thank you, and God bless you. Greetings to you all, and welcome to the lesson. The subject is financial management. During the last lesson, I introduced the new chapter on financing decision, and we began by studying the nature and objectives of financing decision. During that lesson, we said that the nature of financial decisions varies from one firm to the other. We said that it may also be different for the same firm over a period of time. And the reason being that the nature of financial decisions is influenced by the prevailing microeconomic and macroeconomic conditions. We went further to study 5 microeconomic conditions. 5 microeconomic conditions. Microeconomic conditions. We discussed 5 microeconomic conditions, beginning with the nature and size of a firm, nature and size of a firm. We discussed how the nature of a firm influences the financing decision. We also discussed how the size of a firm can influence the financing decision. During that lesson, we also discussed how the level of risk and earnings. We discussed how the level of risk and earnings may influence the financing decision of a firm. The other factor is liquidity position. By now, candidates, you know how liquidity position of a firm can influence the financing decision of a firm. Number 4, asset structure. The asset structure and what we called the ownership, the pattern of ownership and pattern of ownership. Then lastly, we studied how the attitude of management, attitude of
management can affect the financing decision of a firm. These are 5 microeconomic factors or conditions. That's what we covered in our last lesson. In today's lesson, I want us to now focus our attention on the macroeconomic conditions. Macroeconomic conditions. Macroeconomic factors or conditions. These are conditions that may influence financing decision of a firm. The macroeconomic conditions, candidates, are the factors that are beyond the control of the management. These are environmental factors that are beyond the control of the firm's management. Unlike the microeconomic conditions, which we said, these are factors that are internal to the organization. These are factors that can be influenced or they can be controlled by the management. On the other hand, macroeconomic conditions, these are conditions or factors beyond the control of the firm's management. They are beyond control. They are external factors. All right? An example is, say, the state of the economy. One factor is the state of the economy. The state of the economy. The state of the economy. How can the state of the economy influence the financing decision of a firm? Remember, we are discussing the macroeconomic factors that have an impact on the financing decision of the firm. Now, candidates, we know that the state of the economy changes from time to time. And therefore, the financing or the financial decisions of a firm should also conform to such changes. The economy changes from time to time. And if the economy changes from time to time, that means that the financing decisions that are made by a company will have to change in order to conform to the changes in the external environment. For example, when the economy is growing or it is proceeding towards recovery, the finance manager should be eager to avail investment opportunities. But when the economy is facing a slump, then the finance manager should proceed with care. When the economy is on a downtrend, then that means the finance manager should shy away from investing in new projects. So this economy could be recovering or growing. Economy can also be slowing down, what we are calling a slump. So those two economic conditions, the state of the economy, can affect the financing decisions of a company. All right? And candidates, when the economy is facing a slump, it would not be advisable to go for an expansion program, because an expansion program would call for sourcing of financing, say, from debt. So when the economy is not doing well, when the economy is on a downtrend, then the finance manager should avoid investing in new projects. The finance manager should do what? Should shy away. The finance manager should avoid expansion programs. Okay? State of economy. Now, on the other hand, candidates, when the economy is experiencing an uptrend, an uptrend, then the finance manager can opt for trading on, say, equity. Why? Because larger profits are assured. When the economy is doing well, then the finance manager can choose in raising capital through equity, because the profits in such an economic state of affairs, profits are assured. But in terms of downtrend, then the stress should be on internal financing. When the economy is in a slump, then it's not advisable to seek financing from external sources, because internal sources of capital are cheaper than the external sources. So when the economy is, a company is operating in bad times, okay, in times of downtrend, then the stress should be on internal financing. And again, candidates, during an uptrend, during what? During an uptrend, higher dividends can be declared. Higher dividends can be declared. But during a downtrend, then a conservation of cash is necessary. And therefore, strict dividend policy should be followed. Do you understand? Do you understand, candidates, how the state of the economy can affect financing decisions? I'm saying here that during uptrend, the company may make profits. The company can generate profits, and profits we know are can be used to pay dividends. So during uptrend, then the company will not, when the economy is doing well, then that means that the company can declare dividends. But when the economy is not doing well, the company should, instead of paying dividends, the company should have what we call a conservative dividend policy. A conservative dividend policy is where now a company shies away or fails to declare dividends. Instead, the earnings are used to finance the company's internal projects. So the state of economy, we've said here that we have when there is a uptrend and downtrend. All right? Uptrend and downtrend. So during the uptrend, the company can develop a liberal dividend policy. But when there is a downtrend in the economy, then this should be, the company should develop a conservative dividend policy. So you can see how the state of the economy can affect financing decision of a company. When there is an uptrend, when the economy is, say, experiencing growth or recovery, during that time, the company may have earnings. And given that the company has earnings, then the company can have a liberal dividend policy. Liberal dividend policy means that a company can declare dividends. But when there is a downtrend, when there is a slump in the economy, then during that time, a company is advisable to conserve the earnings by developing a conservative dividend policy where dividends are not paid, but the earnings are used to finance the projects of a company. So you see, these are decisions that affect the financing of company projects. Okay? So the state of the economy, which is a macroeconomic condition, has an impact on financing decision of a company. We've said that macroeconomic conditions are conditions that are beyond a company, are conditions that a company cannot control. A company may not have control over the state of the economy, but these macroeconomic conditions directly affect the financing decisions of a company. So the state of economy, candidates, can also be denoted by the structure of capital and money markets. All right? The state of the economy can also be denoted by the structure of a company and the money markets. And if the capital markets, if the capital market is well developed, having a multitude of financial institutions and venturesome investors, the finance manager will find it easy to select the proportion mix of capital structure. And accordingly, financing decisions will be broader. Financing decisions will be what? Will be broader. Because a finance manager can manage with a comparatively lower amount of cash. Why? Because he or she can get funds whenever the company needs the cash. Do you understand? The state of the economy, I'm saying, candidates, can be denoted by the structure of capital and money markets. All right? The state of the economy can be denoted by the structure of the capital and money markets. These are two markets, capital markets and money markets. Capital markets are markets where long-term securities are traded, whereas money markets are markets where the short-term securities or instruments are traded. So if the capital market is well developed, having many financial institutions and many venturesome investors, then the finance manager will find it easy to do what? To select a proportion mix of capital. And financing decisions will be broader. Other than equity, there could be markets for derivatives, market for other forms of equity, debentures, equity, preferred shares, derivative instruments like the futures, the contracts. So if the market is well developed, then the finance manager will have a broader market to source financing for a company. And such a manager can comparatively can manage with lower amount of cash. If cash is readily available in a developed capital market, and a finance manager can easily get money as he or she desires, then it's possible for the finance manager to work with the lower amount of capital or cash. Why? Because he or she can easily get money when the money is needed. So candidates, that's a very important point, because the state of the economy is denoted by the capital and the money market. But on the contrary, where the capital market is not well developed, where it's not easy to raise long-term funds, for instance, then the finance manager should work towards having enough equity, all right, long-term funds within the company, because of the easy availability of capital in the capital market.
All right? So candidates, the dividend policy could also be broader in such cases. I'm talking about the case where the capital is easily available to a finance manager. In such a case, the dividend policy will be liberal, because the finance manager will not necessarily have to rely on the earnings of the firm to declare dividends, or to rely on earnings to finance the projects of a company. Where capital is easily available, then it's easy now to have, say, a liberal dividend policy. Shareholders can be paid easily without weighing or checking whether capital will be availed when needed by the finance manager. Right? Capital and money markets. The next macroeconomic condition is number 2, government policy. Government policy. Now, apart from the state of the economy, government policy is also significant in influencing corporate financial decisions. Almost all governments intervene in businesses, what we call state intervention or state regulation. It is found in almost all countries. And therefore, the corporate investment decisions are governed by the nature and the extent of state regulations. We've even here in Kenya had government having interest caps. The government recently put in place a capping on interest rates, and this has a direct impact on financing decision of a company. When a government caps an interest rate at, say, 14%, we saw in Kenya it had an impact on financing decisions on the loans that are given to companies and so on. So government policy, which is done through a regulation, when the government puts in place a regulation of the conduct of businesses, that will have an impact on the financing decision of a company or a firm. And government policy is beyond the control of any firm, because this policy affects all the companies in a certain industry. A firm may not have control over government policy, yet government policy has a direct impact on the financing decision of a firm. So candidates, these are 2 macroeconomic conditions and 5 microeconomic conditions. These are the factors that affect the financing decision of a firm. If you are asked a question, say, and I'm going to give you an assignment. Explain 7 factors that may influence financial decisions of a firm. That is your today's assignment. Thank you for your time. I hope to meet you. In our next lesson, we will continue to study financing decision. Thank you. God bless you. Bye-bye. Hello candidates, it's my pleasure to welcome you once again to the financial management class lesson. The topic is working capital management. The subtopic, cash management. It's a continuation from where we stopped in our last lesson. We discussed the Baumol model as one of the models that can be used in the process of management, the process of managing cash. Candidates, it has been said that the Baumol model is not a realistic model in cash management. As a result, many complicated models have been developed in the process of achieving realism in management of cash. One of these methods is the Miller-Orr model. The Miller-Orr model, this model attempts to achieve realism and at the same time being not very much elaborate. Candidates, the brains behind the Miller-Orr model are Daniel Orr and Martin Miller. So in our today's lesson, we are going to discuss the Miller-Orr model that can be used in the process of managing cash. So, candidates, we are going to learn about Miller-Orr model under working capital management. That's the broader topic. The subtopic is cash management, and under cash management, we are going in our today's lesson to discuss the Miller-Orr model. And as I've just said, the persons behind this model are Martin Miller and Daniel Orr. Martin Miller and Daniel Orr. So, candidates, the Miller-Orr model is a model which helps come up with an optimal cash balance. Optimal cash balance is where the company holds a cash balance that will be able to help the company meet its cash requirements, because excess cash leads to what we call opportunity loss, opportunity cost. The opportunity cost may be high because cash in itself is not an asset generating item. So there is no point of having excess cash. Candidates, again, having inadequate cash can lead to losses where you may have stockouts and so on. So there has to be adequate cash. There should be an optimal cash balance. An optimal cash balance is a balance that enables the company not to hold excess cash or inadequate cash. Now, in the absence of an attempt to have an optimal cash balance, where the company does not maintain an optimal cash balance, then assuming this is a graph showing on the axis you have time and here we have cash balance. If there is no model or no cash balance that is maintained, then the cash balances will fluctuate with time. There will be fluctuation of cash balances with the time. This is called meandering. The cash balance will meander over time, right? I go up, down, and so on. So, candidates, I'm saying if there is no attempt to manage cash, then the cash balance will meander. And at some point, you may have a situation where there is no cash at all, right? Because there is no attempt to manage cash. Now, the Miller-Orr model. The Miller-Orr model imposes a limit. The Miller-Orr model, let me write that. The Miller-Orr model, the Miller-Orr model imposes limits to this meandering, that is it helps in determining the optimal cash balances when demand of cash is uncertain. When demand of cash is uncertain. In a bid to help solve this problem of meandering of cash balances, the Miller-Orr model imposes limits to these fluctuations, meandering, all right? So, that is what we are going to learn. We are going to see the various limits that are introduced by Miller-Orr model. So we will have the upper limit, the lower limit, and the optimal limit. That is what we are going to learn under this model, the limits. We have the upper limit, the lower limit, and the optimal limit. So, you can have another sentence and say, in Miller-Orr model, control limits are set for cash balances. These limits are one, the upper limit, 2, the lower limit, 3, the normal level, normal level. 3 limits are set: the upper level, the lower level, and the normal level. So the upper level is abbreviated as H, the lower level as L, the normal level as Z. Candidates, the upper level is the level of cash balance, at which, let me create space here, balance at which marketable securities are purchased. Marketable securities are purchased to bring back the the cash balance to the normal level, to the normal level. Let me just explain that. Candidates, assuming that this is the normal level and this is the upper, this is the upper level. We are discussing the upper level, that is the H, higher level H. Now, assuming this is the normal level, we have abbreviated it as Z, all right? The upper level is a level that is set so that when this level is reached, remember candidates, these are cash balances. This side represents cash balances. These are cash balances. With the time, the cash balance can increase, can come down. That is that meandering. So to reduce this meandering, the Miller-Orr model introduces levels or limits, one of which is the higher or upper limit. It is a point at which the marketable securities are bought. When a company has excess cash, I say that cash is not an asset generating item. When the company is holding cash here, the moment it hits this level, it can be, say, 100,000. And the normal level can be, say, 40,000 shillings, all right? 40,000 shillings. When the company holds 100,000 shillings, which is a higher or upper level, then marketable securities will be purchased. And the amount to be purchased here will be 100,000 minus 40,000, which is 60,000. So 60,000 value of marketable securities will be purchased, so that the company will hold marketable securities which are more profitable than cash, so as to reduce this balance from 100,000 shillings to 40,000 shillings. That is the meaning of upper level. So an upper level candidate is the level of cash balance at which marketable securities are purchased to bring down the cash balance to normal Z. Normal Z. Is that clear enough? Yes, it must be clear. Then the second level is the lower level. This was the upper level. We have number two, the lower limit or level L. Lower limit L. This is the level of cash balance at which marketable securities are sold to bring back the cash balance to its normal level. Now we have seen how the upper level behaves. Now, assuming this is the lower level that has been set, this is the lower level has been set, and it can be, say, 10,000, assuming a level of 10,000 has been set. This is a level which, when reached, marketable securities are sold. When the company sells marketable securities candidates are short-term assets, short-lived assets. These are assets that can be converted into cash very fast, and they can be found in the money market. Go to the money market, you'll have short-term marketable securities. So when a company has low cash, instead of having a situation where cash goes to zero, the purpose for having such a level in the organization is so that when that level is reached, the company can now convert the short-term marketable securities into cash, sell the marketable securities and get the cash. If it is 10,000, then candidates, in this case, the company will sell marketable securities equivalent to 40,000 minus 10,000. Will sell marketable securities whose value is 30,000, so that the balance, optimal balance, is maintained, because 10,000 plus 30,000 will give you the 40,000. That is the lower limit. Another limit proposed by Martin Miller and Daniel O, number 3, is the normal level, which is also referred to as the return point. The return point Z. The return point Z. This is the normal level. The normal level of cash balance. Normal level of cash balance, which lies between the upper level and the lower level, and the lower level, and which is to be attained, after purchase and sale of marketable securities. This is the return point, Z. Return point. The normal point. The optimal cash balance, Z. The return point. After purchasing or selling the marketable securities, then this balance has to be attained. That balance has to be attained. So Miller O introduces the 3 limits: the upper limit, the lower limit, and the return point. Now, candidates, I want us now to discuss how these levels are attained. These levels are attained. So let me have a line here. Have that line there. Now the high candidates, the high and low levels or limits of cash balance are set on the basis of the following three factors. Number one is the transaction cost per transaction, because candidates, for you to buy marketable securities, there is a transaction cost. When you sell a marketable security, there is a transaction cost. So this level will be based on the transaction cost per transaction. Is a feature or a factor to consider when setting the levels. Then number two, the second factor is the holding cost. Holding cost, which may also be referred to as the opportunity cost. Foregone on marketable securities. The holding cost or the opportunity cost foregone on the marketable securities. When you hold cash, you are losing on some interest that you could have earned on the marketable securities. That is a cost. The cost of holding cash is a cost of holding cash. When you hold the cash and not the securities, you lose interest on the securities. So that is a factor to consider when setting the limit. Would you want to have cash and lose interest, or would you want to hold or to convert the cash into marketable securities and earn interest? So those are the factors that will be considered. Then the third factor is the degree of likely fluctuations. The degree of likely fluctuations in cash balances, or simply the standard deviation. The standard deviation of net cash flows. We've seen here the deviations, all right, the fluctuations. So that is a factor to consider, the standard deviation of the net cash flows. Now, these are three important factors that will determine the limits, either the upper limit, the lower limit, or the return point. Now, candidates setting upper limit, setting upper limit, lower limit, and return point depends on the transaction cost, variations in cash flows, and interest rates. The setting of upper limit, lower limit, and the return point will depend on the transaction costs, the variations in the cash flows, and interest rates, what we have just mentioned here, such that such that if the day-to-day variability, day-to-day variability, if the day-to-day variability is higher and the transaction cost is high, if the day-to-day variability is higher and the transaction cost is high, then wider limits will be set. Then wider limits will be set if the variability, the day-to-day, these variations, if these variations are high as measured by the standard deviation. We use the standard deviation to measure the variability. If they are high, then, and the transaction costs are also high, then we will have to have wider limits. We'll have wider limits. The company will have to hold more cash. All right? The limit, the differences between the lower and the higher should be high. Then number two, if the interest rates are high, then the limits should be closer together. They should be closer together if the interest rates are high. If the company if the interest received on investment in the marketable securities is high, then the limits should be close together. The gap should be smaller. The gap should be smaller because it will be more profitable to have more cash invested in marketable securities than having the cash. All right? And vice versa. Vice versa means if the interest rates are lower, then the limits should be wider. Is that clear? So candidates, that is very important. The Miller-Orr model is introduces limits, and these limits to be set for you to set these limits, then you depend on these three variables, these three factors. Setting up limits, the upper limit, the lower limit, and the return point will depend on these three factors: the transaction cost per transaction, the opportunity cost of holding marketable securities, the foregone cost, and the degree of fluctuations. That is the standard deviation. The standard deviation. The standard deviation. Another point I want you to put down before we take an illustration, is that to keep the interest rate, costs of holding cash down, the return point is set at 1/3 of the distance, or what we call the spread. The distance, let me put in bracket, spread between the lower limit and the upper limit. To keep the interest cost of holding cash down, the return point is set. The return point is set. The return point, the normal level is set at 1/3 of the spread. 1/3 of the spread. The spread is the distance between the upper limit H and the lower limit L. So you get 1/3 of the difference between upper limit and lower limit. The lower limit, the difference between the lower limit, the distance between lower limit and the upper limit is what we are referring to as the spread. So to keep the interest cost of holding cash down, then 1/3 of the spread is determined. Another point, very important point, candidate, is that the distance between the upper limit H and the lower limit L is based on the value of Z, which is determined as follows. The value of Z, the return point, is determined as follows. We're saying here the distance between H and L is based on this Z. The distance between H and L, the upper limit and the lower limit, is determined on the return point, which is calculated as follows. Z is equal to 3/4 times the transaction cost times the variance of daily cash flows. Z is equal to 3/4 of the product of transaction cost and variance of daily cash flows. Divide by, so this dividing should include this 3/4. Let me be economical here. So I'll write here 3/4. So we have divide by daily interest rate. In some literature or some books, you will find it written as holding cost. Then the whole of this, we raise it to 1/3. All right, candidates. Z is determined as 3/4 of the product of transaction cost and variance of daily cash flows divided by daily interest rate. Now this can be condensed to the following formula: 3/4 T variance, this is the sigma, all right? The variance, when the standard deviation, when we square this standard deviation, we get the variance. So it's 3/4 times transaction cost times the variance, candidates. 3/4, T stands for transaction cost, and sigma squared is the variance of daily cash flows, then divide by I, which is the daily interest rate. In other books you'll see it written as H, is the same thing, this H, holding cost, the holding cost, then the whole of this we raise it to 1/3. The same thing here, raise it to 1/3. And if you went to attended secondary school, candidates, you will now appreciate that this can also be written as, the cube root, all right? As it is now, this is square root. When you put 3 inside here, then it comes cube root. So this formula can also be written as the cube root of 3/4, this 3/4, okay, T transaction cost, then the variance squared over H, it's just the same thing. So candidates, you can add this formula to the other formulas, especially if you are going to sit for exams, so that you can use it in answering any question that is asked on the Miller-O model. You may be asked to calculate the Z, the return point. Here is the formula, 3/4 times transaction cost times the variance over the holding cost or the interest rate per day raised to 1/3, So that is the Z value. Can we continue? Shall we continue? So candidates, this is Z. Let me emphasize Z is equal to that, Now candidates, you can note also here that this Z, as it is here, the Z should be noted that Z is inversely, this Z here is inversely related to H, or to the interest. Z is inversely related to interest rate, inversely related to the interest rate. Therefore, the upper limit, you can also note that the upper limit is 3 times the lower limit, and the return point lies between H and L. It lies between the upper limit and the lower limit. The upper limit and the lower limit. We said here that the distance between is based on the value of Z, which is determined by this formula. So you can also note that the upper limit is 3 times the lower limit. 3 times the lower limit. That means that upper limit is equal to 3L. Okay? All right. Let me write that. Upper limit is equal to lower limit plus 3Z. Upper limit is equal to 3Z, 3 times. Now, candidates, it's also important to note, that return point Z is equal to lower limit plus Z. Now, candidates, remember we also noted here that the spread is equal to upper limit minus lower limit, that is H minus L. Now, considering all these formulas, candidates, then the net effect of all these, the net effect is that the average cash balance is equal to lower limit plus 4 over 3Z. The average cash balance, very important formula. Average cash balance. The average cash balance is equal to lower limit plus 4 over 3Z. Another important formula here, candidate, is the upper limit. There is the return point. You have the spread. These are formula you need to put in your head. Then we have the Z. Okay, Z. So we'll stop there for today. Candidates, make sure you go through the video again, understand the concept, get the formula correct in your head. When we meet next time, we will work out some illustrations to help us understand how to calculate these values, that is the spread, the average cash balance, the optimal cash balance, and so on. Thank you for attending our today's lesson. Bye-bye.
Thank you for watching this video. Don't forget to get yourself a copy of our professionally prepared study text and revision partners.
Hello learner, welcome to Manifested e-learning platform. My name is F.A.M. Ningwiri and I am a practitioner within the financial services industry in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are going to discuss about portfolio management. The focus is on contemporary issues and emerging trends. We are going to discuss about program trading, and we say the following, I can write the following, that it refers to volume trading which is done by systems, executed by systems, usually automated, based on an underlying, let me write it properly, apologies for that, based on an underlying program or idea. Let's stop there for 1 second, guys. It refers to volume trading, which is done or executed by systems, usually automated, based on underlying program or idea. It is a wide range of portfolio strategies. It is a wide range of portfolio strategies, involving the purchase or sale, of stocks. We can say purchase or sale of 15 or more stocks, 15 or more stocks having a total market value, total market value of $1 million, $1 million, or even more, Stop there. It is a wide range of portfolio strategies involving the purchase or sale of 15, ladies and gentlemen, or more stocks having a total market value of $1 million or even more. Now, once we have introduced what program trading is, it can almost be referred to as algorithmic trading, high volume trading that involves the utilization of a given number of strategies, ladies and gentlemen. And we're also saying that the strategies could be, or the types could be either principal, they could be either basis or even contra-day strategies thereon. So we can continue and say that program traders are almost always, traders are almost always program traders are almost always executed by computers. Executed by computers. Although there are instances in program trading, there are instances when this isn't the case, when this is not the case. For example, institution X, institution X wants to sell a basket of 15 stocks. Wants to sell a basket of 15 stocks totaling $2 million. Totaling to $2 million. $2 million. $2 million. It would simply split up. It would simply split up the sale among different brokers. Among different brokers. In other words, you're saying that people plan the strategy and you're saying the computers are the ones that do the work. So traders are almost, I've written R twice, are almost always trades are almost always executed by computers. But although there are instances when this is not the case, for example, institution X wants to sell a basket of 15 stocks totaling $2 million. It would simply split up the sale among different brokers. So when people plan strategies and the computer does the work, this is how program trading looks like. So we have this computer right over here. Please forgive my drawing right over here. And I'm saying that here is where the coding or the codes are actually created. Of course, there has to be what you're calling the CPU right over there like that, and it's the one that actually does or processes or executes trades. Buy and sell. I can put it in a different color over here. Buy and sell. Buy and sell of securities. Of securities. Buy and sell of securities. Then we are saying the types can be of three of them. Types of program trading can be where the principal over here we are saying this is where replication of an index is actually ensued. So replication of an index where the portfolio manager or the strategies try to copy the returns that have been generated by an index. And that is all done by the program trading or by the computer. So replication of an index. Then the second type of program trading is basis. Over here. And over here, trying to identify price inefficiencies, strategy to identify price inefficiencies. So the computer tries to identify price inefficiencies, trying to identify undervalued stocks or tries to identify undervalued stocks. Undervalued stocks is what the computer system actually buys those stocks, of course using an algorithm, and the overvalued stocks are actually sold. Then finally, the third type of program trading is contra trading, buying and selling through buying and selling consistently like that. So we're saying we buy in one market and sell in another market right there. So we're saying that's what happens in a contra. Buying and simultaneously selling the same security. Buy buying and selling the security simultaneously. So of course this uses futures or options, and that is actually executed using the computer system. So we are saying what? We are saying that the types of program trading include the principal, which involves replication of an index, and that is done by the system, by the computer system or algorithm. Basis trading, which involves a strategy to try and identify pricing inefficiencies, undervalued stocks and overvalued stocks. Then there is contra trading, where you buy and sell securities simultaneously in different markets using futures contracts. Let's move over on this other side. Let's look at the advantages. Advantages of program trading. We're saying it is quick to execute and implement. It is quick to execute and implement. Number two, over here we say places trades according to strategy. It places trades according to strategy. Number three, exploits opportunities without emotions. It exploits opportunities without emotions. So it is quick to execute and implement. Execute and implement are the keywords there. Second, it places trades according to strategy, either basis, principal, or contra, actually executed using algorithms. So you can be able to come up with an algorithm that actually executes principal strategies, basis strategies, and even contra strategies. Very simple. It exploits opportunities without emotions. That is very key. So having looked at the advantages, we move over and discuss the disadvantages. Disadvantages. We are saying that number one, it brings about extreme volatility. For example, in the 1990s, it brings about extreme volatility. And for example, in 1990s, there was a bit of a flurry of activity that took place as a result of program trading. Number two, it is expensive. It is costly to implement and trade. It is costly to implement. So these are the two main disadvantages over here, that it brings about extreme volatility, for example, in the 1990s, and it is costly to implement. So this brings us to the end of the lesson. We hope you have enjoyed it, and I will leave you the assignment. The assignment is as follows, right down here. Assignment. Explain what is meant by program trading. Explain what is meant by program trading. So thank you for being with Manifested Publishers. Continue being with us, and we are here for you.
Greetings and welcome back to the lesson, candidates. It's a new day, and we're going to begin on a new chapter known as board decision making. This is a new chapter that has 6 sub-chapters. The first one being decision making as a core competence of a board. Number 2, evidence-based decision making.
Number 3, cognitive bias. Number 4, individual differences in relation to decision making. Number 5, decision making tools. And lastly, board team decision making. We're going to cover the 6 sub-chapters under the chapter board decision making. In this introductory lesson, we're going to do an overview of board decision making. Then we will discuss the general skills and effective behaviors that are required of 1, the board members, then 2, the chairman of the board. That will be our lesson objective, to do an overview of the chapter, and then we will discuss the general skills and effective behaviors that are required of the board members as individuals and also the chairman of the board. So candidates, welcome to the lesson. And the first statement I'm going to make, candidates, is that the primary purpose of a board is to make decisions. The primary purpose of a board is decision making. And in today's complex business, effective boardroom decision making is a must. The board has to be effective in decision making because companies today operate in very complex environments. So directors need the tools to assess today's challenges and then to determine the best choice for the long-term interests of the company which they serve. The environment within which companies operate is what? Is very dynamic, is very complex. Boards are established in order to give direction, long-term direction for companies. And for a board to be effective, then a board has to ensure that the decisions that are made at the board level are effective. That one is a must. Directors need to do what? The directors need to have the necessary tools that can help them to do what? To assess the challenges. And then they also need the tools that will help them to do what? To determine the best choice for the long-term interests of the company. Decision making can also be referred to as problem solving. Decision making is, in other words, solving problems. Problem solving. So candidates, decisions. And when you are referring to decisions, we are referring to who makes the decisions? Who makes the decisions? Who makes the decisions? Then we are also talking about what is to be considered. Who makes the decisions? What is to be considered, and how? How they are made and how they are recorded. Decisions, who makes the decisions? What is considered when making decisions? And how are the decisions recorded? Okay? How they are done what? How they are recorded. Decisions. And therefore, candidates, board members, the directors, the trustees, the committees of the board, the committees of the management, we all know are the governance decision makers for any organization. Okay? The board, the committees, the board, the committees, company committees, the trustees,
These are the people who make decisions on behalf of the owners of a company. The board, the committee boards, the board of trustees, all right? These are the what? These are the governance decision makers. Governance, these are the governance decision makers. These are the persons that are entrusted with making governance decisions on behalf of the shareholders, on behalf of the beneficiaries, on behalf of the owners. And candidates, as corporate governance has become increasingly important, the shareholders, the beneficiaries, and the owners want to see that decisions made on their behalf are well thought out. And ultimately, they are well-made decisions. Well-made decisions. And we may also have other stakeholders, such as the funders, the local communities, the media. They also may have a major interest in particular board decisions. But we know, basically, the board makes decisions on behalf of the owners, on behalf of the beneficiaries, and behalf of the shareholders, basically. And these owners expect the board to make decisions that are well thought out, decisions that are in the best interest of the shareholders. But we may also have other stakeholders like the financiers, the government, who may also have an interest in the decisions that are made at the board level, including the media. And it is therefore essential that all processes around board decisions are seen to be effective, are seen to be efficient, and are seen to be ethical. Efficient, effective, and ethical. The decisions that are made should be effective. They should be decisions that are efficient and also ethical. And the board members can also be held personally liable for the consequences of their decisions. So it is important that every board member feels sufficiently informed to confidently make a decision. All right? Before a board makes a decision, before a member of a board makes a decision, that member should ensure that he has the necessary information that will enable him or her participate in decision making, because a board member can be held liable for the consequences of their decisions. Do you understand? And we know, candidates, decision making is not just an art. It can also be a science. It's both an art and a science. And sometimes board members may be required to draw on their intuition as well as their experience when making a reasoned analysis. When making what? When making reasoned analysis. So decision making, I've said, is an art and is also a science. So candidates, if boards are required to make effective, efficient, and ethical decisions, then a board should have strong and robust approach to decision making. It should have what? It should have a strong and robust approach to decision making. Where a board has a strong and robust approach to decision making, then such a board will enhance its credibility and strengthen its transparency and accountability. And we know, candidates, that boards are likely to make decisions on vision. Boards are likely to make decisions on the vision of the company. Boards are also likely to make decisions on the policy. Boards are also expected to make decisions on strategic planning. Strategic planning. This is the jurisdiction of the board. The board focuses on the long-term decisions like vision, envisioning the future of the company, coming up with the policy, strategic planning, and so on. All right? Strategic planning. The board can also concentrate on annual budgeting. All right? Annual budgeting. But in large organizations, candidates, the board's decision-making role will be limited to strategic level issues. Strategic level issues, the long-term issues. Whereas the operational issues like the hiring contractors, buying plans are left to the management. And boards that operate effectively as strategic decision makers are able to provide the foundation for creativity, the foundation for innovation, and also improving the organization, find foundation for improvement in the organization. And effective decision-making, candidates, is about moving from free and frank discussion to specific, measurable actions. Specific, measurable actions. Decision-making that is effective, decision-making that is meaningful, is one that goes beyond discussions in meetings, free discussions, frank discussions. It's beyond free discussions to what we call specific measurable actions. An effective decision is where the board moves to the level where it makes actions that are specific and measurable at the same time. Now, we are now going to move into the other part of this lesson, which is the skills and the effective skills and behaviors that are expected of a board member, and this is in relation to decision making. Behaviors, the specific skills and behaviors that are required of a board member in respect to decision making. The first point is identifying options, identifying variable options. Identify variable options. An effective board member is one who is able to identify variable options and those that are most likely to achieve the organization's goals and objectives. We are discussing the effective skills and behaviors that are required of a board member in relation to decision making. We know, candidates, that decision making requires one to be able, first of all, to identify the variable options or variable solutions to a problem. So an effective board member should be one who should be able to identify variable options or solutions that could be available to solve a certain problem. Number two, putting aside vested interests. Put aside vested or personal interests. Vested or personal interests. Putting aside vested or personal interests in order to make decisions that are in the best interest of the organization. a board member should be able to subordinate personal interests in favor to the company's interests. Personal interests should be able to subordinate. Another behavior in relation to honesty. Honesty, integrity, objectivity, frankness, fair dealing, openness, straightforwardness, right? A board member should be able to take decisions impartially, should be able to take decisions fairly, and also on merit, using the best evidence and without discrimination, without bias. That is a behavior that is required of a board member in relation to decision making. For integrity. A board member should bring what we call integrity and should consider the range of perspectives as well as diverse ways of thinking to a challenge. So a board member is expected to act with integrity, to be able to consider the different approaches, the different perspectives, the diverse ways of thinking in order to challenge the status quo. A board member should reject assumptions and should take nothing for granted. That is a behavior that is required of a board member. Number 5, the fifth type of behavior is that a board member should identify when to seek advice. When to do what? When to seek advice. And this is the advice of an independent person. This could be the advice of a governance professional. And this governance could be in relation to legal matters, statutory matters, ethical aspects of a board's decision making, and so on. Because you may be appointed on a board because of possessing certain skills and expertise. But we all know, candidates, no one has monopoly of knowledge. An effective board member is one who has a behavior of knowing when to seek advice from governance professionals, from legal professionals, from accountants, from people who may have knowledge that he does not have. Seeking advice. And that advice could be legal advice. It could be statutory advice. It could be advice on ethical aspects of a board's decision making. Number 6, a board member should be one who is able to do what? To abide. And this abiding is in relation to principles. Should be able to abide by the principles. It should be one who is able to abide by the principles of collective decision making. Principles of what? Collective decision making. Collective decision making. In making collective decisions, in making team decisions, like the ones that are made at the board level, there are certain principles which you are calling principles of collective decision making. And the board member should not just abide by the principles of collective decision making. No, it's beyond abiding. Should be able to also stand by the decisions of the board. Even when the decision of the board differs with his or her own opinion or view. Stand by the decision of the board. Number 7, an effective board member is one who encourages transparency. Is one who does what? Who encourages transparency. What do I mean? This is transparency in decision making. And he should also be one who is willing to answer to any question or challenge, which should be in the best interest in the decision that is made. Encourage transparency. An effective board member, when it comes to matters of decision making, is one who encourages the transparency in decision making and is also willingly answerable to the decisions that are made. Willingly answerable to the decision that is made by the board. Encourage transparency and should be willingly answerable to the decisions that are made by the board. So candidates, these are the skills and behaviors that are required of a board member. We are now going to discuss the skills and behaviors that are required of the chairman. Skills, let me try this side. Skills and behaviors of the chair. Skills and behaviors of the chair. Now, candidates, the first behavior that is required of the chair in relation to decision making is that the board chair should ensure the board understands the scope. Ensure the board understands the scope. The chair of the board should ensure that the board as a whole understands the scope of issues in question, and that the board is clear about decisions that they need to make. That is the role of the chair. Should ensure that each and every board member understands the scope, and this is the scope of the issues in question. He should be able to define the problem to the board in order or before the board makes a decision. Because before solving a problem, we know that it's important to define the problem. That's the role of the chair of the board. He should ensure, I repeat, that the board understands the scope of issues in question and the board is clear about decisions that they need to make. Number 2, the chair should be able to summarize. The board should do what? The board should summarize the position. It should make a summary of the position in order to support the decisions. In order to support the decisions that are to be made. Summarize. All right? It should be very clear because summaries help in understanding. So the chair should summarize the position in order to do what? In order to support the board to reach a consensus. And that is necessary, especially where there are divergent views or opinions. The board chair should ensure that there is convergence of views by first of all ensuring that he's done a summary of the position, the position at hand, and that summary will go a long way in supporting the board to reach a consensus. And that is very necessary, especially where there are divergent views. What is the third behavior of the chair in relation to decision making? The third behavior or skill that is required of a chair is that one of ensuring that different perspectives, different viewpoints, and dissenting voices are properly taken into account. Different viewpoints are taken into account. Of course, here we are talking about decision making at the board level. The decisions that is to be arrived at the board level is a decision that has been discussed by different members. These members of the board may have different viewpoints. They may have different perspectives. They may even have divergent views. So it's the role of the board to ensure that all the viewpoints, all the different perspectives are taken into account, properly taken into account and properly recorded. That is an important skill that is required of the chair in relation to decision making. Is that clear, Candice? The fourth role is to facilitate decision making. He is a facilitator, and facilitating is a skill to effectively facilitate, effectively organize people in order to achieve a certain goal requires a certain skill. Facilitate is expected to facilitate decision making, even if difficult and they are expected, the outcome is expected not to be easy. The chairman should ensure that he or she has facilitated the decision-making process at the board, so that even the expectations of the executives are also met. Facilitate what? Facilitate decision-making. Number 5, recognize limits. Is a requirement of the chair to recognize limits. And these are limits of any discretionary chair's powers. The board should recognize his or her own limits, and should be able to use them under due guidance and considerations. It is the behavior or skill of the board to recognize his or her own limits so that he does not surpass his own responsibilities or powers, because the chair of a board has to operate within certain jurisdiction or limits. So he should not supersede, he should not confer on himself the powers that he does not possess. So the board chair should be able to recognize the limits of any discretionary powers, and should be able to use the powers under due guidance and consideration, and also with a view to limiting such use of powers, so that he, in all cases, should be able to seek guidance. And this could be guidance maybe from the executive leaders, or guidance, should also seek guidance from senior leadership, the senior leadership team, and also guidance from the governance professionals before the board commits to a significant or a controversial course of action. So, candidates, these are the skills and behaviors of the chair in relation to decision making, and that will mark the end of today's lesson. That was our objective. Objective of today's lesson is to introduce the chapter and also to highlight some of the skills and behaviors that are required of a board member in relation to decision making, as well as the skills and behaviors of the chair in relation to decision making. Thank you for attending the lesson. I hope to meet you in the next session, where we continue to study the decision making at the board level. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello learner, welcome to Manifested e-learning platform. My name is F.A. Emlyn Ngwiri, and we are discussing about portfolio management. The focus of today's class is on introduction to portfolio risk and return. So what we're going to do, we're going to narrow down that discussion to assess the determinants of required rates of return. Now, the determinants of required rates of return can be broken down into three. The first determinant of rate of return is the time value of money. The second determinant of the rate of return is expected level of inflation. The third and final determinant of required rate of return is the risk itself. So we are going to break down or try to understand how those factors influence the required rate of return and also investment decisions for investors. So we move over on this other side and start off our class. We mentioned that investors' required rate of return, investors' required rate of return, investors' required rate of return is one of the factors to consider, is one of the factors to consider when selecting securities for an investment portfolio. Securities for an investment portfolio. Continue and say, it is the minimum required rate of return that an investor would actually require so that they can be compensated for deferring the usage of funds today. So we say that it is the minimum. It is the minimum rate of return. Rate of return. It is the minimum rate of return an investor should accept. An investor should accept. Minimum rate of return that an investor should accept from an investment in order. From an investment in order to compensate them for deferring consumption. From deferring consumption. So let's just recap what we've just written. Investors' required rate of return is one of the factors to consider when selecting securities for an investment portfolio. It is the minimum rate of return an investor should accept from an investment in order to compensate them from deferring consumption. So now since we've already now explained or introduced what the investor's required rate of return is all about, we now start by assessing the components. The first component that I had mentioned to you, number one, is time value of money. Time value of money. That's the first determinant that an investor should consider before investing or making an investment decision. So we say that the value is the value of the sum of money at a future date that has been invested at a certain rate, certain rate of compound interest, certain rate of compound interest over a certain period of time. We'll stop. Let's stop there. We are saying that TVM, time value of money, is the value of the sum of money at a future date that has been invested at a certain rate of compound interest over a certain period of time. A shilling today is not what it was a shilling, say, 10 years ago. So that is that concept of time value of money. Very important determinant for required rates of return. Investors therefore prefer to receive money more sooner than later. Why? Because investors can reinvest those funds or those proceeds they've actually received at a different at a different rate of return. So we can say that investors, we move on this other side, prefer to receive money sooner rather than later. The reason being is that receiving money sooner can allow them to reinvest at prevailing rates of return so that they can be able to earn inflows as opposed to waiting to earn it much later on. The second determinant of required rate of return, very important, is number two, expected inflation. Expected inflation. This is the rise and fall of the level of purchasing power, or the purchasing power, whether it actually increases or decreases. When inflation levels actually go down, or when the inflation is, say, manageable or slightly low, it means that what you can buy with 100 shillings or 1,000 shillings is going to be much more as compared to when the inflation levels are actually high. This is an important factor to consider. How much money you'll actually receive. Will it have a higher purchasing power or will it have a lower purchasing power? So we say that the rise and fall of inflation, the rise and fall of inflation must be included in any calculation in order to reflect the value of the investment, value of an investment at a later date. Rise in prices, a rise in prices of general price of commodities leads to lower spending power. And vice versa. So we note that the rise and fall of inflation must be included in any calculation in order to reflect the value of an investment at a later date. Nominal value, the real value. The real value factors in that element of inflation. A rise in prices of commodities leads to lower spending power. That is the second most important determinant of the required rate of return. The third one, ladies and gentlemen, is risk. Risk factors, we can say, risk factors may vary. Risk factors may vary from instrument to instrument. Risk of investing in a venture capital firm might be high, but the expected returns from that investment need to compensate the investor for deferring the usage of funds today to place to make an investment or that investment in that risky venture. So we can say that the risk of investing in a venture capital firm, please note that a venture capital firm is considered to be maybe a firm that has just begun and that is actually considered to be, say, a startup, not a startup from the grass. So we are saying that it's like, so there at this level, it's moved from that level over there to this level over here in terms of the assets or in terms of say the size of the company has moved from that smaller level to this. So this is what we're considering a venture capital firm over here, or we can be able to say a venture capital firm is generally like considered to be a startup there. So the risk of investing in a venture capital firm is high, but returns should compensate. Returns should compensate. Should compensate for the higher risk taken, compensate for the risk taken. Risk taken right there. So we are saying that risk factors may vary from instrument to instrument, or from investment to investment, or from asset class to asset class. The risk of investing in a venture capital firm is high, but the returns generated from that investment should compensate for the risk taken, right there. And this brings us to the end of this subsection that we are talking about determinants of required rates of return. Three major ones. And the first one is the time value of money. The second one, we've already discussed over here, is the expected level of inflation. And the third one is risk. As usual, I will leave with an assignment. So come over on this other side. Explain giving or citing examples, the determinants of required rates of return. The determinants of required rates of return. Required rates of return. That is the assignment that I have for you today. We hope you've enjoyed this class. Thank you and be blessed.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the lesson. The subject is boardroom dynamics. We're still on the topic culture in the boardroom. So far we've studied the culture in the boardroom. We've done the company culture. Today we move to country culture. And in studying country culture, we are going to look at the Hofstede cultural dimensions. Now, Hofstede, his other name is Get Hofstede. Git Hofstede, in his pioneer study, he looked at differences in culture across modern nations. And he identified 6 dimensions of cultural values. We are studying country culture. So he identified different dimensions of cultural values which show the effects of a society's culture on the values of its members and how these values relate to behavior. The Hofstede framework is especially useful because it provides important information about differences between countries and how to manage such differences. So there are 6 elements of the Hofstede cultural dimensions. 6 elements. The first element is known as power. Let me use my black pen. It's known as power distance. Power distance. Power distance. The second element is uncertainty avoidance. Uncertainty avoidance. Uncertainty avoidance. I'm listing the 6 elements in the Hofstede cultural dimension. Individualism, and collectivism. Individualism and collectivism. Then there is number 4, masculinity, and you can guess the other one, versus feminism. Masculinity versus feminism. Then the 5th element is long-term versus short-term orientation. Long-term versus short-term orientation. Long-term versus short-term orientation. Then lastly, indulgence versus restraint. So these are the 5+1 elements in the Hofstede cultural dimensions. Power, distance. Now, power distance is related to the different solutions to the basic problem of human inequality. This deals with human inequality. We'll be looking at these elements in details in a short while. Then there is uncertainty avoidance. This is related to, uncertainty avoidance is related to the level of stress in a society in the face of unknown future. In the face of unknown future. Unknown. How do people in your country behave or react to the unknown? That we'll also be looking at in future. We'll see that different societies have different orientations. Number 3, individualism versus collectivism. This one here is related to the integration of individuals into primary groups. Integration of individuals into primary groups. Then there is masculinity and feminism, all right, or femininity, masculinity versus femininity. Now this element is related to the division of emotional roles between women and men, emotional roles between women and men. Then we have long-term versus short-term orientation. Long-term versus short-term orientation. This one is related to the choice of focus for people's efforts. Choice of focus for people's efforts. Choice of focus for people's efforts, and that includes the future, that is the future, the present, as well as the past. Indulgence versus restraint. To indulge, this deals with pleasure, right? Related to the gratification versus control of basic desires related to enjoying life. So these are the 6 elements in the Hofstede cultural dimensions, and we are going to study these elements in detail. All right, we are going to study the elements in details one by one. One by one, beginning with power distance. Power. I said power distance is related to the solutions to the basic problem of human inequality. It has been defined as the extent to which the less powerful members of the society or powerful members of organizations and institutions, like the institution of the family, accept and expect that power is distributed unequally. It is the extent to which the less powerful members of organizations and institutions accept and expect that power is distributed unequally. So this one here represents inequality, meaning more versus less. Do you understand? The element suggests that society's level of inequality is endorsed by the followers as much as by the leaders, because it's a question of culture. The level of inequality, whether it is more or less, is supported or endorsed by the followers as well as the leaders of that society. And power and inequality, of course, are extremely fundamental facts of any society. Where you have human beings living together, there will always be power struggles, there will always be inequality in terms of distribution of resources and so on. And we all know that all societies are unequal, but there are some that are more equal than others. So let me go ahead and show the distinctions, differences between small and large power distance societies. So I'll have a column here. Differences between small and large power distance societies. So we begin with a small power distance here. And large power distance. What are the differences? Remember, we are discussing country culture. We have culture with small power distance and culture with large power distance. We want to look at some of the characteristics. So the societies with small power distance, they use power. Under this, there is use of power that is subjected to evil and good. The use of power here under small power distance should be legitimate and subject to criteria of good and evil. Legitimate. There is legitimacy under the small power distance. But under the large power distance, power is a basic fact of society, which antedates good or evil, and legitimacy is irrelevant. legitimacy is irrelevant. The second difference is that under small power distance, parents treat children equally. Parents treat children equally. This is a society where parents treat children equally, but under the large power distance, parents teach children obedience. Parents teach children obedience. Parents teach their children obedience. As for the third difference, candidates, older people are neither respected nor feared. Older people neither respected or feared. Older people under small power distance are neither respected or feared. But under the large power distance, older people are both respected and feared. Older people are both respected and feared. Older people are both respected and feared. The fourth distinction or difference is that under small power distance, the education system is student-centered. Student-centered education. Student-centered education. Education is centered on the student. But under larger power distance, we have teacher-centered education. Teacher-centered education. The fifth difference is that subordinates expect to be consulted. Under smaller power distance, subordinates expect to be consulted. Subordinates expect to be consulted under smaller power distance, but under larger power distance, subordinates expect to be told what to do. Subordinates expect to be told what to do. The sixth difference between smaller and larger power distance is that we have pluralistic governments which are based on majority vote. Governments based on majority vote. Pluralistic governments based on majority votes, but on the other hand, we have autocratic governments based on co-optation and changed by revolution. All right? Autocratic governments. To change such governments, there ought to be, people have to revolt because the government is dictatorial in nature. It's based on cooptation. And it's changed by, governments are changed by revolution. 7, corruption is rare. Under small power distance, corruption is rare. We also have scandals which end political careers. Politicians who engage in scandals, their careers come to an end. But under large power distance, corruption is frequent. All right? Corruption here. Corruption is frequent and is always covered. Corruption is covered. There is cover up. When there is cases of corruption, they are covered up. So candidates, by looking at this, you can tell where your country falls, because you are studying country culture. And I've defined power distance, talking of inequality. Where there is large power distance or high levels of inequality, you expect high levels of corruption. But where the inequality is small, corruption is rare. And the politicians who engage in corruption, their careers are ended. We have had countries where politicians are jailed, politicians are hanged, and so on, because there is small power. The culture in such countries punishes corruption. But there are countries where politicians are not punished. There are countries where even they go for higher offices. Okay, politicians here, corruption is frequent and they always cover up corruption. The 8th distinction between these cultures is that there is income distribution in society. The income distribution in society is even. Let me say even income distribution. What we normally call the national cake. The national cake is distributed evenly. Here there is uneven income distribution. Why? Because there is large inequality. The inequality is large, but here the inequality is small, so the income is distributed evenly. Number 9, the 9th distinction between these two societies or cultures is that religion in small power distance, there is equality of believers. There is equality of believers. But under large power distance, there is hierarchy of priests within religions. Here religions stress equality of believers. Religions stress on equality of believers. But where there is high inequality, or where there is large power distance, religions have hierarchy of priests. Hierarchy of priests. There is separation. They are cadres of believers. There are those who are up there, those who are in the middle. Then we have the holoi polloi. Okay, we have the separation. But under the small power distance, religions stress equality of believers. This is according to Hofstede. It's not me who is saying it. It's Hofstede who carried out studies and found out that under power distance, where there are societies that allow or expect to have high equality. Others, we have smaller or small power distance and the large power distance. So these are 9 differences between small and large power distance societies. Differences between small and large power distance societies. Distance here, we are looking at it in terms of inequality between people. And that will mark the end of the lesson. We identified 6 elements. In our today's lesson, we've studied the first element, which is power distance, according to Gert Hofstede, cultural dimensions. We are studying country culture. Thank you for your time. In our next session, we are going to study the next one, which is uncertainty avoidance. We'll also look at the distinctions in the societies with uncertainty avoidance. Thank you. God bless you. Bye-bye.
Hello learner, welcome to Manifested e-learning platform. My name is F.A.M. Ngwiri and I practice within the financial services industry in Kenya. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we are discussing about portfolio management. The focus of today's class, ladies and gentlemen, is contemporary issues and emerging trends. We are going to narrow down our discussion towards investing in international markets. Now, what we're going to discuss under this wonderful topic of contemporary issues is just the general issues or the issues which are being discussed along in foreign markets and also in our local markets right here in Kenya. We are going to discuss about the considerations before investing in foreign markets, and then we're going to move ahead and discuss about the methods of investing in foreign equity securities, and thereafter we're going to look at the factors to consider before investing in foreign markets. So let's dive right in, ladies and gentlemen. We start by mentioning the following, ladies and gentlemen, that the considerations to be the considerations to be factored when investing in foreign markets, international markets include, so put it like that. Number 1, we talk about political factors, or what we call geopolitics, political factors. What we're saying is how peaceful is the country in as far as politics is concerned. So this is a consideration that you need to factor in. So I just put a bullet over there and say geopolitics and its influence on foreign direct investment. Geopolitics and its influence in or on foreign direct investment. Number two, ladies and gentlemen, so just going to bring about some distinction there. Political factors. Could be very brief, not too detailed. Number two is economic factors. Right there. So probably, maybe at that point, you may not really get to understand what we're talking about when discussing about investing in international markets. Let me just bring you up to speed. Please forgive me for that. So we're saying that this is, say, for example, Kenya. We want to invest in Uganda, right there. Possibly, maybe in Tanzania. That. I'll use TZ to denote Tanzania, UG to denote Uganda, and K to denote Kenya. So what are the considerations before a Kenyan wants to invest in Uganda or a Kenyan wants to invest in Tanzania? The first factor, ladies and gentlemen, is political factors. How is the politics or the political temperatures right over here? Could be, say, for example, in one of the countries over here, you could be able to have a regime that is kind of dictatorial. It may not really be able to allow for foreign direct investment to come into their countries like that easily. The second point right over here, we're talking about economic factors. So the economic factors of these countries, because you're saying that the Kenyans over here want to invest in Uganda, so the factors, the talking points over here should be the GDP, inflation, interest rates, and possibly exchange rates, amongst other factors there. So when talking about economic factors, we say the influence of GDP, interest rates. This is gross domestic product. The interest rates, exchange rates, We're talking about inflation. All these have an influence towards Kenyans investing in Uganda and investing in Tanzania. If, for example, the GDP is not is probably maybe the growth rates in Uganda and Tanzania are not up to the speed that the Kenyans actually want, then they would be able to prevent them from investing in those countries. Because probably maybe you're holding a portfolio right over here. This is just an example, guys. And probably holding a portfolio over here that also wants to grow. You want to grow the value of the portfolio. And the only way to do it is to invest in those economies that also produce significant growth in GDP, inflation, rather GDP only, and maybe inflation rate. You'd want to have modest amount of inflation because you're saying the purchase of goods and services or purchasing power in Uganda and Tanzania, if you put it on a Kenyan scale, it might also be quite expensive for the Kenyans to actually put it to invest in Uganda there. The interest rates, the prevailing interest rates, take a 10-year bond yield, is it, or maybe the lending rates within Uganda and Tanzania may not really be favorable over there. The exchange rates, Kenya shillings to Uganda shillings, probably the Ugandan shilling is actually strengthening more than is actually strengthening more than the Kenya shilling. Then that actually would present an opportunity for the Kenyans to actually invest in Uganda shillings, because we're seeing the Uganda shillings is actually strengthening against the Kenya shilling. So that's what we're saying. Currency risk or currency exchange rates needs to be factored in or needs to be considered when investing in international markets. I'm just using this as just an example over here. These same factors also affect when you want to invest even in European countries and also in the US there. So domestic factors, we're saying that the influence of GDP, interest rates and exchange rates, inflation on the investment manager's portfolio, on the investment managers. We go up over here, portfolio. So those have an impact on the investment decisions as to whether you're going to invest in Uganda or Tanzania or wherever, Europe or even the US. Next point, we're talking about socio-cultural factors. Number 3, social cultural factors. Socio-cultural factors, and we're saying these socio-cultural factors considered needs to be based on cultures and beliefs. So we're saying that the cultures, beliefs, and maybe traditions have of a given country have an impact on investments, on foreign direct investment. Foreign direct investments. This is how so. We can come back over here to a diagram over here, to a drawing. We're saying that if we are saying we have a predominant, just for example, if you're saying that in Kenya that we are predominantly maybe say for example Muslim or are believed to have the Muslim faithful or have a following towards the Muslim proposition, then we would only seek to invest in those countries that have got Sharia compliant laws or products. So those are what we're saying, the cultures and beliefs. And we're also talking about maybe say if Kenyans, for example, are also predominantly Christian, then it would mean that they would want to invest in countries probably that have got maybe the norms and the cultures that are almost similar to what the Kenyans actually believe in. Like that. So that also has an influence in foreign direct investment. Foreign direct investment from that country, from Kenya, cannot be able to come into Uganda as expected, because probably maybe there's a barrier in terms of cultures and beliefs and norms, as well as traditions. So moving on, we can talk about, I'm just being very brief, number 4, and for consistency purposes, I was supposed to underline this using red. Forgive me for that. Here, socio-cultural factors. And number 4, we're talking about technological factors. Technological factors. And we're saying technology, the impact of technology, of course, following the adverse effects of COVID-19 pandemic, led to innovations of how individuals can actually make, conduct meetings, trainings, and even modes of payment. It can also be done through using over the internet there. So of course, individuals came up with payment platforms that can allow seamless transfer of funds without any risk over there. And that means what? Precise point is this: commercial banks actually used to have probably maybe a given number of tellers, and even now what you're saying, automated teller machines. Now you're saying that individuals to some extent are not going to automated teller machines as the way they used to. They are now, because of the innovation that has been done by the CB, commercial bank, towards payment platforms online, as well as mobile banking, has actually transformed the commercial banking ways of doing business over here. Now in terms of the tellers, you don't find as many tellers as the way they used to be, because you can be able to conduct your transactions online or via your mobile phone. So we're saying advancements in technology, has allowed individual and institutional investors to invest in foreign equity securities or foreign securities, removing bottlenecks, that were previously in place. Because we're saying that nowadays you can even trade using just a mobile banking, just using your phone. You can even trade on cryptocurrencies, you can even cryptos, and you can also trade on currencies, you can do also on commodities, just by the confines of the convenience of your phone. So you don't really have to physically go to an exchange or even do it on online or using a computer machine and so on and so forth. That's the way it is. That's what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. So technology factors also have brought about ease in the way individuals actually transact. So in a country that is technologically savvy, then there's going to be a challenge in terms of how you can be able to execute investment decisions there. So if countries are not moving with a fast pace at which technology is actually growing, so you'd expect then there is going to be a hindrance in terms of receiving foreign direct investment there. 5 there. So we talk about sociocultural, technological, and then there's ecological factors. Our commercial banks are financial services firms, financing initiatives are financial services firms financing initiatives that drive or that cater for climate change, cater for climate change. That is a question mark over there. Commercial banks right over here, what are they financing? Who are they providing loans to? Are they providing loans to individuals and institutions and for a noble cause that are geared towards climate change or that are geared towards conserving the environment? My apologies. That's the question that you should be asked. So if commercial banks over here, CBs, are financing, say, activities that pollute the air, maybe even geared towards, maybe to some extent, civil rights, or maybe civil rights ecological is geared towards the environment, So it's civil rights is probably maybe legal environment. So pollute the air and maybe conserve or maybe are geared towards maybe bodily harm, causing bodily harm like that. Say, for example, I'm just using this as an example, BAT, British American Tobacco Cigarettes, producing company. So what are commercial banks' activities geared towards? Are they geared towards polluting the environment or providing finance to firms that pollute the environment? Or are they providing loans to institutions that are going to produce products that cause bodily harm, including cigarettes, alcohol, and so on and so forth like that? That's what we should be able to consider under the ecological factors. And that really affects. So if BAT is trying to seek financing or investors want to invest in BAT, and then there's going to be a deterrence, there's going to be some foreign direct investment may not really come because they're saying that the element of ecological factors are going to prevent them from receiving finance from commercial banks or from maybe say investors in foreign countries their own. So that is ecological factors. And we move on to this other side. We discuss other factors. Here, after ecological environment, we move ahead and discuss about legal environment, legal factors. And we're saying under legal factors, we talk about the impact of regulatory change on securities holding. So if initially the allocation or the preferred allocation from the regulators was saying it was going to be 0.25, 0.25, 0.25, 0.25, like that, all a quarter like that, we are saying that it changes and says that this is equities, fixed income, derivatives and alternatives. It changes and says that the preferred portfolio should have something to do with something over here 0.35 and here it's 0.15, for example, like that. This is 2.5. So it means that the portfolio holding or foreign direct investors would have an appetite. If initially they had an appetite for this, they'll not be able to provide financing to this part over here as much as the way they did because of that regulatory change. We're also seeing activities that are geared towards civil rights, like that, and so on and so forth, might also be contributory towards foreign direct investment. Individual investors or institutional investors may not be willing to invest in countries that do not follow or are not observant of civil rights or civil activism, civil activists, and so on and so forth like that. So that is part of the legal factors there. So it would deter foreign direct investments. Countries would not be able to invest in those countries which do not follow or do not have civil rights. So other factors include, other factors over here include, and we're talking about something to do with country risk. So we're talking about country risk. This is the risk that is posed by a country, especially in trying to determine maybe in terms of its credit rating, its ability to borrow from international markets, say maybe from the World Bank, the IMF, and so forth. So this country risk is also a factor that deters foreign direct investment or investing in international markets. Then we're also talking about maybe transaction costs in the foreign country where you would wish to place an investment. If the transaction costs are actually high, then that would deter participation in foreign direct or in foreign or international markets. The next point over here is currency volatility. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, I had discussed right over here about the exchange rates. So probably maybe I may not it would not be necessary for me to explain this point again because I've already talked about it in the currency exchange rate. And I said the currency, how erratic is the currency exchange rate. Maybe say, for example, the KES versus the Uganda shilling, like that. Is it very volatile? At one time, is the Kenya shilling losing ground against the the Uganda shilling, or is the Uganda shilling losing ground against the Kenya shilling? How erratic that moves would affect foreign direct investment or participation in international markets. We're also seeing the final point is liquidity. When in participating in international markets, liquidity is a key concern, and maybe you're investing in markets that do not provide liquidity or are not as liquid as maybe say maybe say foreign markets. Maybe emerging markets may not provide that element of liquidity as much as foreign markets would do. So that would deter investors in participating in international markets, there. So having discussed the considerations when investing in international markets, we can then move on and discuss about the methods that are used in investing in foreign equity securities. So methods of investing in foreign equity securities. We can do that right on this other side here. Methods of investing in foreign equity securities. Methods of investing in foreign equity securities. Methods of investing in foreign equity securities. So how do we invest in foreign equity securities? The first method is we can mention American depository receipts. Number one, American depository receipts. What is also called as ADRs. Under ADRs, we say that are a convenient way, are a convenient way to buy foreign stocks or foreign securities. To buy foreign securities. Convenient way to buy foreign securities. Foreign companies use American depository receipts or ADRs. Use ADRs to establish a presence. In the US markets. And sometimes have some capital. Sometimes require capital. These are what we can say a convenient way to buy foreign securities. You're saying foreign companies use ADRs to establish presence in the US markets and sometimes require capital and sometimes require capital. I'll move on this other side right here. So we say that each ADR that a foreign company issues represents underlying share, I'm not written it properly. Underlying share or number of underlying shares. underlying shares. They are listed, traded. They are listed, comma, traded and settled just like shares of the US companies. Settled just like shares or securities. It's like securities. It is of US companies. What are we saying? Each ADR that a foreign company issues represents an underlying share or number of underlying shares. So an institution over here issues depository receipts based on the number of shares right there. They are listed, traded, and settled just like securities of US companies on the NYSE or the NASDAQ. Let's move on to the second one. Global depository receipts. Global depository receipts. So for consistency, underline in red. We're saying that a depository receipts or depository receipt are depository receipt, or we say, let's just describe what it is. A bank, pardon me for that, a bank issues shares of a foreign company in international markets, typically in Europe, and makes them available, to investors within and overseas, to investors within and outside a country, outside a country, Let's stop there first and we proceed. A bank, maybe a depository bank, issues shares of a foreign company in international markets, typically in Europe, and makes them available to investors within and outside a country. So this is the country here. This bank or a firm over here issues, makes a deposit in terms of the shares with this bank over here. This bank then issues depository receipts in foreign markets like that. So once it issues foreign depository receipts in foreign markets, investors in Kenya, in Uganda, can actually invest in those securities in those other countries once they've been issued that. So that's a simple way of how to invest in foreign securities. So we're saying that a bank issues shares of a foreign company in international markets, typically in Europe, and makes them available to investors within and outside a country. So that is it for global depository receipts, but we may proceed as a conclusion, as a parting shot, and we can say that many global deposit GDRs, many GDRs are denominated in USD, US dollar, but some may also be issued. Some may also be issued in euros, and are traded on the LSE, London Securities Exchange, or Luxembourg exchange. So many GDRs are denominated in USD, but some may also be issued in euros and are traded on the LSE, Luxembourg exchanges, amongst other exchanges there. Once we've discussed the second one, which you're saying is global deposit receipts, we move over on this other side and discuss others. Foreign direct investment. Number 3, foreign direct investment. Foreign direct investment. And we're seeing under the foreign direct investment right here that one is expected to open a global account with a broker in your home country, e.g. Fidelity, or to open an account with a local broker in the target country. That is it for foreign direct investment. You decide that this is Kenya, you want to invest in Uganda, you go and open, say for example, a CDS account, Central Depository and Settlement account in Uganda. Then once you open a CDS account in Uganda, you can be able to invest or purchase securities as the way you'd actually wish. Of course, when currency flows from Kenya to Uganda like that, you expect to have that what we call exchange rate or conversion exchange rate between Kenya and the Kenya shillings and Uganda shillings there. So you need to convert the Kenya shillings into Uganda shillings for you to be able to participate and invest in securities in Uganda. That's what you're saying, direct investing. And so we're saying that one is expected to open a global account with a broker in your home country, e.g. Fidelity, or to open an account with a local broker in the target country right there. So there are two ways there. So first of all, open a global account with a broker in your home country. So in your home country, which has got if your country has got, say this is Kenya, has got a global broker over here, then that's one of the ways you can be able to participate in foreign markets, and you'll be able to trade using that broker over there. And the second case is the one that I just given you over here. You decide to open a CDS account right over here, and then of course you convert the Kenya shillings into Uganda shillings so that you can be able to participate in foreign markets there or invest in Uganda. We're saying number 4, guys, global mutual funds. funds. Global mutual funds is also another way. Pardon me, I keep underlining with black. Global mutual funds, saying here, one can opt for a mutual fund. One can opt for a mutual fund that focuses on international equities or fixed income. I said opt for a mutual fund that focuses on international equities, focuses on international equities or fixed income, That's it for global mutual funds. One can opt for a mutual fund that focuses on international equities or fixed income. That's it, by investing in a pool of products. So this mutual fund accepts funds all over the world. And then it is, of course, professionally managed by a portfolio manager right over here. And so now this is Kenya. You are the one who's actually invested in that mutual fund that could actually be focused, maybe say, or divided into two, maybe fixed income and maybe equities like that. So this is Kenya. Investors actually invest in fixed income part. They also have an option to invest in the equities in international markets. Mutual funds that are available to international investors. Number 5, we're talking about multinational companies. Number 5, multinational companies. And here we can be able to say that occurs when domestic companies, when it occurs, saying that it occurs when domestic companies that desire significant sales, that drive significant sales, right over here, from abroad. So let me now highlight the salient points. So when domestic companies, or it occurs when domestic companies that drive significant sales from abroad are purchased. Full stop there. For example, we are saying if we have Coca-Cola company in the US market over there, Coca-Cola, significant sales of Coca-Cola actually come, ladies and gentlemen, from foreign or from maybe the customers who are actually abroad from the US there. So Coca-Cola, e.g. Coca-Cola. So significant sales of the company, yes, it's an American company, but significant sales or significant revenues of Coca-Cola actually come from outside the country there. That's how you can be able to participate in investing in international markets, how you can be able to invest in international markets over there. You could also invest in international markets based on using foreign, forex trading. 6, forex trading, where you buy and sell currency pairs of companies which are not companies, buy and sell currency pairs of countries or exchange currencies. Say, for example, Euro USD stroke CHF or Euro USD. So investing in the Euro USD currency pair using forex trading, you are also in a way investing in international markets there. So this is also another way of how you can be able to invest in international markets, amongst other ways. But these are the most common ways of how you can be able to invest in international markets. Now, to conclude, we will discuss about the factors to consider, when selecting an investment stroke asset class. The first one is security. Let's talk about when investing in asset classes, they need to provide some element of security such that it cannot actually be stolen by someone or cannot be purchased by someone unless you actually authorize for that. Number two, liquidity. Securities must at least provide some element of liquidity at short notice. So when you want to sell off your asset class, or maybe say if it's real estate, then you can be able to do so with relative ease. That is liquidity. Number three, asset classes should be able to generate some element of return. So an asset class or an investment should be able to generate some return. There are times when they may not be able to generate positive returns, but at least after some time, an investment or an asset class should be able to generate for you some return. There, number three, growth. They should be able to maintain their purchasing power. So growth is also a significant element of it. And of course, growth is tied with inflation. It's tied with the inflation. So securities should be able to actually grow in terms of capital gains there. So these, having discussed about these factors to consider when selecting an investment, we can be able to end this session, ladies and gentlemen, so that I can be able to give you an assignment for you to be able to just review. So the assignment that I have for you today here about explain the methods of investing in foreign equity securities. Explain the methods of investing in foreign equity securities. That is what I want you to go and break down and understand, so that you can be able to comprehend this part of investing in international markets. Thank you for being with Manifested Publishers. God bless you.
Welcome, learner, to our continuing lessons in human resource management. Today we are looking at motivation theories and practice of human resource management, where we are looking at classical theories of motivation, and we are looking at Douglas McGregor theory X and theory Y. Now, this Douglas McGregor is known for proposing theory X and theory Y, which are two assumptions about human nature, and the theory X and theory Y, on which are theory X and theory Y, on how managers perceived and handled employee motivation. The theory X and the theory Y were developed by McGregor in the 1960s. And these theories have extensively been used to inform decisions in management and in human resource management. So what Douglas McGregor did, when it comes to theory X assumptions are the negative sides of the assumptions where some managers had the assumptions about workers. And theory Y is the positive side, according to McGregor, that there are some managers who made assumptions that, for example, in theory X, that employees are inherently lazy. And these employees may dislike work. These employees must be coerced to work. So when managers have that kind of a view about workers, then those supervisors or managers will handle employees with coercion or a dictatorial management style. But on the other side, where an organization, a supervisor or manager views employees with assumptions of theory Y, then the theory Y is the opposite of theory X, and in theory Y, it is presumed that individuals will even like to do work so long as the environment is created to have them to work effectively. And what Douglas McGregor proposed is that managers should emphasize on the theory Y assumptions to be able to create environments that help employees achieve their objectives. So we can have a look at theory Y and theory X, and then we see what were some of the assumptions that were made under theory X and theory Y. So here you have theory X assumptions, theory X assumptions. Okay, now when it comes to theory X assumptions, as you have said, Lana, this is the positive side. Okay, this is theory Y, theory X, theory X. Theory X is the negative assumptions that supervisors or managers may have regarding workers. And what are some of these assumptions? What are some of these assumptions of theory Y? We have just indicated that in terms of a working environment, a manager may argue that the average worker is inherently lazy. So this kind of a manager makes an assumption that a worker is inherently lazy, for example. 2, dislikes work. 3, cannot take responsibility. 4, should be coerced. Should be coerced. So that means forced. Should be coerced or forced to work. Should be coerced or forced to work. 5, will avoid work at all options. So if an employee has an option to avoid work according to these assumptions, a manager assumes that this employee will avoid work at all options, at all options, or maybe opportunity. So these are the kind of assumptions, and these are not all the assumptions. These are some of the assumptions that were proposed by Douglas McGregor, that when you look at a work environment, there are some managers, and these managers may have this kind of assumptions about workers. And when they have this kind of assumptions about workers, then these kind of managers are likely to adopt what is called a dictatorial approach to managing these particular employees within the working environment. Then, on the other hand, there is now the theory X assumptions. Theory Y assumptions. Theory Y assumptions. Now, the theory Y assumptions, this was the negative. So theory Y is the positive side. And when it comes to the positive side, according to Douglas McGregor, employees, the average employee will work willingly. The average employee will work willingly. So what is important is for the management to create a conducive environment. So according to McGregor's theory, when it comes to the theory Y assumptions, what are some of these assumptions? One, workers can take initiative for their work. Two, workers are responsible so long as the right conditions are created. Workers will seek extra, will take initiative and seek extra responsibilities. So what we are saying, Lana, if you look at the theory Y assumptions according to McGregor is arguing that this is the progressive side, and workers can be what is called highly ambitious, creativity is inherent among the workforce and so on. So these are the issues. On the theory Y assumptions, if managers make an assumption that the average worker will take initiative for their work, the workers will be responsible so long as the right conditions are created, workers will take initiative and seek extra responsibilities, workers are highly ambitious, workers are willing to be involved in decision making, and when it comes to performance, these employees are able to provide output. So what McGregor provided is that Douglas McGregor, as a note learner, McGregor indicated that it is the responsibility of management to create the right work environment, for employees to operate in. So according to Douglas McGregor, looking at theory X and theory Y, Douglas recommended theory Y for progressive managers. So for motivation purposes, McGregor Douglas provided that managers who are progressive should be able to create a conducive environment, and once they create a conducive environment, the assumptions on which they should base decisions on regarding their workers could be the theory Y assumptions, and encourage employees to be able to perform. So those are the issues that surround the theory X and the theory Y assumptions in relation to a work environment. So we can go through this, Lana, slowly again. We have looked at Douglas MacGregor theory X and theory Y, and we have indicated that in the 1960s, Douglas MacGregor is known for proposing two assumptions about human nature, and these two opposing assumptions were theory X and theory Y, and according to Douglas MacGregor, these were the set of assumptions that managers perceived their subordinates or their work environments, and the kind of the managerial decisions they took were influenced by these assumptions. Then we have looked at theory X assumptions and indicated that the theory X assumptions were the negative assumptions that managers could make regarding their employees, and that would then influence the kind of management styles they adopted. And we have seen that the theory X assumptions may include: 1, average worker is inherently lazy; then 2, an average worker dislikes work; 3, an average worker cannot take responsibility for their actions within the work environment; and then 4, an average worker needs to be coerced in order to be able to work. And coercion here we have said is forced. And then number 5, an average worker will avoid work at all options or at any opportunity. So this then will make managers who are managing employees with this kind of a perspective to adopt a dictatorial or autocratic management style. So when workers are handled with that kind of a style, sometimes it may create challenges. So that is as far as the theory X assumptions are concerned. And when it comes to theory Y assumptions, this is the positive side. And the average worker, according to the managers who perceive workers this way: 1, workers can take initiative for their work; 2, workers are responsible so long as the right conditions are created for them; then 3, workers will take initiative and seek extra responsibilities; 4, average workers are highly ambitious; and 5, creativity can be inherent within workers or it can be cultivated. So those are the theory Y assumptions, a set of which some managers may perceive their subordinates and now be able to sometimes adopt what is called a democratic leadership style or management style to be able to get work done. And according to MacGregor Douglas, it is the responsibility of management to create the right environment for employees to operate in. And Douglas MacGregor highly recommended managers to increasingly adopt the theory Y approach to be able to create a democratic management style to be able to achieve both employee and organizational objectives and motivate workers to their level based in terms of performance. So Lana, before we finish, I want to leave you with an assignment. And your assignment for the lesson today is describe Douglas MacGregor's theory Y, theory X and theory Y, as it is used in management. So Lana, this is your assignment. Describe Douglas MacGregor's theory X and theory Y as it is used in management. So we have come to the end of our lesson today, where we were looking at Douglas MacGregor theory X and theory Y, and we have looked at the theory X assumptions and theory Y assumptions, and also your assignment. So thank you very much. We hope to meet in the next lesson. Welcome, learner, to our human resource management subject, and we are looking today at Friedrich Herzberg's two-factor theory, and we want to look at it in terms of the two aspects presented, two factors presented by Friedrich Herzberg. Friedrich Herzberg's two-factor theory is also referred to as motivation hygiene theory. Is also referred to as motivation hygiene theory. And in 1959, Friedrich Herzberg proposed a two-factor theory, and according to Herzberg, there are some factors that result in satisfaction, while there are some other job factors that may prevent dissatisfaction. So according to Herzberg, the factors which enhance satisfaction should be maintained, and the factors which prevent dissatisfaction should be addressed to ensure that employees are motivated within a working environment. So Herzberg classified these job factors into two categories, and these two categories are hygiene factors. So you have the hygiene factors. You have the hygiene factors and motivational factors. Hygiene factors and motivational factors. And according to Herzberg, within a given environment, there could be some aspects built in the job itself. And these aspects that are built within the job itself, according to Herzberg, these are the satisfiers. And that is what Herzberg proposed, that managers have to be able to find out, organizations have to be able to find out what are these inbuilt factors within the job in relation to motivational factors that may enhance employee motivation, and they can be cultivated, and they can be put in place, and workers can be encouraged to be able to perform. So we want to look at the two factors. So we will start with the hygiene factors. Hygiene factors. These hygiene factors that were brought out by Herzberg, the hygiene factors are those that may, in the working environment, if they are not addressed, bring dissatisfaction within that particular setting. And Herzberg proposed that an organization has to address those hygiene factors. And what are some of the hygiene factors according to Herzberg? So according to Herzberg, the hygiene factors in an organization may be things like pay. And when it comes to pay, number one, pay. So this could be pay structures, and pay levels. Pay structures and pay levels. So what Herzberg was suggesting, if an organization wants its employees to perform, then they have to look at the hygiene factors in relation to pay. And in this case, you are looking at pay structures, you are looking at pay levels, you are looking at commensurate pay that should be given to employees depending on their performance. Then the next thing could be company policies, organizational policies, organizational policies and procedures. So an organization has to look at the organizational policies and that are available within the work environment that govern the relationship between workers, supervisors, managers, and how work is done in that particular work environment. So when that is now addressed, then there are also aspects of fringe benefits, benefits. So these ones are the extra perks that are provided to workers. For example, an employee in a given organization could be told if they are in an environment where parking is a challenge, that worker could be having a specific area where they park. So when they come to the work environment, they are able to find ready parking. They don't have to move up and down looking for parking. They could, for example, have good physical working conditions. So physical working conditions, physical working conditions. Physical working conditions should be looked at. So when it comes to the working environment, physical working environment. So this physical working environment may encompass things like maybe the machines, the tools, the equipment that employees are using. So here, machines, tools should be in good condition, should be in good condition. So if an employee is working and the machine they are using, the machine the employee is using and the equipment the employee is using is in good order, then that employee will enjoy even doing that particular work. So when you give employees equipment that are current, modern technology, even that worker will want to come and see how they can also be able to use those equipment. Then number 5, you have status. Employees should be recognized, and appreciated. Recognized and appreciated. So if you have designations or titles, then an employee will feel recognized, will feel appreciated, and this can also help in enhancing that employee's, for example, position. Then you also have interpersonal relations, interpersonal relations, interpersonal relations. Interpersonal relations. So this should be cordial. Cordial relations should be cultivated within a given environment. Interpersonal relations. An organization should ensure that the way workers relate to each other, the way they also relate with managers and so on, the way subordinates and superiors relate, that should be cordial relations. Then you have the aspect of job security. Job security. So this could, for example, be given in terms of contracts, stable appointments, among others. So an organization should be able to provide job security, ensure there is work for employees, and that way employees can put in more effort. So this could be some of the hygiene factors which must be addressed within a given working environment to ensure that workers are able to be motivated to be able to work in terms of their areas of operation. Then you have now the second part. That one was hygiene factors. Then you have what we are calling motivational factors. Motivational factors. Motivational factors, or sometimes they were referred to as satisfiers. Motivational factors or satisfiers. So we have looked at the one side. These aspects are not inherent in the job. These are things which are around the job. So Hasberg recommended that in terms of the motivational factors, an organization has to look at the job itself now. The organization has to look at the job itself in terms of how that particular organization is able to work. So in terms of motivational factors, there is the first one, which is recognition. Recognition. So the employees have to be recognized in the organization. The organization, like now, if you have a general manager, you have a maybe plant manager, they have to be recognized within that particular organization, and they have also to be recognized in terms of their accomplishments. In terms of accomplishments, which must also be, which have to be appreciated. For example, an employee has invented some way of doing work that has to be recognized in a function, and if possible, that worker could also be given some reward in relation to that particular recognition, and that one will motivate that worker and other workers to be able to work effectively. And then number two, there is the aspect of sense of achievement. What happens, Lana, human nature is that if somebody does something and there is an element of achievement, right? For example, if an employee is given a target, okay? An employee is given a target, for example, you have got 1,000 acres of land that is arid, for instance, and you put there a team and they are supposed to be able to translate these 1,000 acres into farmland and be able to make harvests from there. So these kind of workers in that kind of a team, they will have a sense of achievement if they achieve this target of translating arid land that is 1,000 acres into arable land that can be able to sustain life and be able to feed people and so on. Then there is the element of growth and promotion. Growth and promotion. So an organization has to provide opportunities for advancement. Opportunities for advancement. If workers have achieved, if workers have performed, then these workers should be promoted, for example. So these ones could be, for example, promotion to higher grades. So that will make those employees who have been promoted to move to higher grades. It will make these employees to be able to work hard, and other employees will also want to work smart so that they can also grow in terms of their career expectation, as the case might be. And then it is important that employees within organizations are also made responsibilities. So we are looking at motivational factors. So if you have a team, for example, if you have a team and you make them responsible for production, for example, responsible for production, so they will set targets, they will bring together their schedules, they will decide when they are supposed to maybe stop the machine and do overhaul, and when they have those responsibilities as a team, if they achieve or if they are challenged to be able to achieve challenging targets and so on, then that particular kind of a group can be able to operate, can be able to be motivated in terms of a team, in terms of the members and so on. Then there is the element of meaningful work. Meaningful work. So that work should be worthwhile. Whatever employees are doing should be worthwhile, something they can be proud of. for employees to be proud. Employees should be proud of what they are doing. If they are doing things that are making lives better, if they are doing things that are changing the environment, that are changing the society, they are, for example, producing products that are being used to save lives. They are making products which are used to feed people who are hungry, dress or clothe people, provide intervention measures and so on, assist humanity. So this meaningful work will make it worthwhile, and it is a motivational factor for employees, and it is one of the satisfiers that management has to make sure within a given work environment, employees are motivated. So having looked at now hygiene factors, we have also looked at motivational factors. What are some of the implications of two-factor theory? Implications of two-factor theory. Implications of two-factor theory. So we want Lana to look at what are some of the implications of the two-factor theory. So one, managers and supervisors must create a conducive work environment for effective motivation. Two, employees should be involved in decision making. Number three, why this Frederick Hasberg's two-factor theory is critical. Jobs must be designed. To enhance employee motivation. So what you are saying, Lana, in this point is that if you look at the hygiene factors, these are factors which are outside the job. But if you look at the motivational factors, these ones are factors which are inherent within the job. Then progressive recognition should be made to employees, to encourage motivation. So you have a situation where employees have performed well, and it had been agreed that if you achieve, it is important that you are recognized. So the recognition should be made. And number five, organization should combine intrinsic and extrinsic rewards. Organizations should combine intrinsic and extrinsic rewards in their motivation. So what happens, it is not only the extrinsic factors, intrinsic and extrinsic factors are important. So organizations must seek to strike a balance in terms of how they may want to motivate their workers. And then it's also important, number six, job enrichment. Should be used to provide to provide employees with vertical job loading factors, vertical job loading factors to motivate workers, through challenging tasks. So Lana, these are just some. Job enrichment should be used to provide employees with the vertical job loading factors. So here is where higher level jobs tasks are brought down to encourage employees to be able to perform in a given organization to achieve that sense of achievement for the meaningful of the work, so that the work is also exciting. So Lana, summary of Frederick Herzberg's two-factor theory. We have looked at Frederick Herzberg's two-factor theory, and we have indicated that Frederick Herzberg's two-factor theory may also be referred to as motivation hygiene theory. It was proposed in 1959 by Frederick Herzberg, and according to Herzberg, there are some job factors that result in satisfaction, while there are other job factors that prevent dissatisfaction, and Herzberg classified them as hygiene factors and motivation factors. We have had a look at some of the hygiene factors, and we have indicated that some of those hygiene factors are pay, where you are looking at pay structures and pay levels. We also have hygiene factors like organizational policies and procedures and guidelines. We also have fringe benefits or extra perks, number 3. Number 4, physical working conditions like machines, tools should be in good conditions to facilitate smooth working. Number 5, status, where we have said that employees should be recognized and appreciated. Number 6, interpersonal relations should be cordial. Number 7, job security should be provided to workers where they are appointed in contracts that are stable. So Lana, those are some of the hygiene factors. Then when it comes to motivation factors, which we have indicated like satisfiers, number 1, there should be recognition, where employees should be recognized for their accomplishments and appreciated. Number 2, sense of achievement, where workers are given targets that if they achieve, they also feel they have conquered and achieved something. Number 3, growth and promotion opportunities should be provided to workers. Then number 4, responsibilities, where team production could, for example, be encouraged. Number 5, meaningful work should be made available, where workers feel that it is worthwhile to be able to perform those tasks. Then we have also looked at the implications of the two-factor theory, and we have indicated that it has several implications, including number 1, managers and supervisors must create a conducive work environment. Number 2, employees should be involved in decision making. Number 3, jobs must be designed. Jobs must be designed to enhance employee motivation. Number 4, progressive recognition should be made to employees to encourage motivation. Number 5, organizations should consider combining intrinsic and extrinsic rewards in their motivation processes. And number 6, job enrichment should be used or provided to employees with vertical job loading factors to ensure that workers are able to perform higher level activities, to challenge them and to give them an opportunity to make a contribution and feel that their knowledge and skills have been applied. So before we finish, you have an assignment, learner. Assignment. And your assignment today is assess the application. Assess the application of of Hasberg's Frederick Hasberg's two-factor theory in human resource management. Human resource management. So Lana, that is your assignment. Assess the application of Frederick Hasberg's two-factor theory in human resource management. So I want to take this opportunity to thank you very much for being attentive in our lesson today. Thank you.
Hello, candidate. Thank you for joining our today's financial management lesson. We are together once again to continue learning about valuation models. In our last lesson, we introduced the subtopic valuation of private companies, and we mentioned that private companies can be valued using very many methods or approaches, and these approaches can broadly be categorized into three. Number one is the income-based approaches, number two, the market-based approaches, and the asset-based approaches. The CPA financial management syllabus only allows us to consider the first two approaches, one, the income-based approach, and the market-based approaches. In our last lesson, we learned how to value a private company using the income-based approach, method number one. Today we want to look at the second method that can be used in the valuation of private companies. Valuation of private companies. The method that we learn today is the capitalized cash flow method. Capitalized cash flow method. Capitalized cash flow method. Candidate, this method can also be referred to as the capitalized income method, capitalized income method, or capitalization of earnings. It can also be referred to as capitalization of earnings method. These are synonyms. Capitalized cash flow method can also be referred to as capitalized income method or capitalization of earnings method. Capitalization of earnings method. Now, this method values private company. This method values a private company, by using a single representative, a single representative estimate, single representative estimate of economic benefit, of economic benefit, and dividing that estimate by an appropriate capitalization rate, by an appropriate capitalization rate to arrive at the value of the firm, to arrive at the value of the firm. Now, learners, as opposed to the free cash flow method which we learned in our last lesson, where a series of cash flows are discounted. Okay, remember the last method, we discounted a series of cash flows to get the present value, which finally made us arrive at the value of private company. This one here, this method uses a single representative estimate. There is only one estimate of the future economic benefit. Now that benefit, that estimate, that single value is divided by an appropriate capitalization rate. All right, there are just two things. The estimate, that is the economic benefit, divided by a capitalization rate to arrive at the value of the firm, where the capitalization rate, where the capitalization rate is the required rate of return, minus the sustainable growth rate, growth rate, and this is what we mean. The value of the firm, is simply equal to the future cash flow to the firm, subscript 1, divided by the capitalization rate. We divide by the capitalization rate. Since we are talking of the value of the whole firm, we will use the weighted average cost of capital, because we are determining the value of the whole firm. Whole firm means the value of equity and value of debt. So we said we minus the growth rate. So here you can see, candidates, this is just a single value. This is the expected free cash flow to the firm. Expected free cash flow to the firm, where where FCFF1 is equal to the expected free cash flow to the firm. The free cash flow to the firm, expected free cash flow to the firm. And work is equal to the weighted average cost of capital, the average cost of capital, assuming a constant capital structure. We are assuming here the capital structure does not change, because any change in capital structure will affect the weighted average cost of capital. And G, this is supposed to be G. This is G minus G, and G is the growth rate. G is the growth rate. So, if you may have noticed, learners, my definition of the capitalized cash flow method, what I have done is simply to define the formula. So learners, what you need to do, for those of you who are preparing for exams, if you are asked to write short notes or describe what the capitalized cash flow method is, you can do that by simply stating the formula. And if you have the formula, then it becomes easier, because you can see here I've written that this method values private company by using a single representative estimate. This is the single representative estimate, okay? The future cash flow, the free cash flow to firm, then dividing, this is dividing, all right? This is dividing, and then dividing that estimate, dividing this estimate by an appropriate required rate of return, okay? Required rate of return minus the growth rate, So that is the value of the firm, Now, having determined the value of the firm, the whole firm, we will now then subtract the value of debt, the market value of debt, from the value of the firm to arrive at the value of equity, In other words, I'm saying to estimate the value of equity, we subtract the market value of debt. We subtract the market value of debt from the value of the firm, So having determined the value of the whole firm, that is both equity and debt, we then can determine the value of equity by subtracting the market value of debt from the total market value of the firm. Alternatively, the value of equity Alternatively, the value of equity can be estimated by dividing the value the free cash flows to equity, by dividing the free cash flows to equity by the required rate of return of equity. The required rate of return of equity R. So, alternative way of determining the value or estimating the value of equity, the value of equity here, the value of equity. We can take the value, the free cash flows. You can take the free cash flows, the free cash flow to equity, free cash flow to equity, free cash flow to equity. Remember, note the difference. This is, we are dividing the free cash flow to equity, as opposed to here the free cash flow to the firm, the whole firm. Here we are taking the free cash flow to equity, and in that case we divide it by the required rate of return of equity, the required rate of return of equity. Here we are dividing the total, the free cash flows to the firm, the whole firm, we divide by the weighted average cost of capital. That is the weight of average cost of capital, which is a representative of both the cost of equity and cost of debt, So here, value of the firm, the value of equity. Here the value of equity will be equal to, the value of equity will be equal to the free cash flow to equity expected. That is after a period of a single, we talked here about a single representative estimate. A single representative estimate we divide by, dividing by the required rate of return R minus G, minus the sustainable growth rate G. So that is the formula for calculating value of equity of a private company. That is the formula. Another way is to calculate the value of the firm total, then having determined the value of the firm, we deduct the market value of debt. So having understood the concept and the formula, can we now have an illustration? Given the following figures, calculate the value of the firm and the value of equity using this capitalization rate, using the capitalization using the capitalized cash flow method, CCM, using the CCM. Given the following figures, calculate the value of the firm and value of equity using the capitalized cash flow method. Using the capitalized cash flow method. So first we are supposed to calculate the value of the firm, So let's have illustration here. Illustration. We have been given data here. There is the free cash flow to the firm, FCFF, in 1 year, that is expected in 1 year, 12,100,000. The growth rate of FCFF is 4%, and the weighted average cost of capital is 15%. The market value of debt is given at 4 million. It's given at 4 million. So, 1, the value of the farm. Calculate 1, value of the farm. The value of the farm will be equal to the free cash flow to farm divided by work minus G. Divided by work minus G. The free cash flow to farm is 12 million 100,000 divided by work 15%, 0.15 minus growth rate 0.44. This will be the value of the farm. Let me take my machine FX82MS. FX82MS. So I'll have here 12,100,000 divided by 0.15 minus 0.04. This is 0.04. So the value of the farm, the whole farm, is 110 million. That is the value of the farm. The value of the farm. The question is, calculate the value of the farm. Then number 2, calculate the value of equity. The value of equity. 2, value of equity will be equal to the value of the farm minus the market value of debt, minus the market value of debt. The market value of the farm we have calculated is 110 million. From the question here, the market value of debt is 4 million. 4 million. Therefore, the value of equity will be the difference. The value of equity is 110 minus 4, which is equal to 106 million. 106 million. So, candidates, you can see how these models or methods are easy to comprehend, easy to understand, straightforward. The formula is a simple one. Formula is simple, so you need to memorize the formula so that you can apply it. What you need to understand for those who are doing exams, the questions may be set in different ways, but you need to understand the concept, the formula. You may not be given the growth rate. You need to understand how to determine growth rate given different set of data. You may not be given the weighted average cost of capital in a question, but we learned how to calculate the weighted average cost of capital. It's simply the sum of the cost of debt, weight of debt, okay, plus weight of equity gives you the weighted average cost of capital. It's weight of debt, weight times cost of debt plus weight of equity, that will give you the weighted average cost of capital. And the FCFF, free cash flow to equity, this should be the expected free cash flow to equity. It's not supposed to be the current, it's supposed to be expected. And again, we learned how to convert the current cash flow to farm. If you want to calculate to convert the current, this is the current denoted as FCFF naught. If you want to convert this to FCFF1, you simply apply the growth rate FF naught times 1 plus G, 1 year. That will give you the expected after 1 year. So candidates, all this we learned in our previous lessons. So just reminding you that the examiner may set a question under valuation of private company. As much as this may seem straightforward, the examiner may set a question where you are required to use knowledge of different topics. Thank you for attending our today's lesson. In our next lesson, we will learn how to value private companies using the residual income approach. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to the boardroom dynamics learning session. We're going to continue with the topic culture in the boardroom. Today we focus on company culture. By the end of this lesson, you should be able to define company culture. We will also discuss 8 points to consider in corporate culture. Let's begin with the definition of company culture or corporate culture. Company culture is defined by the implicit unwritten rules that create expectations for how people choose to behave. And it is reflected by what people actually do every day, by what is celebrated, by what is emphasized, and what is overlooked. And one of the fundamental roles of leadership is to create and maintain a culture that reinforces the company's core values, culture that encourages employees to do the right thing and helps drive the company's long-term strategy. And culture can be a powerful driver of organizational performance. Today, we are going to discuss various points to consider in corporate culture. But first of all, I've defined company culture as is or refers to the implicit, unwritten, rules that create expectations, rules that create expectations for how people choose to behave. How people choose to behave at the workplace. And it is reflected by what people actually do every day. Culture is the way people do things. All right? That is reflected in what people celebrate, what people emphasize, and what the employees overlook at the workplace. So what are the points to consider? Company culture. Previously, we studied the boardroom culture, culture in the board. Here we are focusing our attention on the company culture generally. There is the culture at the board level, and there is culture at the company level, After this, we'll study culture, countrywide culture. We go into culture, national culture. Today we are studying the company culture. I've said there is board culture, we have company culture, then there is the country culture. Point number one is that culture is not simply a once or twice a year discussion. Culture is not a once or twice year discussion. It is not a once or twice a year discussion, because culture or company culture should be part of the board's agenda and the ongoing conversation throughout the year. Company culture should be something that people talk about, employees talk about, the company talk about, the management addresses throughout the year. It's not just be a point of discussion once or twice a year. Remember, I've said that one of the fundamental roles of leadership is to create and maintain a culture that reinforces the company's core values. A culture can also encourage employees to do the right thing, and culture may also help the company to drive its long-term strategy. And therefore, bearing that in mind, it's important that culture is not just a once or twice a year discussion. The second point is that company risk strategy, let me write it, strategy, risks, and culture should be tightly connected. Should be tightly connected. Strategy, the company risks, the culture should be tightly connected. What does that mean? That means that culture needs to be embedded in the company's decision-making processes, including strategic thinking, including risk management, including compliance, including performance, including incentives driving such activities. It has to be embedded in the decision-making, all the decision-making processes of the company. 3, culture should start at the top. Culture should start at the top, then cascade down through all levels of the organization. The top leadership should set the tone at the top. Then it should cascade throughout the levels of the organization. The departmental heads, the assistant departmental heads, the clerks, everyone should not be left behind when it comes to matters to do with the culture of the company. And in addition to its monitoring role, the board plays a critical role in helping shape the tone at the top by modeling behaviors that leadership wants to drive. Culture should start at the top and then cascade throughout the levels of the organization. The board, another point to note is that the board should get access to unfiltered view of company's culture. Board should get access to an filtered view of the company's culture. The company's culture. The board should get access to unfiltered view of the company's culture. We may have good culture or bad culture, culture of laziness, culture of corruption, culture of hard work. So the board should get access to unfiltered view of the company's culture. Should ensure robust, there ought to be robust reporting processes. The company should ensure that there is robust reporting processes in place, including capturing red and yellow flags, as well as indicators of good culture or indicators of bad culture. 5, leverage internal audit, leverage internal audit to do what? To access or to assess and monitor culture. To assess and monitor company culture. Leverage internal audit to assess or evaluate and then monitor the company culture. The company should consider incorporating a culture of value assessment in the annual internal audit plan in order to help measure whether or how employee behavior and practices reflect the company's culture and values. And one of the biggest challenges both face in culture and other intangible areas is how to reinforce behaviors that strengthen the company's culture and how to penalize behaviors that weaken company culture. Number 6, align company policies with culture. Align company policies with culture. Do you understand? The failure to enforce a company policy effectively or consistently sends a strong signal to others that the policy does not matter, and thereby encouraging continued and possibly greater violations. Moreover, from a liability standpoint, not enforcing policy may be worse than not having a policy in the first place. So it's important that the management aligns company policies with the company culture. Number 7, now we've seen companies increasingly seeking ways to reinforce good behaviors and at the same time penalizing bad ones through compensation. That can be challenging, particularly for senior management, in an era when pay for performance can lead to rigid adherence to metrics and formulas and a reluctance to use discretion to reward or punish behavior. However, there are indicators that some companies have begun to develop metrics by which to compensate individuals for cultural actions. So that point emphasizes the way a company can use compensation to reinforce good behavior and at the same time penalize bad behavior. That sometimes can be challenging. When you compensate people for behaving well, then people generally become rigid. All right? They rigidly adhere to laws. They rigidly adhere to metrics. They rigidly adhere to formulas such that they may be reluctant to use discretion at the workplace. So it's important to note to be careful when using compensation to reward good behavior. It has advantages, it has disadvantages. Then you can also note that strong corporate communications with consistent messaging, all right? Strong corporate communications with consistent messaging at all levels can affect internal and the external perceptions of a company's culture. So the messaging has to be strong, the messaging has to be consistent. And it has to happen at all levels of the company. When that happens, then that can change the perceptions of a company's culture. So these are important points to note as far as company culture is concerned. We've defined company culture. We've said company culture refers to unwritten rules that create expectations for how people choose to behave at the workplace. We also noted that culture is not a once or twice year discussion. It has to take place throughout the year. We've said that strategy, risk, and culture should be tightly connected because failure of a company is dependent on long-term objectives and risk management. So the culture of the organization should be embedded in all the processes related to risk management, related to strategic thinking. Number 3, culture should start at the top and cascade through all levels of the organization. We've said that the board should set the tone at the top. Then the culture tone should cascade through all the levels of the organization. Number 4, the board should get access to unfiltered view of the company's culture. There should be mechanisms for reporting on both good and bad culture, and the board should have access to all information relating to company's culture which is not filtered. Number 5, the company should leverage on internal audit to assess and monitor culture. Then we have said that company policies should be aligned with culture. Then lastly, strong and consistent. There ought to be strong and consistent messaging at all levels. When that happens, then that can affect internal and external perceptions of a company. And that will mark the end of our today's lesson. Thank you for choosing to study with us. Bye-bye.
Hello learner, welcome to Manifested e-learning platform. My name is F.A.M. Ningwiri, and I practice within the financial services industry in Kenya. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to learn about portfolio management. The focus will be on contemporary issues and emerging trends. We are going to narrow down our discussion towards case studies on application of portfolio management. I will read out to you case studies, provide for you some multiple choices, and then we can be able to try and answer together. So, first question reads as follows. Jane Smith has an investment portfolio of $5 million. She is 68 years old, retired, and has no children. After her death, she wishes to leave her portfolio to a local art museum that has given her relatively free access to art exhibits over the past decade. Her health is better than average, and she maintains an active lifestyle consisting of frequent swimming, biking, and playing tennis with friends at her country club. Smith estimates that to maintain her standard of living, she needs approximately $250,000 per year. Expenses are expected to grow at an expected inflation rate of 2%. She states that as a retiree, her tolerance for risk is below average. Smith has come to you for assistance in investing her assets. So the questions I pose to you are right down there, ladies and gentlemen. Smith's return objective is closest to A, 3%, B, 5%, and C, 7%. Number 2, Smith's ability to take risk is most appropriately characterized as A, below average, B, average, C, significantly above average. Number 3, in terms of Smith's time horizon and liquidity constraints, Smith most likely has A, active investment strategy, B, risk controlled active investment strategy, C, enhanced index strategy. So ladies and gentlemen, we start by solving part A. And you can see there I have actually summarized to you on the screen. Smith states that she needs $250,000 annually to maintain her standard of living. This amount of annual expenditure represents what proportion? The proportion is 5%. How do we get the 5%? We get $250,000, which maintains her living standards, and we divide by the $5 million, which is part of the investment of her investment portfolio. Accounting for expected increase in expenses at the anticipated level of inflation indicates a return objective of 7%. How do we get 7%? We get the 5% as indicated as the annual expenditure amount, which is 5% of the total portfolio value, and then we adjust that for expected inflation, which amounts to 2%. So adding them up together, 5% plus 2% gives us 7%. So in this case, our option that we are going to select is option C, which gives us 7%. Part 2, we're being asked, Smith's ability to take risk is most appropriately characterized as. So we are saying that although her stated willingness to take risk is below average, the size of her portfolio, her good health, and relatively long time horizon indicate an ability to take average risk. But as a retiree, ladies and gentlemen, sensitivity to substantial declines in portfolio value is probably a concern. So even if it is said that she states that as a retiree her tolerance for risk is below average, we are saying that her ability to take up risk is average. And in this case, we are saying the answer to select is B. The third question is saying, in terms of Smith's time horizon and liquidity constraint, Smith most likely has, we are saying that barring any unexpected health related costs, terms of going to hospital and the rest, the inflation adjusted income needed will probably not change dramatically. Smith's concern for liquidity primarily relates to unusual cash flows. For example, healthcare costs, emergency spending, and so forth. That might take place during her retirement years, and hence she has no significant liquidity constraints at the moment. Smith has essentially a long-term time horizon for her portfolio until the end of her life, which could be another 20 or so years. So in this case, we select option C, a long-term time horizon and no significant liquidity constraints. So ladies and gentlemen, we can move forward to the next question. The next question is on your screen and it reads as follows. Joe Firmingham is a 38-year-old, married and has 2 children, ages 12 and 7. He recently received an inheritance of 300,000 and is considering real money for the first time. Firmingham likes to read the financial press and indicates that if he had money to invest in the past, he could have taken advantage of some undervalued security opportunities. Firmingham believes he has an average tolerance for risk-taking in investment activities, but he also enjoys skydiving every other weekend. The questions that are posed to you right down are indicated to you right down there. Firmingham's ability to take risk is most appropriately characterized as A, below average, B, above average, B, average, and C, above average. The next question is asking the most appropriate investment strategy for Firmingham to take advantage of his stated propensity for finding undervalued investment is A, active investment strategy, B, risk control active investment strategy, and C, enhanced index strategy. Firmingham, so the next question over there, or in trying to answer that question right there for you guys, we are saying that in Joe's case, the first question is asking Firmingham's ability to take risk is most appropriately characterized as, we can say or we can see from the question that Firmingham appears to have the ability and willingness to take risk. He frequently enjoys risk-seeking activities such as skydiving. His relatively young age indicates a somewhat long time horizon for his investment portfolio. These facts couple ability and willingness to take an above average level of risk. So in this case, ladies and gentlemen, we can say that Firmingham's ability to take risk is most appropriately characterized as above average. The next question posed was the most appropriate investment strategy for Firmingham to take advantage of his stated propensity for finding undervalued investments is, we are saying that Firmingham indicates from the question that he follows the financial press, and has spotted what he considered to be undervalued securities. This activity indicates that Firmingham pays attention to security valuation issues and that he probably will do so in the future. His portfolio, therefore, should follow an active investment strategy. And in this case, that is option A. So, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of case studies on application of portfolio management. If there are other case studies that you would be able to present through the portal or the comment section right there on Manifested Publishers website, please feel free to post them on the comment section of the Manifested Publishers website, and we will be glad to answer them. Thank you for being with Manifested Publishers, and God bless you.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello learner, welcome to Manifested e-learning platform. My name is F.A. Ngwiri, and today we are going to discuss about portfolio management. The focus of today's class, ladies and gentlemen, is the introduction to portfolio risk and return. We narrow down our discussion to look at the measures of portfolio return. So what we're going to discuss in today's lesson, we're going to discuss about the arithmetic return. We're going to move ahead and discuss about the average returns, the geometric return, the money-weighted rate of return, and so forth, like that. So any measure that relates to the return, we are going to discuss it in today's lesson. So to kickstart the class, we begin by discussing about the holding period return. So number one, the holding period return. Discuss something and say E is a percentage increase. A percentage increase in the value of an investment. Investment. Right there, and you put a full stop there. So we dive right in and discuss the formula. So the HPR, holding period return, allow me to use that mnemonic, is given as the end of period value, and we divide that against the beginning of period value. Beginning of period value. Beginning of period value, like that. Let's expound it further. HPR is given as the value at the end, the price at the end, if you are trying to look at security prices. So price at the end minus price at the beginning. That. Then we add external cash flows. It could be in form of interest, it could be in form of dividends. So we add cash flow, like that. Then we divide against the beginning of period value. So P big, beginning, like that. We can simplify this formula a little further and say that the HPR is given as P end divided by, or let me just put it in a simpler way. Right here, pardon me for that. P at the end, we divide this against P big, like that, and then we add external cash flows, CF, up to there, then we minus 1. You should arrive at the same answer. Having discussed about the holding period return, ladies and gentlemen, we therefore move ahead and discuss the next measure of portfolio return, which relates to the average returns. So number 2, average returns. Average returns. Now the average returns we're saying is just a simple arithmetic average of the returns within a given holding period. So in this explanation for holding period, the holding period could be 1 year, it could be 6 months, it could be 3 months, and so forth, like that. So that is what we're saying is the holding period return. The period at which the investor holds an investment, it could be 3 months, could be 6 months, and so on and so forth, like that. So that's what you're saying is the holding period return. The return earned within a given holding period. Moving on to average returns, we say is simple average, a simple average. The simple average of a series of periodic returns, like that. So is a simple average is the main one, of a series of periodic returns there. So we dive right into the formula. Arithmetic return, or average returns, is given as, we just pick the returns of a given period. So R1 plus R2, R3 plus Rn, like that. Then we all divide this all by n, that, because it's just an arithmetic average like that. Fair and simple. Number 3, we are going to move ahead and discuss about the geometric return. Geometric return. Geometric return. Geometric return. And we can say that is a compounded annual return, is a compounded annual return. Move over on this other side, is a compounded annual return. Is a compounded annual rate. Is a compounded annual rate. Sorry, pardon me, because I'm just trying to look at consistency in terms of the flow of information. Rate. Specifically, you can say when returns vary from period to period, the geometric return will have a value less than the arithmetic return. That. So we dive right into the formula. Before that, we just mention what it is, or we just reiterate what we've just written. Geometric return is a compounded annual rate. Full stop. When the returns vary from period to period, the geometric return will have a value less than the arithmetic return there. So move ahead and discuss the formula. So geometric return is given as, draw a formula like that, a square root, then we put n there, the nth root, 1 plus R1, 1 plus R2, of course multiplying over there, multiplied by 1 plus R3, multiplied by 1 plus Rn minus 1. So I'll have to try and squeeze this a bit, ladies and gentlemen, forgive me for that. So geometric return is given as nth root, n1 plus R1, multiplied by 1 plus R2, multiplied by 1 plus R3, multiplied by 1 plus Rn minus 1. So this stops there. Pay particular attention. It stops right there. So that means that the minus 1 computation comes after you have gotten the nth root of these periods of return right over here. So it comes after. Not, you don't first of all minus 1 and then you get the nth root. No. You just first of all compute that part over here, of this section over here, the nth root, and then you less 1 from that. So once we have discussed that, we can then discuss a question so that we can be able to test progress knowledge. And I read for you the following question. An investor purchases 1,000 of a mutual fund shares. The fund has the following total returns over a 3-year period: 5%, -8%, 12%. Calculate the value at the end of the 3-year holding period, the holding period return, the mean annual return, and the geometric mean annual return there. So the first thing is to compute the ending value there. So we'll be told to calculate the value at the end of the 3-year period, holding period return, the mean annual return, and the geometric annual return. So let's start by computing the ending value return. So solution to the example. Solution to the example. Number 1, ending value. Ending value. To get the ending value, we have been given the beginning value of the mutual fund. The beginning value of the mutual fund is 1,000. That. And to that 1,000, we are trying to factor in the components of return for that given holding period. So the return in period 1, period 2, and period 3 needs to be multiplied right over here. Of course, the compounded component needs to be multiplied onto this. And just to get the values, we are saying that the ending values of the returns for the 3-year period is 5%. So you'll multiply by 1 plus 0.05. Then you multiply that by 1 minus, because we're saying it is a negative return that was earned in period 2. 1 minus 0.08, like that, then multiplied by 1 plus, we have been told 12%, so 1 plus 0.12 over there. So this will give us the ending value for that 3-year holding period. So we're just factoring in. So the value of the fund increased by 5%. So we multiply the beginning value over here by 5%. In the second year, it declined by 8%. So you get 1 minus that 8% over there. Then you multiply to that value that is over there like that. So then at the third period, so this is period 1, 2, and 3. So what we are going to do is that we're just going to multiply, get the products of this, or work out this one first, and then we multiply that value to the 1,000 right there. So let's do it together, ladies and gentlemen. So we have 1.05. So 1.05 times, can we say 0.92? 1 minus 0.08 is 0.92 times 0.92, right there. And then we multiply by 1.12 times 1.12, right over there. So we get a total of 1.08. So it's just going to be the 1,000 multiplied by 1.08, 1.08, like that. So how much do we get there? So times 1,000. We just get 1081, 1081.92. So that is 1081 right there, 0.92. So that is the ending value based on what we've actually just learned. We have learned that these are the rates of return that have been earned within a given evaluation period or a given holding period like that. So that is the ending value. Number 2, we have been requested to compute the holding period return. So calculate the value at the end of the 3-year period, the holding period return. So we can move over on this other side, the holding period return right there. You remember the holding period return? Just before I wrap off, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the holding period return is value at the end minus value at the beginning plus external cash flows, if any. P at the end, P at the beginning plus external cash flows divided by P at the beginning, or we can be able to use this formula, but you should be able to arrive at the same answer. So the holding period return, number 2, HPR, is given as wealth at the end minus, or rather price at the end minus price at the beginning plus cash flow all over price at the beginning, like that. So what is the price at the beginning? The price at the beginning, it was given to us as 1,000. So 1,000, and the price at the end, so P at the end is given as what we've computed over there, 1081.92. That is the value at the end. What is the price at the beginning? We began from what point? From 1,000. like that. So we slot it in, and are there any external cash flows? There are no external cash flows that are coming in form of dividends or in form of interest, depending on the instrument, on the information given to us in the question. Price at the end, 1081.92 minus 1,000. Because there are no external cash flows, we ignore that, over 1,000. How much do we get? So we put it all together, minus 1,000. So it's 1082 minus 1,000, like that. Then divide by 1,000. 8.1. So it's 0.08192 or 8.192%. Now, this is the return that has been earned within the 3-year period. Next is to calculate the arithmetic mean return. So how we calculate the arithmetic mean return, you can see arithmetic because we're saying it's just getting an average over here, average returns. So we're just going to get the return for period 1, for period 2, and for period 3, and we add them all together and we divide by the sum there. That's based on what we've just discussed here. So we can move on right there and work it out on this side. Please allow me. So that is the third one. We're calculating arithmetic return. That's based on the question there, arithmetic mean return. Arithmetic mean return. Arithmetic mean return. So the returns that have been earned within the period, you can see them right over here, ladies and gentlemen. So let's just squeeze our thoughts over. We don't need to rewrite them again. So it's 0.05, negative 0.08, and 0.12. So those are the returns that have been earned. So arithmetic mean return is 0.05 plus, or rather minus 0.08 because it's negative 0.08, and then plus 0.12 all over how many years? 3 years, like that. So it's just very straightforward, ladies and gentlemen, and we're just going to work it out together. So it's 0.05 minus 0.08, and then plus 0.12, like that we divide by 3. So you're getting, pardon me, let me just repeat that again, 0.05 plus, or rather delete, minus 0.08 plus 0.12. Over there we are saying 0.09, getting 0.09 or 9%. That is the arithmetic mean return earned within that period over there. Once we have done that, I think probably just let's try and look at the values again, because I'm getting two different answers. 0.05, 1 second, 0.05 minus 0.08, then plus 0.12 equals divided by 3. Oh yes, I didn't divide by 3. That's why I'm getting 0.09, but we're saying that is the top part over there, but then divide by 0.0. Divide by 3, we get 0.03 there. So we're saying it's just going to be given as 0.03 or 3%, like that. So finally, we've been told to calculate the geometric, the mean annual return. So you calculate the holding period return, the mean annual return, geometric mean annual return. The geometric mean annual return, ladies and gentlemen, you can see it right over on this other side here. And we do it together. So the return 1 is 0.05. The return 2, negative 0.08. Of course, we'll have to get 0.92. Then plus return 3, 0.12. And we put it over here like that. And then we minus 1 and get we first of all get the nth root, and then we minus 1 from that. So let's work it out here. So geometric return is given as, so we're just getting the what? This is, in this case, it's the third root. The third root over there, and we're saying that it's going to be 1 plus 0.05 multiplied by 1 plus 1 minus 0.08. Then we get multiplied by 1 plus 0.12. That up to there, then we minus 1 there. You'll see, it will give us different answers, even if you have to first of all work out over there, then we get the nth root. You're supposed to stop over there first, and then with the law of BODMAS, we have to first of all work out the brackets and move ahead. BODMAS, multiplication. So it's 1.05 times 0.92, then times 1.12. So how much do we get for that? We get 1.08, 1.08192 minus 1, but we're getting the third root of this. So first of all, we get the third root. So third shift third root of the answer. We're getting 1.02, 1.0266 minus 1. So we are going to get 0.02, 0266, or we're saying 2.66%, like that. So having discussed these measures of return, we build on additional measures of return over here. So we can then move on and discuss about the time-weighted rate of return and the money-weighted rate of return, ladies and gentlemen. So time-weighted rate of return, time-weighted rate of return. The time-weighted rate of return calculates compounded rate of growth. It calculates the compounded rate of growth, compounded rate of growth over a stated evaluation period, over a stated evaluation period. Stated evaluation period. Stated evaluation period of 1 unit of money initially invested. Unit of money, 1 unit of money initially invested in the account. The time-weighted rate of return, it calculates the compounded rate of growth over a stated evaluation period of 1 unit of money initially invested in the account right there. And therefore, this concept of time-weighted rate of return introduces us to another new concept on how to calculate the rates of return when money is received at the beginning of the evaluation period or at the end of the evaluation period. What do I mean? When managing a portfolio like so, there will be inflows that are going to be coming in based on, say, a pension fund, for example. Inflows are going to be coming in from, say, the funders. The funders of the scheme are going to be deducting monies from the employees so that now they can be able to send those or remit those funds to the pension fund that is going to be professionally managed. So those are going to be inflows, and there are going to be individuals who are going to be moving out of the fund. And those people who are retiring or those individuals who are changing employers like that will be moving out of the fund. So there'll be inflows of cash flows, inflows of money and outflows of money. So what happens is that you'll have within an evaluation period like so, or a holding period, ladies and gentlemen, you could be able to have cash flows received at the beginning of the evaluation period over there, or cash flows being received at the end of the evaluation period over there. What do I mean? When remitting funds from the employees into the fund, they could either be received at the beginning of the evaluation period, so the HR could deduct the funds, say by the 25th, and remit those funds, the HR department, and remit those funds to the pension scheme by the first or by the second, depending on whether it falls on a weekend or on a holiday. The very first day of that month is when they actually remit those funds. Alternatively, they could be able to deduct those funds from the employees' salaries and remit them on the last day of the month, say on the 30th or on the 31st or the 28th or 29th day, and depending on whether it is a leap year or not. So how do we compute the rates of return when funds are received at the beginning of the evaluation period or at the end of the evaluation period? So the formulae are simple, straightforward, not too difficult. Rates of return when cash flows are received at the beginning. So rates of return when cash flows are received at the beginning. The formula, straightforward, ladies and gentlemen, is given as MV1. So R is given as MV1. I'll explain what the MV1 represents. So market value at the end over there minus MV naught minus cash flow all over MV1 plus cash flow, plus cash flow all over MV naught plus cash flow. This is subscript naught. That. So I move over on this other side and explain what those terms are. Return, rates of return when cash flows are received at the beginning of the evaluation period. R is given as MV1 minus the market value at the beginning plus external cash flows, if any, because they're received at the beginning, divided by market value at the beginning plus those external cash flows. Moving over on this other side, we then compute, or we then have a formula of rates of return when cash flows are received at the end. Rates of return when cash flows are received at the end. Dive right into the formula. R, just for consistency purposes, because over there we've written in red, and so we also need to put it in red like that. So R is given as MV1 minus cash flow plus MV naught all over MV naught. This is the market value at the end. This is external cash flows. This is market value at the beginning, market value at the beginning right there. So where MV1, I can put it in a different color, MV1 market value at the end of period, of period, of period, MV naught, market value at the beginning of period, CF, cash flow, external cash flows, right there. Now, with this information, we need to try and evaluate our understanding. What happens if we do not have external cash flows either being received at the beginning of the valuation period or at the end of the valuation period? What we need to do is that we need to focus on those cash flows that are there only. That is, the market value at the beginning and the market value at the end. So, on this other side, rates of return calculation when there are no external cash flows. When there are no external cash flows. So the logic, what is the logic behind this? The logic behind this is that cash flows, yes, we already know the calculation we know the calculation if we have external cash flows being received at the beginning, and it's just right over there. And we have the calculation when funds are received at the end of the valuation period, like that. But what happens if cash flows are received right there or right there? We then need to break it into what we call sub-period returns. The sub-period returns are, we break it for this evaluation period over here, it could be 1 year. So the cash flows may not be received at the beginning, but are received intermittently within the holding period like that, and it's not received at the end. So those external cash flows are received intermittently or in between that evaluation period. So we break it into sub-period returns. So this sub-period 1, sub-period 2, and sub-period 3. Pay attention, because we are saying that the rates of return calculation when there are no external cash flows will come into place, or will come into play rather, at this point here. Why? Because we are saying this sub-period 1 right over here, the rates, the cash flows are coming at the end here. Because we pick sub-period 1 is between this value, this point over here, x, and y, right there. So the cash flows are being received, the external cash flows are being received at the end right there. And which formula are you going to use for that first sub period? We are going to use this calculation over here to compute the rates of return, or the rate of return right here. The second sub period will also follow suit, ladies and gentlemen, because we are saying that there is that between this point over here, y, and v, the cash flows are being received at the end of period 2, sub-period 2. So we will still apply this formula right here. For sub-period 3, ladies and gentlemen, is where this subtopic comes, or this subheading comes into play. Now, sub-period 3, there are no external cash flows right there. And we need to compute the rate of return calculation, or we need to understand the rate of return calculation when there are no external cash flows. So let's write the formula. That's where it comes into play. So we have R is given as MV naught minus MV1 MV1 minus MV naught. MV1 minus MV naught over MV naught. I've already explained what MV naught is. MV naught, let's come back over here, ladies and gentlemen. Market value at the beginning of the evaluation period. Market value at the end of the evaluation period is representative of MV1. There are no cash flows received right there. And with that, we need to try and demonstrate whether we've understood that concept. So ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you, or we'll look at a question together. right here. So I read as follows. The James account was valued at 12 million at the start of the month before any contribution At the month end, its value was 12,260,000. During the month, the account received a contribution of 40,000. Calculate the rate of return if the contribution was received, number 1, on the first day of the month, and number 2, on the last day of the month. So we have those values given to us over there, ladies and gentlemen. So the 12 million is the value at the beginning, and the 12,260,000 is the value at the end right there. So right here, because it is straightforward, we've not been told to compute the time-weighted rate of return. We've only been told to compute the rate of return calculations as if they were received at number 1, the beginning of the valuation period, number 2, at the end of the valuation period. So number 1, solution. So number 1, at the beginning. If it's at the beginning, then we know the formula. R is given as MV1 minus MV0 plus external cash flows, right there, and then divided by MV0 plus external cash flows. Done. So we're saying the MV1 is what? MV1 is the value at the end, 12,260,000. That minus MV0 was 12 million. The 12 million was the beginning value. 12 million like that. And then we are going to add the 40,000 which was received. They're not specific about when it was, they are specific that it was received at the beginning. So we add the 40,000, that contribution. Then we divide that by 12 million. How much do we get in terms of the rate of return? So we calculate it together. So we have 12 million. So we are adding 40,000 over there equals, and then we get 12,260,000. Then we minus 12 million and 40,000. So we get 20,000. It's going to be 20,000. We divide that by 12 million. 20,000 divided by 12 million gives us 0.16 or 16%. Straightforward. So what happens, number 2, at the end of the evaluation period, because you're saying it's straightforward, number 2 is at the end, so for consistency, at the end. What is the formula, ladies and gentlemen? Recall R is given as, we have to start with the ending value. So MV1 minus cash flow, like that. And then we minus MV0 all over MV0. That. So what we do is that we move over on this other side so that we can be able to compute it. Then we say that the R is given as, the MV1 is 12,260,000. 260,000. That minus the cash flow 40,000. Like that. And then we are minusing the beginning value 12 million. Then we divide that by 12 million. So how much do we get? So 12,260,000 20,000 minus 40,000, then minus 12 million. Like that. Pardon me, it's a mistake. So it's 12,260,000 minus 40,000. Then we're minusing 12 million. $220,000. 220,000 we divide by 12 million. That. I think there's something wrong. I've not computed it correctly, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry. 12,260,000. We are lessing 40,000. Then we are lessing 12 million. 220,000. That's fine. Then we divide that by 12 million. 0.018. 0.0183 or 1.83%. So this can clearly tell me that either this answer may not be really be correct, or the answer that you've computed right over here may not be correct, ladies and gentlemen. So what I'll do, because it's too far off, it shouldn't be too far off over there. So let me just double check this answer over here, ladies and gentlemen. 12,260,000 minus 12 million, then we are adding 40,000. Like that. Then we get 12,100,000. Then we divide that with 12 million. Like that. I'm not getting the correct value. I'm getting 1 point. I don't know what's wrong with this. So it's 12 million and 12 million plus 40,000. That. We get that. And then we are saying it's 12,260,000 minus answer 220,000, not 20,000. So it's 220,000, ladies and gentlemen. So this answer should be the one that is wrong. Then we divide that. We divide that with 12 million. 0.0183. Yes, 0.0183. That's what you're getting. So it's 0.0183, or you're saying 1.83%. As you can see, we're almost getting the same answer, 1.83% on this side and 1.83% also on this other side over here. So this will be useful in terms of computing the time-weighted rate of return. So how then do we compute the time-weighted rate of return? The time-weighted rate of return, like I've mentioned before, is just computing or chain linking the rates of return within a given sub period over here. So you get the rate of return if it's received over here. If it's received over here, received over here. If the external cash flows are received there, are received there, are received there, and so on and so forth like that, you just chain link. So if you get this one, because you're saying you're going to use the rate of return calculations when funds are received at the beginning of the valuation period, at the end of the valuation period, sorry. So you're going to use the formula MV1, the one that you have over here, minus external cash flows, minus MV naught, or MV naught over MV naught over here. So this is what the formula you're going to use in this kind of. So even this return over here, you get return 1, and you get return of maybe say 3%. Here you get 2%, 5%, and here remember over here we had said that there is no external cash flows that might be received at this period over here. So you'll use the formula MV1 minus MV naught all over MV naught over there like that. So if the return over here you get maybe say for example 3%. So to compute the time weighted rate of return, we can do it like so. TWRR is given as 1 plus 3%, 0.03, multiplied by 1 plus 0.02, multiplied by 1 plus 0.05, multiplied by 1 plus 0.03, like that, minus 1, minus 1. So TWRR formula needs to consider the 1 plus R1 multiplied by 1 plus R2 multiplied by 1 plus R3 multiplied by 1 plus R4 multiplied by 1 plus Rn minus 1, like that. So that is the time-weighted rate of return. So in this case, how much do we get? Example right over here, this example that is shown to us here. So it's just going to be 1.03 multiplied by 1.02 multiplied by 1.05 multiplied by 1.03, that equals 1.136. So you get 1.136, of course, is just this value minus 1. So minus 1 over there, you get 0.136, or 13.6%. 13.62% is what we're getting as the time-weighted rate of return there. So then we move on to discuss something else about the money-weighted rate of return. So the money-weighted rate of return, ladies and gentlemen, is explained as follows. Money-weighted rate of return. What is called as MWRR. So you can say is an IRR, or internal rate of return, internal rate of return on all the funds invested, on all the funds invested, all the funds invested during an evaluation period. During an evaluation period. All during an evaluation period, including the beginning value. Yeah, including a beginning value. Including a beginning value there. Formula given to us for MWRR, MV1 is given as MV naught 1 plus cash flow multiplied by or plus 1 plus cash flow. This is I, this is N. So we're saying that if cash flows, we're solving for this value over here. Cash flow here. 1 plus I, pardon me, this should be 1 plus I. This should be now the rate R. Like that. And this one should be R. Like that. So what we're saying is that you're trying to identify the internal rate of return using this value. So this is what we're saying. So I think I've not written the formula correctly. It should be 1 plus, sorry, let me just redo it again. 1 plus, so MV naught 1 plus R plus 1 plus R say L times external cash flows. That. What am I saying based on this formula? We will be able to have the beginning value. Move on this side. Beginning value. So we have the market value at the end, MV1. MV1. We'll also have the market MV naught. So the beginning value as the portfolio, or when you manage the portfolio, it generates returns like this, and then you end up realizing MV1 in terms of market value of the portfolio. But there'll be external cash flows that are going to be received at different points in time. So if the first cash flow is received on day 15, second cash flow is received on day 26. That. So in terms of trying to look at the formula over here, we are saying we're just going to try and solve for R, because we are seeing that the N over here, the beginning value, we are saying it's 1 month, 30 days. So we have MV1 is equals to MV naught 1 plus R, it's trying to solve for R, and it's 30 days in a month. But now these cash flows are received over here, plus, let's say cash flow, because I've said the cash flow is right over is multiplied by that value there. So cash flow, whatever cash flow receive, 1 plus R, period, 30 minus 26, which is 4. Put it over there, 30 minus 26. For that's cash flow 1, this one. And then plus cash flow, 1 plus R, 30 minus 15. Hope you've gotten it there. This is the valuation period, holding period, 30 days. You have the ending value here, and you want to compute the MWRR, the money weighted rate of return. We're being informed that it is, let's come back over here, ladies and gentlemen, is an internal rate of return. Internal rate of return on all the funds invested during an evaluation period, including a beginning value. So you have a beginning value here. You have an ending value right here. MV1 right here. MV naught, you can see is right over there. 1 plus R. That is the rate you're saying is the internal rate of return that you're trying to solve for. So 30 days in a month. Plus the cash flow, which is the first cash flow over here, or whichever you can put it. Even if you put this over here like this and you plus it like that, because this was the first one that was received, it doesn't really matter. So cash flow plus 1 plus R, 30 minus 26, it was received on day 26, 30 minus 15 because the cash flow was received on day 15 right there. So once we've discussed about the money weighted rate of return or the MWRR, they're saying there are other measures of return right there. Other measures of return, gross return. What is gross return, ladies and gentlemen? Let's write down over here that it is the total return of a security, total return of a security portfolio before deducting fees, before deducting fees for management and administration. For management and administration. There. So I'm saying that the gross return is the total return of a security portfolio before deducting. before deducting fees for management and administration, right there. Next is the net return. The net return represents after deduction of management fees. Is the return after fees are deducted. After fees are deducted. One thing you need to note, ladies and gentlemen, is that fees are, commissions and other costs are reduced both gross return level and at the net return level over there. I repeat, we are saying that commissions and other costs necessary to generate return within the portfolio are deducted at the gross level and also at the net return level over here. Move over on this other side, ladies and gentlemen, and we look at nominal pre-tax returns. Nominal pre-tax returns. So, pre-tax nominal returns. Pre-tax nominal returns. These are returns. These are returns prior to paying taxes, prior to paying taxes. Dividend income, interest income, short-term capital gains, short-term capital gains, short-term capital gains, and also long-term capital gains are taxed, and long-term capital gains. Long-term capital gains are all taxed at different rates. Are all taxed at different rates. Let's recap that. Pre-tax nominal returns. These are returns prior to paying taxes. Dividend income, interest income, short-term capital gains, and long-term capital gains are all taxed at different rates. Let's move ahead. Discuss about after-tax returns. After-tax returns. Returns after deduction of the tax liability. These are returns after tax liability has been deducted. After tax liability has been deducted. Tax liability has been deducted. We move over on this other side so that we can be able to discuss other measures of return, which include leveraged returns and also real returns. So we say real returns. Real returns represents nominal return adjusted for inflation. This is the nominal return adjusted for inflation. If the nominal return. Nominal return is 7% and the inflation rate is 2%, and inflation is 2%, comma, the real return is 7% minus 2%, which is 5%. Let's recap. Real return. This is the nominal return adjusted for inflation. If the nominal return is 7% and the inflation is 2%, the real return is the difference between the nominal return and the element of inflation. So this is the estimated level of return. But what will be the actual real return? This is the approximate level of return. So what is going to be the real return based on the actual value? So you get 1.07, that, divided by 1.05, like that. So let's see what will be the return for that. So it's 1.07 divided by 1.05 minus 1 point. I don't think this is the correct. Let me pick another calculator. Yes, so it's 1.07. Sorry, this should be 1.02. Pardon me. This should be 1.02. That 1.02, because we're talking about 7%. It's not 5%. It's 7% and 2%, like that. So it's going to be 1.07 divided by 1.02, like that, equals, and then minus 1 over there, because it's a return. So minus 1 over here, minus 1 over here, minus 1 gives us how much? It gives us 4.9%. 4.9%. It's almost close to what we're saying is the 5% over here. So this is the actual real return. Actual real returns over here, but the estimated real return is going to be the 5% right over here, like that. So this is the estimated, this is the actual real return there. Finally, we discuss about the leveraged returns. So leveraged return. Leveraged return represents return to an investor, that is a multiple, that is a multiple on the return of the underlying asset, or on the return on the underlying asset. Represents the return to an investor, that is a multiple of the return on the underlying asset. So if the underlying asset earns a return of maybe say 15%, then what return will be computed based on what would be the return generated to the investor right there. So in essence, we're saying that the leverage return is usually calculated as a gain or loss, on the investment as a percentage of an investor's cash investment right there. So this brings us to the end of this subsection of the measures of portfolio return. We hope you've enjoyed it, and as usual, I will leave you with an assignment. Assignment is May 2017 3C. May 2017 3C, and May 2015 2016, pardon me, May 2016 2B. So this is the assignment I want you to try under this subsection of measures of portfolio return. We are still going to continue discussing about introduction to portfolio risk and return in our next lesson. We're going to build on our understanding thereon. So we hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you and God bless you.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello candidates, welcome to Financial Management Learning Session. We are still on the topic valuation models. In our today's lesson, we are going to introduce a new subtopic, which is valuation of private companies. The topic is valuation models. The subtopic is valuation of private companies. Valuation of private companies. Now, private companies range from one employee company to unincorporated companies and to public companies that have been taken over through buyouts and such transactions. So learners, we're going to concentrate on the different approaches or methods that can be used to value private companies. And there are three major approaches or methods that can be used to value private companies. Number one is the income-based approach. Number two, the market-based approach, and the asset-based approach. Three major methods that can be used in valuation of private companies. Three major methods. There are many methods, but are three main methods. I've mentioned the income-based approach. I've also mentioned the market-based approach. Another approach is the asset-based approach. These are three main approaches that as a financial analyst you can use to value private companies. Now, the income-based approach. Under the income-based approach, income-based approach, we have three approaches or methods. The first one is the free cash flows method. The second one will be the capitalized cash flows. Then the third approach under the income-based methods is the residual income. Approach. Free cash flows method, capitalized cash flows method, residual income method. As for the market-based approach, will also be learning how to value private companies using the number one market-based approach is the guideline for public companies method, guideline for public companies method, that is the GPC method, the GPC method, Then we have number 2, the guideline transaction method, guideline transaction, the guideline transaction method, the GTM, guideline transaction method, the GTM. Then lastly, we have the prior transaction method, prior transaction method, prior transaction method, PTM, prior transaction method. So these are the 2 methods that your syllabus allows us to cover. We will not go into the asset-based approaches, but if you are interested in gaining knowledge, you can join our CIFA classes where we have expounded on these methods, all these methods. As for the financial management CPA syllabus, we are restricted to these 2 methods. So we are going to learn first the free cash flows method, then we will cover the capitalized cash flows method, then we will have a chance to study the residual income method. We have number 4, the guideline public companies method, number 5, the guideline transaction method, and 3, this is 6, prior transaction method. These methods value an asset. The income-based method value an asset as the present value. These methods here, the income-based methods, they value an asset as the present discounted value of the expected future cash flows from the asset. Okay, as the present discounted value of income expected from the asset. Income expected from the asset. The income expected from the asset is discounted. After the discounting is done, then the total value of the discounted future cash flows will represent the value of the asset or the private company. And the market-based approaches. These market-based approaches, the valuation is based on the pricing multiples. Is based on pricing multiples from sale of assets, similar to the subject asset, Here, the valuation of a private company is based on the pricing multiples. Later on, we'll be defining what pricing multiples are, but the market-based evaluation methods are based on the pricing multiples from sale of assets similar to the subject asset, That's why you have this term here, guideline public company method, guideline transaction method. So we are looking at here in this method the public companies that are similar to these private companies. Then we apply some pricing multiples to arrive at the value of the private company, So I want us in this lesson, candidates, to do the first one. Let's learn how to value private companies using free cash flows method. So we will first tackle the free cash flows. Let me have it here. The free cash flows method. Free cash flows method. Free cash flows method is an income-based approach that can be used in valuation of private companies. Now, this method values an asset based on based on the estimated future cash flows that are discounted to present value using a discounting rate that is reflective of the risks the one that reflects the risks associated with the cash flows. It's that simple. It is a method that values an asset based on the estimated future cash flows. Estimated future cash flows that are discounted. So we simply discount the future cash flows using a discounting rate that is reflective of the risks that are associated with the cash flows. So let's have an illustration. Let's illustrate. Let us illustrate. Let us do an illustration. I read it. A company is expected to generate cash flows of 15 million in year 1,
32 million in year 2, 55 million in year 3. Required. The value of the company today using a 13% discount rate. Using a 13% discount rate. 13% discount rate. So we have the cash flows. We have the cash flows there. This is an illustration. We have the cash flows for year 1, year 2, year 3. The cash flows are given. Cash flows are given there. This is cash flows year 1, year 2, year 3. Cash flows 15 million. Then year 2, 32 million. Year 3, 55 million. These are cash flows. So we simply discount these cash flows using a discounting rate of 13%. 13%. So we'll have the present value interest factor 13% N. 13% N. So the factors at 13% year 1, read from the table we know is equal to 0.8850. 13% read from the table period year 2 is equal to 0.7831. 13% period 3 read from the table will be equal to 0.6931. These are factors that can be read from the tables, or you can have these factors using a calculator. So these are the factors. We multiply this by the cash flows. These are future cash flows. So discount 15 million times 0.8858. This is equal to 13,275,000. Then 32 million times 0.7831. 7831. 25 million 59,200. Next, 55 million times 0.6931 is 38,120. 500. So we can now, these are present values of cash flows. These cash flows. So we can get a total of 13,275 plus 25,059. 25,059. 25,059 plus 38,120. 500. 120,500. So the value of this company 76,454,700. So that's the value. The question is the value required, the value of the company today using 13% discount rate. So the answer is the value of the company today is 76,454,700 shillings. That is the value of the company today. So we have used the method, free cash flows method. And we said it's very simple. You take the expected cash flows from the company or from the assets of the company, apply a rate that is reflective of the risks associated with the company, get the present values, then you total the present values. That will give you the value of the company. So that is how to value a private company using the free cash flows method. So that will mark the end of our today's lesson. In our next lesson, we will look at another income-based approach to valuation of companies. Thank you and God bless you. Hello learners, here we are again to continue with the financial management learning sessions. We are on the topic valuation models. The subtopic is valuation of private companies. In our previous lessons, we mentioned that there are various approaches that can be applied in valuing private companies. There is the income-based approaches, the market-based approaches, and the asset-based approaches. So far, we have covered two income-based approaches, which are the free cash flows method and the capitalized cash flows method. In our today's lesson, we want to proceed to the third income-based approach, which is the residual income method. Residual income method. The topic is valuation models, and you are learning how to value valuation of private companies. Valuation of private companies. Private companies. The income-based approaches, the income-based approaches, income-based approaches are three. They are three. So far we have covered two. We want to look at the third approach, which is the residual income method. Residual income method. Now, candidates, the residual income method is frequently referred to as the excess earnings method in the valuation community. It may also be known as the excess earnings method. Excess earnings method. The residual income method is frequently referred to as the excess earnings method. Excess earnings method. The excess earnings method. Excess earnings method. You need to understand that because someone else may use this term. For example, in the exam room, this term may be used. It's important you to know the synonyms, right? Another point you can put down is that under this method, under this method, the analyst starts with the earnings, that should be, starts with the earnings that should be generated, by working capital and fixed assets. Working capital and fixed assets based on the estimated required rate of return, based on the estimated required rate of return. So here the analyst will start by calculating the earnings generated from the working capital and fixed capital, and the estimated required rate of return is used. Now, candidates, after estimating the required rate of return on working capital and fixed assets, okay, a required rate of return is applied on the working capital and fixed assets, so that you will get return from working capital and fixed capital. After that, these two, that is, and let me just write, then the return from working capital and fixed assets is subtracted from normalized earnings to get the excess earnings. So the first step is to calculate the required rate of return on working capital and fixed assets. After that, we subtract the working capital and fixed assets from the normalized earnings. Normalized earnings are simply the adjusted earnings, which now gives us the excess earnings. That's how to arrive at excess earnings. Then the value of intangible assets, is estimated as the present value of the growing stream of excess earnings. So after determining the excess earnings in step number 2, in step number 3 we discount the excess earnings to give us the intangible assets, the value of intangible assets, the value of intangible assets. Then lastly, we having determined the value of intangible assets and having the value of working capital and fixed capital, then the value of the firm will be equal to the value of fixed assets, plus working capital plus value of intangible assets. So these three will give us the value of the firm, So it is that simple. I repeat, you will be provided with the working capital and fixed capital. You'll also be provided by the required rate of return on working capital and fixed assets. You'll apply the required rate of return on the working capital and the fixed assets. Then in the second stage, okay, the return on working capital and fixed assets that is determined in step number 1 will be subtracted from the normalized earnings. Let me define it here. Normalized earnings for you. Normalized earnings. Now learners, I had mentioned that normalized earnings are simply the adjusted earnings. Normalized earnings are the earnings or economic benefits adjusted for the non-recurring or the non-economic or unusual items to eliminate anomalies and facilitate comparison. If you are to define the meaning of normalized earnings, this is it. So it's important to adjust the earnings so that the redundancies or efficiencies that may be incorporated in a firm's earnings are eliminated, so that the normalized earnings can be used for the purpose of comparison. So the value of the firm, after determining the value of intangible assets, and the value of intangible assets is simply the present value of the excess earnings. And having the 3, 1, 2, 3, the value of the firm will be equal to the fixed assets plus working capital plus the intangible assets. So let's have an example illustration. illustration, residual income. Given the following figures, calculate the value of the firm using excess earnings method. Given the following figures: 1. Working capital 300,000. 2. Fixed assets 1 million. 3. Normalized earnings 130,000. Required rate of return working capital 6%. Required rate of return fixed assets 10%. The growth rate of residual income 5%. Discount rate for intangible assets 14%. 14%. So the question is calculate the value of the firm. So the value of the firm is equal to the value of fixed assets plus value of working capital plus the value of the intangible assets. Intangible assets. So let me work out. Let me have my machine. Close. Illustration. Illustration. Value of the firm. Value of the firm. Of the firm is equal to the value of working capital plus value of fixed assets plus value of intangible assets. Intangible assets. From this information, we have the value of working capital, we have the value of fixed assets. So we need to determine the value of intangible assets. The value of intangible assets. So first, we will calculate the return, required rate of return on the working capital and the required rate of return on the fixed assets. These returns, all right, we will now then subtract from the normalized earnings of 130,000 shillings to get the excess earnings, which we will discount at the discounting rate of 14%. So first, the return on required rate of return on working capital is equal to the rate of return on working capital is 6% times the value of working capital 300,000. This is equal to 6%. 6% times 300. This is 6% times 300, 18,000. 18,000. Then 2, the required rate, the return, the return on, this is simply the return on fixed assets. The return on fixed assets, the rate is 10%. So 10% times the value of fixed assets of 1 million. This is 1 million. This will be equal to 100,000. That is the return on fixed assets, the return on working capital. Then having calculated the required return on working capital and the required return on fixed assets. On fixed assets, we can now have the excess earnings. We can now calculate excess earnings, and we said excess earnings will be equal to the normalized earnings minus required return on working capital and fixed asset. Working capital and fixed asset. So the normalized earnings 130. This is 130,000 minus, this is minus 18,000 minus, we adding 100,000. So this is 130,000 minus 118 is equal to 12,000. This is the excess earnings. 12,000. So the value of the intangible assets, is the present value of the excess earnings. So value of intangible assets will be equal to the present value of excess earnings. Present value of excess earnings. So the discounting rate is provided in the question. The last figure there in the table, discount rate for intangible assets is 14%. 14%, and we have the growth rate of the excess earnings, that is 5%. The residual income is the same as excess earnings, that is 5%. So we are going to grow the we are going to determine the present value of the 12,000, and that will be equal to 12,000 into 1.05, that is 1 plus G. Okay, 1 plus G is 1.05 divided by the rate. The required, the discounting rate is 14%, converted into decimal 0.14 minus growth rate of 0.05. This will give us the present value of excess earnings. So 12,000 times 1.05 divided by bracket 0.14 minus 0.05. So the value of intangible assets is 140,000. So having determined the value of intangible assets, we can now calculate the value of the firm. Now you know the value of the firm is equal to the value of working capital plus value of fixed assets plus value of intangible assets. So value of the firm will be equal to the value of the working capital and fixed assets. The fixed assets 1 million plus working capital 300,000 plus value of intangible assets 140,000. This will give us the value of the farm. Value of the farm is 1.3 million plus, this is 1 million plus 300 plus 140 plus 140. The value of the farm is 1,440,000. So candidates, that is how to value a private company using the residual income method. Residual income method. In this lesson we have learned that residual income is also known as the excess earnings method. Excess earnings method. To value a private company, we will add the fixed assets to the working capital to the intangible assets. Three things. The fixed assets and working capital will be provided. What may need calculation is the intangible assets. And how do you calculate intangible assets? Number one, we calculate first the required return on the fixed assets and the working capital. You need to calculate the two first. Then the total of the required return on the working capital and fixed assets is deducted from the normalized earnings to get what we call the excess earnings. The excess earnings or the residual income. Now it is these excess earnings that we discount. We discount these excess earnings to arrive at the value of intangible assets. The value of intangible assets is the present value of excess earnings. Now, once you have excess earnings, you have the value for working capital and fixed assets, then you aggregate the three to give you the value of the farm. The value of the farm. So that will mark the end of our today's lesson, but I'm going to give you homework. I want you to go and do this question which I'm reading. The following information is relevant for valuation of Panganga Corporation. Working capital balance 50 million, fair value of fixed assets 75 million, book value of fixed assets 60 million, normalized earnings of the firm 25 million, required rate of return on working capital 10%, required rate of return on intangible assets 12%, the required rate of return on fixed assets 8%, the weighted average cost of capital 10%, long-term growth rate of residual income is 6%. Required. Using the excess earnings method, determine Roman 1, the value of Panganga's Corporation's intangible assets. Number 2, the market value of invested capital. That is the assignment. Go and try that assignment. Follow the steps as provided here on the board. When we meet next time, we will continue to learn more about valuation of private companies. Thank you and God bless you.
Welcome, learner, to our subject of today, research, consultancy, and advisory. We are looking at underlying theories, models of research, consultancy, and advisory. And our focus today in the lesson will be on social systems theory, which falls under selected research and consultancy theories. The social systems theory has been used extensively in social sciences, and the social systems theory is also called or referred to as systems theory. This social systems theory has its conceptual origins in social systems theory and can be traced to the 19th century to the work of a philosopher, Herbert Spencer, and Emile Durkheim. They extensively looked at social systems, and the social systems theory is the study of society as a complex arrangement of elements, including individuals and their beliefs, as they relate to the whole. That is very critical as it relates to the whole. And in terms of the whole, this refers to a country, an organization, an entity, or a corporation. And specifically when it comes to social systems, when it comes to a company, then the company as a whole is an entity or an organization. And inside that particular organization, according to the social systems theory, there are subsystems within that particular organization. And those systems, the way they relate to each other, they contribute to defining what the whole system is. And when it comes to a country, then within a country, there are systems within a country. Within a country, there are organizations, and those organizations, under the beliefs of those people within that particular country, individuals, they define what that particular country is. In the social systems theory, we are going to look at the basic assumptions of social systems theory. Basic assumptions of the social systems theory. And there are 4 assumptions that underlie or underpin this theory. And the first basic assumption is that there is an underlying general order in the world. So 1, there is an underlying general order in the world. So this system assumes or makes an assumption that generally there is the aspect of order when it comes to things, the way things are done in the world. And that's the first basic assumption of the social systems theory. The second assumption of the second basic assumption of the social systems theory is that social ordering is a consistent and dynamic process. Social ordering is a consistent and dynamic process. What this implies is that when it comes to any society, whichever way the society is structured, or whichever way an organization is structured, there will be dynamics in terms of how order is maintained and sustained in terms of that particular working organization or that particular entity. Then the third aspect is that, the third assumption is that all human social behavior is purposive. All human social behavior is purposive. What this underlying assumption indicates is that any kind of behavior that is exhibited by an individual in a company, in a country, or in any system, whether it is a church, mention any group, that particular social behavior that is exhibited, it's purposive, or it has a purpose. So that is the third basic underlying principle underpinning the social systems theory. Then the fourth one is that all forms of social organizations display self-responsibility. All forms of of behavior reflect a form of responsibility or responsiveness. So all forms of behavior reflect a form of responsibility or a response. They display a response in terms of the characteristics. So these are the four assumptions which underlie the social systems theory. So the proponents of this theory argue that there is an underlying general order in the world. Then two, social ordering is a consistent and dynamic process. They also argue or assume or underpin that all human social behavior has a purpose, and they argue that all forms of behavior reflect a form of responsibility or a form of response. Then when it comes to the social systems theory, there are certain components of the social system theory. Components of social systems theory. There are components or the characteristics of social system theory which define what the social system is. And these components are: you have an input within the system, you have a process in the system, you have output in the system, and there is a feedback loop from output to input, and then there is the environment within which that particular system operates. So the components of a social system can be seen in a display figure. It can be displayed such that you have a figure or a diagram that indicates the components of a social system. And within this particular social system, we have indicated that this social system will have input, or you can call them inputs. And these inputs as they come, you will have the inputs directed towards the process that they have to be processed within an organizational setting. So you have the processes, you can call them processes, and from processes, then you have outputs. So any system will have inputs, will have processes, and then there will be a loop. There will be a loop from outputs to inputs, which provides feedback. So from outputs, then you have feedback. So this is feedback. And when it comes to the feedback, then within that particular system, then you have the environment. And within that particular environment, there will be stakeholders. Within the environment, there will be stakeholders. And these particular stakeholders could, for example, be consumers. You have suppliers. You have, for example, government, among other members. So you have inputs, you have processes, you have outputs, you have feedback, and then you have environment within which the social system operates. And this is typical for any organization. If you are taking a company, for example, an organization that receives raw materials, these raw materials will be processed through processes. For example, if it is tea, for instance, it will be, for example, brought in as raw materials. It will undergo a process from the green leaf, maybe raw leaf and so on, to semi-processed outputs, which can now be dried. For example, tea leaves may be packaged. Then these ones are now, feedback is given to the output. And then when you have consumers, so from the outputs, the consumers will be there. Suppliers will also be interacting with this particular system and providing the inputs, like now you need energy, you need regulation by government, you need the price controls and so on. So these would form now the components of a social system that is continuously interacting with its environment to be able to provide goods, to be able to provide services within that particular working context. So the components or characteristics, components or characteristics of a system, of a social system, will include the things that will define a social system. Will include, we have indicated, one, you have the inputs. Two, you have processes. Three, you have outputs. Four, you have feedback. And then five, you have controls. Now, these controls can be brought in by, say, government. You could be an organization and you are operating maybe in the service sector, maybe tourism sector or manufacturing sector. So for you to be able to operate, there will be controls that are put in place by a government. There will be codes of ethics that are put in place by suppliers. You will also have consumers. Consumers will also have the bodies that are representing them in relation to the benefits or maybe the rights of consumers. So the system is in constant interaction with its environment. So when the feedback is provided that what has been produced is being accepted by consumers, then that particular system will basically continue working effectively. If the feedback is negative, then whenever the inputs are coming from, there'll be controls implemented to ensure that if consumers are complaining, if suppliers, for example, are not being paid, then it is important that that arrangement is made to ensure corrective measures are taken into consideration. Otherwise, if there are products being produced by a given company or by a given organization, if they don't meet the expectations of the environment, then those kind of products may not be readily acceptable in the market. So those are the components or the characteristics of a social system as envisaged in the social systems theory. And we have indicated you have inputs, you have processes, you have outputs, you have feedback, and then you have controls. So one may ask, so what are the applications of the social systems theory? Applications of the social systems theory. How can the social systems theory be applied, or of what use is the social system? Now, the way the social system has been put forward by its proponents, a social system looks at a system as being more important than the subsystems. So one, the whole is more important than the subsystem. So when it comes to operations within a given work environment or organization, it is important to note that there will be different sections within a particular system or components. But when it comes to the issue of preferences in terms of choices, what should be done, then the outputs or the processes or the components have to ensure, or the players within the system have to ensure that the players as subsystems are not more important than the whole system. So the whole system and its requirements take precedent when it comes to structuring of events and activities. It is also important to note that those making decisions should be aware that the environment within which a system operates is important. So the environment influences how organizations operate. Environment influence how organizations operate. Let us take an example. You have an organization that is in the manufacturing sector. Now, government and government agencies, for example, you have NEMA. If an organization is manufacturing, it is expected to comply to the regulations that have been set by government and its agencies like NEMA. So if that organization does not comply, then that organization may suffer consequences. So the social systems theory try to explain that as organizations operate, those organizations must be sensitive to the environment. The same thing with Kenya Bureau of Standards. So if an organization is operating, then it has to meet the quality mark. If that organization does not meet the quality mark, then that particular organization may suffer in the market, and customers may not be very confident in, or consumers may not be very confident in patronizing the products of that particular organization. So that's another area where the social systems theory underpins or informs decisions within the area of organization operations. Then it's also important to note that another area of application of the social systems theory is that organizational structures should be designed to be adaptive to changes. Organizational structures should be designed to be adaptive to changes. What is noted widely is that change is the only thing that is permanent. So as organizational structures are designed, it is important to be informed by the social systems theory that change will come. So organizational structures should be designed in terms of how they relate to different functions, with that particular understanding that when change comes, this particular structure is flexible enough, can be adaptive to the changes that are anticipated within a given working context. Then it's also important to note that another area or use of the social systems theory is that subsystems have to be aligned to support the main systems. Subsystems should be aligned. Subsystems should be aligned to support the main system. So if you have a country, we have given an example that an organization or a country could be now the main system or the main organization. So the way subsystems are designed, they should be aligned to support the main system so that the main system can be able to function and function effectively. Then it is important to ensure that the principles and concepts should be designed to be broadly applicable. Principles and concepts should be designed to be broadly applicable. So when it comes to organizational settings, if concepts or systems are designed within an organization, those systems should not be designed for just specific functions. Those systems and underlying principles within systems should be designed in such a way that, because systems relate to each other, principles and concepts should be designed to ensure that they can be broadly applicable within the context of operational organizations and so on. Then it is also important to ensure that when it comes to the social systems theory, every system is bounded by space and time. Every system is bounded by space and time. every system is bounded by space and time. So at any one given event, if the system is supposed to receive, for example, input, then that particular system that is receiving input, that input is expected to come at a particular setting. And that bounding in terms of time may affect the operations of another system. So the issue of space and time should ensure that the way the systems are working, they are properly synchronized, so that if you have the receiving point, you have the processing point, you have the output point, you have the feedback time, then those systems must be interconnected and interrelated to work effectively as the case might be. Then it is also important that to note that the social system is consistent with the systems thinking approach. The social systems thinking, social systems theory is consistent with systems thinking. Social systems theory is consistent with the systems thinking. So basically what this implies is that in any given organization, it is important that though you have subsystems, you have sections in a department, you have processes like input, processing, outputs, and others. It is important to ensure that for effectiveness of performance of organizations, there must be one approach for the whole organization. So the whole organization must look at issues holistically. Whatever decision that is being taken, the decision has to be taken in the context of the entire organization. So these are some of the areas where application of social systems theory can be able to be applied in management and other operational areas. So in our lesson today, Lana, we have looked at social systems theory as one of the selected theories in the area of research and consultancy. And we have seen that social systems theory is also called systems theory, and it was conceptualized in the 19th century, and it is attributed to philosopher Herbert Spencer and Emil Durkheim, who was a sociologist. And we have seen that the systems theory is the study of society, and it looks at society as a complex arrangement of elements that include individuals and their beliefs, what they believe in, as they relate to the whole. And we have seen that when it comes to the whole, it could be a corporation, it could be a country, it could be a county government, for example, it could be an entity like a church or maybe any other social organization. And we have gone ahead to see some of the basic assumptions of social systems theory, where we have looked at the 4 assumptions. And the assumption 1 is that there is an underlying general order in the world. That is an assumption of the social systems theory. Number 2, social ordering is a consistent and dynamic process. To put things in order, it has to be done consistently, and the process is dynamic. Number 3, the third basic assumption is that all social behavior is purposive. Any behavior that is in an organization, in a work environment, in a group, it has a purpose. Then 4, all forms of behavior reflect a form of responsibility or responsiveness. Then we have gone ahead and looked at the components of social systems theory, where we have looked at inputs, processes, outputs, and we have looked at the feedback loop. And we have also discussed that the social systems theory operates within an environment, and this environment may include stakeholders like consumers, suppliers, government and government agencies. And the components and characteristics of a social system, we have mentioned them as inputs, processes, outputs, feedback, and controls within the system. And then we have also gone ahead, Lana, and looked at the applications of the social systems theory, where we have looked at 7 of the applications where the social system theory can be applied. And we have indicated the number one, that the social system looks at the whole, indicates that the whole is more important than the subsystem. There will be subsystems within an organization, but when it comes to the degree of importance, then the whole should be looked at as more important and than the subsystem. Then number two, environments influence how organizations operate, and we gave an illustration and indicated an organization in the operating in the production setting should be aware that the environment, for example, government and government agencies or suppliers or consumers may have an impact on what the organization does. Hence, it is important that organizations become sensitive to their environments. Then thirdly, organizational structures should be designed to be adaptive to change. So this social systems theory can inform those designing organizational structures so that the organizational structures are designed with an element of flexibility so that they are flexible and they can be able to operate and adapt to changes. Then four, subsystems should be aligned to support the main systems. So the subsystem exists for the purpose of supporting the main. So if it is in a government setting, for example, government agencies and government operational areas must be able to support what the entire government is doing. When it comes to a company, the departments and the sections within a company should ensure they are moving towards the realization of the organizational vision. That is how the social systems theory can inform decisions at that level. Then principles, number five, principles and concepts should be designed so that they are broadly applicable. There should be no principles or concepts that are designed in an organization. If you are designing, say, a system within an organization, then that system should be strong enough and versatile enough to be able to be applied within the organization to achieve the greater goals of that particular organization. Then number six, every system is bounded by space and time. Whatever system that an organization has, whether it is an open system or a closed system, then that system is bounded by space and time. For example, you may have inputs by a particular time, processes must take place by a particular time, outputs must take place. So if you are receiving raw materials, the system of receiving raw materials should be conditioned to the operational cycle of maybe the operational machines, so that if the machines are, for example, uptaking, then that uptaking of raw materials should be done at a particular time. Processes must be, for example, started. Then you have the outputs in relation to the issue of space and time, so that the systems are well synchronized. Number seven, where the social systems theory can also be applied, social systems theory is consistent with the systems thinking, where the whole organization is supposed to think as one. So decision-making processes must be synchronized so that the organization is able to operate from one point of command. So that is your social systems theory in relation to selected research and consultancy theories in our lesson that we have completed. And before we finalize the lesson, there is an assignment that you need to work on to be able to consolidate your knowledge in the area of theories as they are applied in relation to the social systems theory. And the assignment is examine the application of the social systems theory of the social systems theory social systems theory in management. So learner, your assignment for today's lesson, examine the application of the social systems theory in management. Thank you very much for being attentive in our lesson today.
Hello and welcome back to the lesson. In our today's session, we're going to continue with the topic boardroom decision making. We will study evidence-based decision making. By the end of this lesson, should be able to explain the various sources of evidence. The various sources of evidence. Now, the basic idea of the evidence practice, evidence-based practice, is that good quality decisions should be based on a combination of critical thinking and the best available evidence. You understand? The basic idea of evidence-based practice is that good quality decisions, good quality decisions should be based on combination of two things. Should be based on combination of one, critical thinking, and two, should be based on critical thinking and the best available evidence. The best available evidence. Not just evidence, but the best available evidence. And although all management practitioners use evidence in their decisions, many pay little attention to the quality of that evidence. The quality of that evidence. That's why I said the evidence should not just be any evidence, but it has to be the best evidence. And the result of that is that bad decisions based on unfounded beliefs, based on fads, based on ideas popularized by management gurus are made. And the bottom line is bad decisions. The bottom line is poor outcomes and limited understanding of why things go wrong. So evidence-based practice seeks to improve the way decisions are made, and it is an approach to decision making and day-to-day work practice that helps practitioners to critically evaluate the extent to which they can trust the evidence they use in making decisions. It also helps practitioners to identify, to find, and evaluate additional evidence relevant to their decisions. So evidence-based practice is about making decisions through the explicit and judicious use of the best available evidence. The judicious use of the best available evidence. And there are multiple sources of evidence. Sources of evidence. We are going to examine some of the sources of evidence. Why? Because before making an important decision, an evidence-based practitioner starts by asking, what is the available evidence? And instead of basing a decision on personal judgment alone, an evidence-based board or manager finds out what is known by looking for evidence from multiple sources. So what are the sources? What are these sources? Number one, scientific literature. Scientific literature. Now, scientific literature is comprised of findings from empirical studies published in academic journals, findings from empirical studies, findings from empirical studies published in academic journals, and this is the first source of evidence, which is scientific. We are talking about scientific literature. All right? And over the past few years, the volume of management research has escalated hugely, with topics ranging from evaluating merger success, the effects of financial incentives on performance to improve employee commitment and employee recruitment, and governance structure, corporate governance, and so on. And there is also much relevant research from outside the management discipline, since many of the typical problems that managers face, such as how to make better decisions, how to communicate more effectively, and how to deal with conflict, are similar to those experienced in wider range of contexts. We have scientific literature from psychology, all right, and other fields that are still relevant to management. And although many practitioners learn about research findings as students or on professional courses, new research is always being produced, which often changes understanding of managers. And in order to include up-to-date evidence from the scientific literature in board decisions, it is essential to know how to search for studies and to be able to judge how trustworthy and relevant they are to board decision making. All right? So that is scientific literature, which I've said that includes findings from empirical studies in academic journals. Then number 2, evidence from the organization. Evidence from the organization itself. All right, whether it is a business or whether it is a hospital or a government agency, organization evidence comes in many forms. It can be financial data such as cash flows or costs, or business measures such as return on investment, the market share, and so on. It could include the financial statements, the income statements, and it can also come from customers or from the clients in form of customer satisfaction, repeat business or product return statistics. It can also come from employees through information about retention rates or levels of job satisfaction and so on. And evidence from the organization can be hard numbers such as staff turnover rates. It can include medical errors, hard facts, hard numbers, as well as productivity levels. But it can also include soft elements such as perceptions of the organization culture or attitudes towards senior management, and so on. And therefore, evidence from the organization is essential to identify problems that require managers' attention. It is also essential to determine likely causes, plausible solutions, and what is needed to implement the solutions. So evidence can also be gathered from within the organization itself. The third source, number 3, evidence from practitioners. Evidence from practitioners. Now, this is a third source of evidence. All right? It is evidence from professional experience. It is evidence from judgment of managers, consultants, business leaders, and other practitioners. And candidates, different from intuition, opinion, or belief, professional experience is accumulated over time through reflection on the outcomes of similar actions taken in similar situations. And this type of evidence is sometimes referred to as tacit knowledge. Tacit knowledge, sometimes referred to as tacit knowledge. It is sometimes referred to as tacit knowledge. And professional experience differs from intuition and personal opinion. Why? Because it reflects the specialized knowledge acquired by repeated experience and practice of specialized activities. And many practitioners take seriously the need to reflect critically on the experience and distill the practical lessons. Their knowledge can be vital for determining whether a management issue really does require attention, and if the available organizational data are trustworthy, whether research findings apply in a particular situation, or how likely a proposed solution is to work in a particular context. Evidence from practitioners. The fourth source, evidence from stakeholders. Evidence from the stakeholders. Now, this is the fourth source of evidence, which is stakeholders. Okay? Now, stakeholders are any individuals or groups who may be affected by an organization's decisions and their consequences. Internal stakeholders include the employees, the managers, the board members. Stakeholders outside the organization, such as suppliers, customers, shareholders, the government, and the public at large, may also be affected. So, evidence from stakeholders is all about the stakeholder values and concerns. Stakeholder values and concerns. The stakeholders that I've mentioned have values. They have concerns. And the stakeholder values and concerns reflect what stakeholders believe to be important, which in turn affects how they tend to react to the possible consequences of the organization's decisions. So stakeholders may place more or less importance on, for example, short-term gain or long-term sustainability, employee well-being or employee output, organizational reputation or profitability, participation in decision-making or top-down control, and so on. Organizations, candidates that serve or respond to different stakeholders can reach very different decisions on the basis of the same evidence. And gathering evidence from stakeholders is not just important for ethical reasons. Why? Because understanding stakeholder values and concerns also provides a frame of reference from which to analyze evidence from other sources. It also provides important information about the way in which decisions will be received and whether the outcomes of those decisions are likely to be successful. So these are 4 sources of evidence which the board may rely on in making decisions. At the beginning, I said evidence-based decisions or decision making is all about making quality decisions, which should be based on combination of critical thinking and the best available evidence. So as a board member, as one who sits on the board, you ought to develop critical thinking skills. You need also to learn how to gather evidence from some of these sources I've mentioned, because there is always evidence or information from scientific literature, which is found in empirical studies in academic journals. You need to know how to search for the best, for the relevant data. You may also need to have skills on how to gather information from the organization, from the employees, from the clients of the company, and so on. You should also learn how to gather knowledge from practitioners, business leaders, industry leaders, the experts, the consultants, and so on. Skills are also required in gathering evidence from the stakeholders, the internal stakeholders, the employees, the managers, the board members, and so on. Or external stakeholders, the suppliers, the customers, the shareholders, the government, the members of the public, and so on. We've said evidence from stakeholders is all about the stakeholder values and concerns. Stakeholder values and concerns. We've said stakeholder values and concerns reflect what stakeholders believe to be important, which in turn affects how they tend to react to possible consequences of the decisions that could be made by the board. So that will bring this lesson to an end. Evidence-based decision making. Here is your assignment. Examine 4 sources of evidence needed for decision making by the board. Examine 4 sources of evidence-based evidence needed for decision making by the board. When answering the question, don't rely on your notes. Try and see if you can recall what we have learned in our today's lesson. Thank you. God bless you. In our next session, we will continue and we're going to study the cognitive bias. That is subtopic number 3, cognitive bias. Bye-bye.
Hello candidates, it's my pleasure once again to welcome you to Manifested e-learning platform. We are going to study financial management. The topic is working capital management, and we continue with the Miller-Orr model of cash management. The Miller-Orr model of cash management. So financial management. Under financial management, we are studying the working capital management. Under the subtopic is cash management. And in our last lesson, we introduced the Miller-Orr model. We said that where a company does not maintain cash balances, then there are chances that the balances will meander either upwards or downwards. And to correct the meandering of the cash balances upward and downwards, Merton Miller, together with Daniel Orr, came up with a model dubbed Miller-Orr model. The Miller-Orr model. Miller-Orr model. And we saw the limits that Miller and Orr came up with. That is the upper limit, the lower limit, and the return point. Which is the optimal cash balance. It may also be referred to as the target cash balance. That's what we learned in our last lesson. We gave the formula for all the balances, the formulae for all the balances, starting with the optimal cash balance, which I've just said may also be referred to as the return point, or target cash balance. It's important for you to know these terms, especially if you are appearing for exams. The examiner may use either the optimal cash balance, the return point, or the target cash balance. Now, to determine the optimal cash balance, we saw that we apply a formula, candidates. The lower limit is equal to the lower limit plus the cube root of 3 over 4 t variance divided by I, where t is the transaction cost and variance, this is the daily variance in cash balances, divided by I, which is the opportunity cost foregone, and is simply the interest rate on marketable securities, daily interest rate on marketable securities. So that is how to determine the optimal cash balance. This is equal to L plus Z, the value Z which is calculated, L plus Z, that is lower limit plus the cube root of 3 over 4 times the transaction cost times the variance over the interest rate, daily interest rate. So that is how to determine the optimal cash balance. So that is one level. The second level is the upper limit. Upper limit H. Upper limit H. This upper limit is equal to the lower limit plus 3 times Z. 3 times Z, and the value for Z is the cube root of 3 over 4 T variance over I, the cube root. So this is simply equal to L plus 3Z. L plus 3Z will give you the upper limit. Another important level we discussed in our last lesson, number 3, is what we call the spread. And we say that the spread is equal to the upper limit minus lower limit. Upper limit minus lower limit, which is equal to H, which is the abbreviation for upper limit, minus L. Then lastly, we gave the formula for the average cash balance. The average cash balance, we say that the average cash balance is equal to lower limit plus 4 over 3 Z, and we know the value for Z is the cube root of 3 over 4 T variance over I. So the average cash balance will be equal to the lower limit plus 4 over 3 Z. 4 over 3Z. This is the value, how to determine the value of Z. How to determine the value of Z. So this is what we learned in our last lesson. Very important formulas, especially for those preparing for exams. Make sure the formula is written in your memory for easy retrieval. Now I want us to do 2 illustrations in this lesson, just reinforce what we have learned. I'm going to read illustration 1. It says the following data applies to a company. 1, the minimum cash balance is 8,000. 2, the variance of daily cash flows is 4 million, equivalent to standard deviation of 2,000 shillings per day. The transaction cost for buying or selling securities is 50 shillings. The interest rate is 0.025% per day required. Formulate a decision rule using the Miller-Orr model. Decision rule using the Miller-Orr model. This is illustration. Illustration 1. Illustration 1. Formulate a decision rule. Decision rule simply means determine what will be the optimal cash balance for this company, what will be the upper limit for this company, what will be the spread for this company, and what will be the average cash balance. This is number 4. Average cash balance. In this question, we've been provided with the minimum cash balance, which is the lower limit. The lower limit is provided, this lower limit is provided, and it is equal to 8 million. It's equal to 8 million. So the lower limit, which is referred to as the minimum cash balance, is 8,000 shillings. Then we are provided with the variance of daily cash flows. The variance of daily cash flows. Let me do this. Lower limit L is equal to 8,000 shillings. The variance sigma squared is equal to shillings 4 million. Then we are provided with this we are provided with the transaction cost. Transaction cost is equal to shillings 50, that is per transaction, and the interest, this is daily. The daily interest is 0.025%. 0.025%. That is the information provided for this company. So you have to formulate a decision rule. In formulating the decision rule number one, we need to calculate the optimal cash balance. The optimal cash balance, and we know the formula for this. Optimal cash balance is equal to the lower limit plus the cube root of 3/4 T variance over I. So the lower limit is 8,000 plus the cube root of 3/4. Transaction cost is 50 shillings times 50. It has to be the transaction cost, what is incurred whenever a marketable security is either purchased or sold. When you sell a marketable security, this company pays 50 shillings, or when the marketable security is purchased, times the variance. The variance is 4,000. And in that question, if you check very well, we are told which is equivalent to standard deviation of 2,000. And we all know, to get the variance, we simply square the standard deviation. If you square this standard deviation, that will be equal to the 4 million. So the variance is 4 million. 4 million. So candidates, you need to be very careful. If you are doing an exam, you need to check the information provided, the variance. Is it standard deviation or variance? If you are given the standard deviation, then you square the standard deviation to get the variance, because in the formula, what is supposed to be multiplied here is the variance. Then we divide by the daily interest. Daily interest. Sometimes question may provide annual interest. If you are given an annual interest of 10%, then you will have to divide this 10% by the number of days in a year to get the daily interest. So again, you need to check. The daily interest here is 0.025%. 0.025%. Converting this into decimal, then we'll move, we are dividing by 100, we move 1, 2, okay, 2 steps back. So we have here 0, the decimal point will be here. So these daily interest rate candidates, again, you need to be very careful that you don't write 0.025 here, because this is a percentage. This percentage should be converted into decimal. So the decimal here is 0.00025. Then the rest is the work of the machine. So I'll take my machine. So candidates, I'm going to calculate the value of Z. This is the value of Z. Then after calculating the value of Z, I will add to the lower limit, because the optimal cash balance is equal to lower limit plus Z. Let me write it here, is equal to lower limit plus Z. This is how to calculate the value of Z. So let me do, this is 8,000 plus Z. The value of Z, I will take the 3/4, which is the same as 0.75 times 50 times 4 million. Times 4 million. Then I divide by 0.00025, this one here, 0.025. Then I get the cube root, shift my cube root there. So the value for Z is 8,434.32. So rounding off to the nearest shilling, the value for Z is 8,434. Therefore, the optimal cash balance is equal to 8,000 plus 8434. The optimal cash balance is 16,434. So that is a very important balance. Then we can do the upper limit. Upper limit for this company, the upper limit is equal to the lower limit plus 3Z plus 3Z. The lower limit, we have it here, 8,000 plus 3 times Z. Z is 8,434. 8,434. This will be the value for upper limit H. The upper limit H. So 8434 times 3 plus 8,000. This is equal to shillings 33,302. That is the upper limit. Then we can do, having the upper limit, we can calculate the spread. The spread we know is equal to the higher or upper limit minus the lower limit. The upper limit is 33,302. The lower limit provided in the question, 8,000, then the answer there is 25,302. Then finally we can do the average cash balance. The average cash balance is equal to the lower limit plus 4/3 times Z. Okay, times Z. This will be equal to 8,000 plus 4/3 times the value for Z, 8434, which will be equal to plus 8,000. This is equal to 19,245. That is the average cash balance. So that is illustration number 1. I want us to do illustration number 2. XYZ management has set the minimum cash balance to be equal to 10,000 shillings. The standard deviation of daily cash flow is 2,500 shillings and the interest rate on marketable securities is 9% per annum. The transaction cost for each sale or purchase of securities is 20 shillings. Required: 1. Calculate the target cash balance. 2. Calculate the upper limit. 3. Calculate the average cash balance. And 4. Calculate the spread. Calculate the spread. So let us do this illustration 2 here. Illustration number 2. Illustration number 2. Miller O. Martin Miller and Daniel O are the propounders of the Miller O model. This question calculates the target. This is illustration number 2. Illustration number 2. Now in this illustration we are to calculate the target balance, cash balance, the upper limit and the average cash balance plus the spread. From the question we have the minimum cash balance, which is the same as the limit, the lower limit is equal to 10,000 shillings. Then we are given the standard deviation. The standard deviation is equal to 2,500 shillings. But candidates, in calculating the optimal cash balance, we need the variance. So we'll square this standard deviation to get the variance. This will be 2,500 squared. This will give us the variance. Then we are given the interest rate on marketable securities. The interest rate I is equal to 9% per annum. 9% per annum. We do not require interest per annum, but we need the daily interest. So the daily interest will be equal to the the 9% divided by 365, and this will get by applying the machine. Then the transaction cost T is equal to 20 shillings. So having this information from the question, we can now calculate the target cash balance. The target cash balance. Let me target cash balance. All right, target cash balance is equal to the lower limit. This is equal to the lower limit. Target cash balance is equal to the lower limit plus Z, which is derived by getting the cube root of 3/4t variance over interest, over the interest. So we have the lower limit 10,000, the lower limit, plus the cube root of 3/4, the transaction cost 20 shillings, times 20 shillings times the variance. The variance is 2500 squared, which is the same as 25. This is 25 times 25 times 25, 625, then 4 zeros, right? 4 zeros. So that is 625 0000 divided by the interest per annum. We convert 9% to decimal. That will be 0.09 divided by 365. That is 0.09 divided by 365. So this will be equal to 0.0, that is 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I'm getting 2.4 here, 65. Then I go back 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, 0, 0. So it's 0.0000247. Round this off to the nearest. You have 247. So the interest, daily interest, 0.000247. This will be the target balance, which is the same as the return point. Or the minimum cash balance. So let us do the calculation. That is, this is the cube root. 3 divided by 4 is the same as 0.75 times 20 times 625, 0000. Then divide by 0.000247. Then the cube root. So the Z value here is 7244. We add the lower limit 10,000. So candidates, this, don't forget, is L plus Z. So this is the value for Z. We'll use it in calculating both the average cash balance and the upper limit. So the target cash balance will be equal to shillings 17,244. That is the target cash balance. Then the upper limit, to calculate the upper limit, what is the formula? The upper limit, to calculate the upper limit, that is 1. This was 1, Roman 1, Roman 2, upper limit is equal to lower limit plus 3z. The lower limit, we know the lower limit is 10,000 plus 3 times z. We've calculated z here, 7244. So this will give us the upper limit, 3 times 7244 is equal to 21,732. Number 3 is the average cash balance. The average cash balance, the formula is a lower limit plus 4 over 3 z, 4 over 3 z. The lower limit 10,000 shillings plus 4 over 3 times z, 7244. 7244. So 4 divided by 3 times 7244 plus 10,000. This is equal to shillings 19,659. Then lastly, number 4 is the spread. We know the spread is equal to the upper limit minus the lower limit. The upper limit is calculated here, 21 shillings 732, 21,000 shillings 732 minus the 10,000 lower limit. This will be equal to shillings 11,732. Candidates, that is how to calculate the values according to Miller-O. What is important is to get the formula. Very important one is the Z. Have this Z in your memory because we use it in calculating the optimal cash balance. We use it in calculating the upper limit. We'll use it in calculating the average cash balance, and it will also indirectly be used in calculating the spread, because for you to calculate the upper limit you also need to apply the Z value, and this Z value, candidates, should not be confused with the return point, because you will read some books where the letter Z represents the return point. Remember this thing here, this is the H higher limit, this is time, and these are the cash balances. In some literature you'll find this return point, this is the return point. There are some books where it is represented as Z. So make sure you don't confuse this Z with this Z. Okay, this Z is the return point or the target cash balance or the optimum cash balance, and is different from what we use in calculating the target cash balance. So that's why sometimes I prefer using the letter C to represent the optimum cash balance, So that will mark the end of our today's lesson, where we have illustrated the Miller-O model, and we've done 2 illustrations. And I still emphasize, when answering this question, the calculation bit, make sure you get the values right, especially the values that are required to determine the Z value. Supposed to be the cube root of 0.75 or 3/4 times the transaction cost. Anytime a marketable security is purchased, there is a cost that is incurred. That is what we are referring to as the transaction cost. Then you multiply this transaction cost and the 0.75 times the variance. Variance is the square of standard deviation. There are some questions where you'll be provided with the standard deviation, like in the second illustration. This is the standard deviation. Where you are given the standard deviation, then you simply square the standard deviation to get the variance. So here we use the variance. And the interest here, the denominator is the daily interest. Sometimes you may be given the annual interest, as it was the case here. This 9% is the annual interest. Annual interest, 9% per annum. If that is the case, then you divide the annual interest by 365 to get the daily interest, which we calculated there. So that will be the answer. So that is what you should note when answering questions about the Miller-Orr model. Thank you for being attentive. For those who are preparing for exams, I wish you all the best. And the examiner has tested this question several times. I don't have the book here with me today, but go to the revision partner, identify the past paper questions that were tested on this Miller-Orr model, attempt the questions, and all shall be well. Thank you and bye-bye.
Thank you for watching this video. Don't forget to get yourself a copy of our professionally prepared study text and revision partners.
Hello learner, welcome to Manifested e-learning platform. My name is F.A.M. Ngwiri and I'm a practitioner within the financial services industry in Kenya. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to discuss about portfolio management. Focus is on contemporary issues and emerging trends. Today, we are going to narrow down that discussion and talk about stock lending. So we can provide a description on what stock lending is, and we say stock lending, also called securities lending, is the lending of securities by one party to another. That is what stock or securities lending is. Also called securities lending is the lending of securities by one party to another. We proceed on and say that the terms of the loan will be governed by a securities lending agreement, We can just remove that dot over there, securities lending agreement, which requires that the borrower provides the lender with collateral. In the form of cash or non-cash securities. In the form in the form of cash or non-cash securities of value, non-cash securities of value, cash or non-cash securities of value equal to or greater than, equal to or greater than, equal to or greater than the loaned security, than the loaned security. Move over on this other side. Loaned security equal to or greater than the loaned security plus an agreed margin. Full stop there. So we are saying stock lending, also called securities lending, is the lending of securities by one party to another. The terms of the loan will be governed. The terms of the loan will be governed by a securities lending agreement, which requires that the borrower provides the lender with collateral in the form of cash or non-cash securities of value equal to or greater than the loaned security plus an agreed margin. So that is what we're saying stock lending is. I will shortly demonstrate what stock lending is using a diagram. So we can, before we draw the diagram, I can say that the agreement is enforceable. The agreement is enforceable. It's enforceable under relevant law. Under relevant law, which is often specified. Which is often specified. It's often specified in the agreement. In the agreement. So we're saying that the agreement is enforceable under relevant law, which is often specified in the agreement. So this is the way securities lending or stock lending occurs. So on one side over here, we have what we call the lender, and on this other side over here, we have what is called the borrower. So borrower. And here we have the lender. Like that. On this other side, we have the investment. Investment. I have another rectangle right over here called the investment. Investment. The investment. Now we are saying that the special arrows that highlight what securities lending are shown to you there. And I'll be able to label them in a bit. So the lender provides securities to the borrower. So here we are saying securities. Provides securities to the borrower, and the borrower is expected to provide collateral. Collateral is what we can be able to say as security, as a security. So what the lender does is that the lender then invests rather using this arrow over here, sorry, not this one is moving up over here. The collateral is then provided for investment, so collateral, like that. And then what comes out of that is reinvestment income. So over here we can say reinvestment income. Reinvestment income, like that. So this is the simplest way I can be able to explain to you what securities lending is all about. The lender provides securities to the borrower. The borrower is expected to provide collateral, which in turn the lender invests that collateral there, and then they actually get reinvestment income from that element of investment right there. So moving over on this other side, we look at the benefits and disbenefits of securities lending or stock lending. We can say benefits of securities lending. Benefits of securities lending. Lenders. Point. Over here we say ability to earn income through fees charged to the borrower continuously. And then we also say that to the lender, it provides them with an ability to have diversification. So diversification. So the lender has an additional option to invest or to earn income by lending out the security to the borrower. From the borrower's point, the benefit or the major benefit is that there are more options available to take. There are more options available to take additional securities. There are more options available to take additional securities. Then we can also say allows them to take positions in short selling. Allows them to take positions in short selling. That. Then now we go to disadvantages. Let me try and see if there's another advantage over here from the borrower's point. Increases liquidity. It provides for increased liquidity. Within the market so as to tighten spreads. Within the market so as to tighten spreads. Which is good for market participants to earn returns. Which is good for market participants to earn returns. So here, let's look at the disadvantages. So disadvantages, these benefits of securities lending, Then we can say lender's point. We can say the value, if the value of the collateral decreases, if the value of the collateral decreases, below the cost, the lender is disadvantaged. Lender is disadvantaged. Another disadvantage is that if is disadvantaged there as well, the lender, rather the borrower, may become insolvent. The borrower may become insolvent, leading to default risk, which may affect the operations of the lender. Then, from the borrower's standpoint, if the value of the collateral increases, increases above the cost, if the value of the collateral increases above the cost, the borrower is disadvantaged. The borrower will be disadvantaged. So we are saying that if the value of the collateral decreases below the cost, the lender is disadvantaged. As well, the borrower may be more insolvent, leading to default risk. From the borrower's point, ladies and gentlemen, if the value of the collateral increases above the cost, the borrower will be disadvantaged there. And if that happens, then of course it means that the borrower is going to really spend much more repaying the debt that they actually took in form of securities right over here. So this diagram right over here, ladies and gentlemen, I can be able to explain to you that is a rather simple diagram, but if you look at it from the lender's point of view, the benefits and disbenefits, the borrower's point of view, the benefits and disbenefits are pretty straightforward. So this brings us to the end of today's lesson, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will be able to give you an assignment. I can do it on this side. Explain the benefits and disbenefits of securities lending from both the lender's and the borrower's standpoint. Thank you for being with Manifested Publishers. Be blessed.
Greetings and welcome back to the lesson. We will proceed with the topic financing decision. In today's session, we're going to study the subtopic evaluation of financing options. At a later time, we will study the techniques that can be used in capital budgeting, but at the moment we will do the study the factors that needs to be considered when recommending a financing method. Evaluation of financing options. So candidates, the objective of today's lesson is that by the end of this lesson, you should be able to discuss the factors that should be considered when recommending a financing method. What are some of the factors that the finance manager should take into account when recommending a financing method? What are the factors? The first obvious factor is, let me put down the preamble, factors to be considered. Factors to be considered when recommending a financing method. The first factor is that one of cost. Cost. When recommending a financing method, the finance manager ought to consider the cost, because you know that different types of or sources of finance come with a cost. If a company is obtained debt, then there is a cost that will be incurred. If a company is to obtain, say, equity capital, then there is a cost attached to equity capital. So when recommending a financing method, it's important to consider the cost. And the cost that is favorable, the cost that is affordable, should be the one that the finance manager should consider. We all know generally that debt finance is cheaper than equity finance. And so if the company has the capacity to take more debt, then that could be a cost advantage. So if obtaining debt finance is cheaper than obtaining equity capital, then it's important, or the finance manager can go for debt equity. So cost is a factor that ought to be considered when recommending a financing option. The second factor is cash flows. Cash flows. Now, I just mentioned that generally debt finance could be cheaper than equity finance. And while debt finance is cheaper than equity finance, it places on the company the obligation to pay out cash flows in form of interest. If a company is to obtain debt, say a bank loan, then there will be an obligation for the company to service the loan through payment of interest on periodic basis. And failure to pay interest, failure to do what? To pay interest can result in an action that can lead to the winding up of a company. And therefore, consideration should be given to the ability of the company to generate cash. And if the company is currently, say, generating cash, then it could be able to pay interest, and debt finance could be a good choice. But if the company is currently using cash for meeting maybe the short-term obligations, then it's not advisable to consider debt finance. All right? The company could be generating cash, yes, but that cash could be needed to pay for the day-to-day expenses. So the company should not go for the debt finance because of the unavailability of cash to pay interest on periodic basis. The third factor to consider is risk. Risk. Now, candidates, the directors of a company must control what we call the total risk of the company, and they should ensure that they keep it at a level where the shareholders and other stakeholders are comfortable or content. The total risk, we know, candidates, is made up of the financial risk and the business risk. Total risk is equal to finance risk plus business risk. And therefore, if it is clear, if it is what? If it is clear that the business risk is going to rise, for example, because the company is diversifying into riskier areas, so because the operating gearing is increasing, then the company may seek to reduce its finance risk, its financial risk. If a company is considering investing in risky projects, that could increase what we call the business risk. All right. Now, if business risk is likely to increase, then the company should ensure that it lowers its financial risk. I've given an example of a scenario that can lead to increase in business risks. That is, if a company is investing in new areas that it has not operated before, then there is risk that the company may not succeed. There is that risk of failure. If a company is venturing in riskier projects, then that could increase the business risk. And if the business risk is increasing, then the company should seek to reduce financial risk. Financial risk may be caused by, say, obtaining debt finance, which we've just mentioned here, the cost. All right, financial risk, it will be the risk that can result as a consequence or an impact of increasing the gearing level. Increasing what? The gearing level. So when evaluating financing decisions, risk is a factor that ought to be considered. The fourth factor, number 4, security and covenants. Security and covenants. Security and covenants is another factor to consider. Now, for example, candidates, if debt is to be raised, security or collateral may be required. And from the data given, it should be possible to establish whether a suitable security may be available. So if a company is to seek debt, in most of the cases, the providers of debt may require the company to have to furnish it with the security or collateral, like the fixed assets, non-current assets, and such like. So a company that does not have access to assets, then that company may not qualify to obtain debt finance. So you can see how security is a factor that ought to be considered. We also have covenants or agreements. Covenants such as those that impose an obligation on the company to maintain a certain liquidity level may be required by debt providers, and directors must consider if they will be willing to live with the covenants or agreements prior to taking the debt. So the providers of debt may require a company to maintain a certain level of liquidity. And that may be contained in an agreement which a company may be required to sign. So the company ought to evaluate whether it will be able to maintain a certain level of liquidity. So when obtaining, when evaluating financing options, it's important to consider the possible covenants. Another obvious factor is availability of finance. Availability. Now, candidates, the likely availability of finance must also be considered when recommending a suitable financing option or a suitable financing source. For example, a small or a medium-sized company requires more equity. All right? It requires what? More equity. So it's important to suggest potential sources such as the venture capitalists or the business angels and so on. Company that is young, that is growing may require equity. So if it requires equity, then is that equity available? And if it's available, where will it be obtained? What will be the source of equity? So availability of a source of capital is also a factor to consider when recommending a financing option. Availability of capital. Does the company have access to venture capitalists? Does it have access to business angels? And furthermore, if the recent or the forecast financial performance of a company is poor, then investors are likely to be worried about investing their finances in such a company. Availability of source of finance. Number 6, the sixth factor to be considered is the maturity. Maturity. What do I mean by maturity? Candidates, the basic rule is that the term of finance should match the term of the need, what we call the matching principle. The matching principle. Now, if, say, a loan is required to finance the activities of a company for, say, 3 years, all right, 3 years, then the maturity of this loan should be at least 3 years. This loan should mature in 3 years. That is the basic rule. And therefore, a short-term project should be financed with a short-term source of finance. If it is a short-term project that the company is seeking to finance, then the maturity period of that source of finance should be at least 3 years, should match. All right? The period of the project should be matched with the maturity of the source of finance. If the project is short-term, but other short-term opportunities are expected to arise in future, then it's important to use the long-term source of finance. It could be 3 years, but there are other needs that ought to be met in 3 years. So that in such a case, then the period should not be matched. It's supposed to be at least more than 3 years, say 5 years, because of the competing need for capital. Number 7, Control. Control is another important factor that financial managers consider when evaluating financing decisions. For example, if debt is raised, then there will be no change in control if debt is raised. But if equity is raised, control may change. By control here, I'm referring to ownership. Companies are controlled by what we call ownership. A shareholder that holds more equity, then we can say that shareholder has a larger control of the company. So where we have said 10 shareholders, and the company seeks to obtain equity finance, then that means that more shareholders will be brought on board. If 30 shareholders are brought on board, then you can see these 10 initial original shareholders will lose their control. All right, that means that the company will now be controlled by 40 shareholders. In such a case, we say that control has been diluted. So control or dilution of control is a factor to consider when evaluating financing decisions. Control. We can discuss many other factors. These are 7 factors. We have other factors like costs and ease of issue. Ease of issue. Ease of issue. Ease of issue. How easy is it to issue shares, for example? We know that generally debt finance is cheaper and easier to raise than equity. You are talking about of ease. How easy is it to raise equity? How easy is it to raise debt? And therefore, if a company is in urgent need of finances, then it may be easier to go for debt finance because it is easier to raise a capital through debt. So the company will often raise debt rather than equity because it is easier and it may be less costly. And raising equity, we know, is often difficult. It may be time consuming, it may also be costly. So candidates, these are 8 factors to consider when recommending a financing method. And that effectively brings the lesson to an end. I'll give you one question. Explain 7 factors to be considered when recommending a financing method. That will be your assignment. Thank you. I hope to meet you in our next session. God bless you. Goodbye. Greetings, candidates, and welcome to the lesson. The subject is financial management. Today we're going to start on a new chapter known as the financing decision. Candidates will recall in our first lesson, we did mention that the finance manager performs 4 crucial roles, 4 key roles. One of them being capital budgeting decision, financing decision, a working capital decision, and also the dividend policy decisions. Those are the key decisions that the financial manager makes. Today we begin the discussion of the second crucial decision that
is expected of a financial manager. That is the financing decision. This chapter is arranged into 5 subtopics. Number 1 is the nature and objectives of the financing decision. Number 2, factors to consider when making financing decisions. Number 3, sources of finances for enterprises. Under the sources of finances for enterprises, we'll discuss the internally generated funds and the externally generated funds, the long-term sources, the which include equity, debt, hybrids, lease finance, venture capital, business angel finance, private equity, asset securitization and sale, Islamic finance, and initial coin offerings. We also tackle the medium-term sources such as medium-term loans and hire purchase financing, as well as the short-term sources of finance such as the overdraft, trade credit, issue of commercial papers, accruals, deferred income, and also the characteristics of each source of finance. We will be studying the characteristics of each source of finance, the pros and cons of the various sources of finance will also be covered in the subtopic sources of finances for enterprises. Then in subtopic number 4, we will discuss the evaluation of financing options. Then lastly, there is the methods of issuing ordinary shares. We look at the public issue, the private placement, bonus issue, employee stock option plans, and rights issue. So that is what is expected of you as far as the chapter on the financing decision is concerned. And before we get into the objectives of the financing decisions, I'm going to make a few comments about the financing decisions. Now, candidates, the financing decisions are decisions regarding the methods that are used to raise funds which would be used for making acquisitions. The financing decisions are decisions concerning the liabilities and also the stockholders' equity side of the firm's balance sheet, such as decision to issue bonds. When looking at the financing decisions, candidates, we are considering the right-hand side of the balance sheet, which comprise the capital and also the liabilities. By now, I'm sure you know that there are 2 sides to a balance sheet, the debit side and the credit side. Under financing decisions, we'll be considering the items that appear on the credit side of the balance sheet. So the financing decisions, candidates, involve various factors, and they are the expenditure analysis. They involve raising funds on the most favorable terms possible, and also managing the working capital, such as the inventory, the accounts receivable, and so on. So a finance manager is expected to help the company to raise funds on the most favorable terms possible. And the goals of corporate finance candidates can be achieved only when the corporate investment is financed appropriately. And there has to be what we call the financing mix. Why? Because the financing mix will make an impact on the valuation. And the company should therefore identify what we call an optimal mix of financing. All right? That means the one which results in maximum value. So the finance manager is expected to help the company come up with an optimal mix of financing. For example, if a project is to be financed, the finance manager should be able to tell what will be the proportion
money that will be raised out of debt, what will be the proportion that will be raised out of capital, share capital, and so on. Why? So that the goals of corporate finance can be achieved. And that goal can only be achieved when there is a financing mix, when the results lead to what we call maximum value. And candidates, the sources of finance are usually comprised of combination of debt and equity financing.